Hello, 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 ladies and gentlemen, and what is up? Welcome back to the Overwatch Ace Tournament 2020 group stage. This is day number 5. This is the first one here in our second batch of games, and my name is Dax.
And I'm Asarai.
And we are here to cover, well, the first match for you all, and we are in for a treat here, Mr. Asarai. It's A-Bang versus Far East Society, the top two into, well, our ladder here, into our standings. And in all honesty, these two are looking to dance yet again into our first day here in our second batch of games. And I cannot wait, because here, Asarai, this has a lot of connotations. Whoever's going to be able to take this might be able to take that first slot away.
Yeah. So I think we're gonna go check the schedule for the day first. Of course, we not only have this big match with A-Bang and Far East Society, we also have Jaeger versus Watermelon Waddlers, A-Bang versus Watermelon Waddlers again, and of course, that's the fourth. The fourth match is gonna be Banana Baba versus Jaeger later on, and of course, this is all GMT +8. So if you're watching from anything other than GMT +8, be sure to check that the times on Google, because I don't know how to compete for timelines or time zones.
Guys, just do this. Just do this. Like, it's okay. We started now, and 6 hours. It's a 6-hour broadcast, more or less. So if you're tuning on in, just don't go away. But we'll also be checking out those standings. But like we mentioned, though, A-Bang and Far East Society at the tippity top, and look at that ass, right? It's a 3-way tie basically for second place between Far East Society, Connect Gaming, and Jacob Bird in terms of that match standings. I do believe, though, FES has the highest map wins there, so they have that second slot. But besides that, though, A-Bang still a perfect record up on top. And fun fact, as right, the only team that has taken a map, I believe, from A-Bang is Far East Society itself. So there you go. It can be the real matchup here. This can be the big one we're in. We will see either A-Bang fall or Far East Society falter yet again.
Yeah, so it's gonna be kind of like, not really kind of, but a real revenge or rematch here between these two titans in our Overwatch Ace 2020 tournament.
Yes, sir. And Asarai, whoever is in that top 4, we will be seeing all the way in October. We'll be casting yet again as well. And the thing to note, though, looking at the top 4, Asarai 70525252, if the same kind of results happen this batch of games, I do believe we're going to be seeing the same people into the playoffs. And that's A-Bang, FES, CG, as well as Jacob Bird.
So it's only going to be the 4 teams, right, to get into the playoffs.
Yeah. This group stage will cut our teams in half. But Asarai, we always have our own opinions. And let's check out our power rankings here. And for me, well, it's more or less the same thing as the standings. But I gotta mention, though, that Jacob Bird in 3rd place for me, and then Watermelon Wilders for 5th. For Jacob Bird, though, I do believe that they have the edge against Connect Gaming. They did win out that matchup 3-1. And they have similar results in everything else, more or less. In the meantime, I'm still a big fan. I'm still a believer in Watermelon Wilders, even though they have been underperforming so far. If anyone can go for that comeback story, it might be them. So I do give them against Battle Angel the edge, because even though Battle Angel has been doing above and beyond all our expectations, there's still that potential there for Watermelon Wilders. But A-Bang up on top, of course, FES back to form, and we'll see right now, this match can actually define who is top 1 into the Overwatch Ace tournament.
Yeah, so now I guess it's my turn for my power ranking. So before, I did kind of went a little bit weird, because I believe my power ranking was number 1 was Watermelon Waddlers, 2nd was Jacob Bird, 3rd was Connect Gaming, 4th Jaeger, and then 5 A-Bang. But since checking out the standings and everything else, and checking the tournament matches from time to time, I have kind of adjusted, and it seems a little bit closer to what Dax has as of right now. I have been kind of coaxed by Far East Society to say change your power rankings. Not really a threat, but more of a friendly reminder that they're here to show up, and yeah, they did. And now I've agreed. Far East Society +6 on my rankings.
6. That's huge. That's a huge thing. And something to note, though, number 1, Jacob Bird. What do you think about that? You really believe in that Thai squadron, don't you?
Yeah, I do believe, like, Thai teams in terms of FPS is really incredible. Like, I think they can stand above a lot of other teams in Southeast Asia, but of course that is left to be said once we get into the true nitty and gritty, which is the playoffs. But still, we have to go for the group stage first, and right now I'm just excited to see what A-Bang and Far East Society can give us, but also looking forward to seeing Jacob Bird as well.
Yeah, I cannot wait. And last time these guys did a dance here in the Ace tournament, it was a 3-1 victory versus for A-Bank to take the win versus Far East Society. And that kind of, it's humbled FES a little bit. That day one was very, very weird for them. It didn't feel like they were into their own form, but they did
Hmm.
bounce back in days 2, 3, and 4, and then they were back to the FES that we really expected. Now, looking back though into the matchup itself, as we are going to be getting highlights soon, the closest we've ever had this pre-Ace was Overwatch Contenders 2019, whereas it was Nova MS versus FES. You could say that sure, Lord of Dragons was in 2020, but the FES squadron there was all Korean. So if you do want to have a little bit of a remnant there, it's all the way back in 2019. And if I remember correctly, it was some good stuff there from FES. But let's check out those highlights here, courtesy of our production team. And the real question right now is, who is the number one Sombra in Ace? Because both A-Bang as well as FES absolutely crazy with the Sombra itself. One, just making those EMP scans as seen here against Jacob Bird. It feels like they do like to play that Fast and Furious style, and they do like to play the Sombra Tracer alongside the Sombra Reaper. So they're going to have a lot of things to complement that Sombra if need be. A-Bang, though, very, very responsive as well with the dive itself, and we've seen them dominate so many matches so far with how quick they respond. Asteroid, it really goes to show that the whole tenet of this composition is all about getting those quick kills, and how one sets it up, it's just absolute crazy right there for the side of A-Bang. But on the other side, Soggy, this man from Contenders AU, he can pretty much play everything and anything. He is ridiculous at getting in position, and FPS has proven that they can play that style as well. They were a little shaky on that first day. They're trying to figure out their form, but the thing about FPS, besides their flexibility, is they can be experts at anything and anyone. And as we see that with Soggy, he's always in position. And with Lorax and So, there is also that flexibility. You can play that Reaper, you can play that Tracer, any kind of hit scan there on the side of the DPS. So it really goes to show both sides having dynamic DPS duos that I cannot wait to check out. But it's really going to be interesting. It's Soggy versus one. And the question now is, who's going to be able to get the hack on who?
Yeah, I'm kind of actually definitely looking forward to these two matching up, because I believe I was the one who was tasked to kind of do the voiceover for the Overwatch Ace highlights week 1, and I saw both of them kind of popping off, both on that Sombra, and I think one as well with the Genji. So I feel like again, this is just kind of me kind of just getting a little bit of an educated guess on what we're going to be seeing here. Is both of these teams very aggressive, like you said, dynamic DPSs. So I feel like whoever strikes the first blow will be able to get that advantage, and then maybe try to turn that into a snowball. Of course, that's such a generic thing to say, but with how these teams have been have been performing, that might be actually what initiates or starts it off strong for either side.
Yeah, it really feels that way. It's just such a quick cascade. And as we said, it's all about getting those kills. But let's check out that matchup as well. It really goes to show, though, that these two teams, rather, are so, so potent. And as you can see right there, Asteroid, it's all about the sniper specialist versus the master of all hit scans. Now, this is an interesting part because we don't see Blue too often. He usually shows up for these escort maps, and then he brings out the Widowmaker and is able to dominate. But in the meantime, we can always rely on Lil Rax on the other side to play whatever that team needs. But look at this, Blue, always a fighting range, and this is one of the best maps that A-Bang has. Watchpoint Gibraltar, you're almost a fool if you're going to be facing off against A-Bang in Gibraltar itself. You can also show up on maps like Dorado, and him coming on out really goes to show that A-Bang can take a lot of control. But I have a fun fact for you, Asterai, because the last time that A-Bang and FES did duel, it was FES that took a map away from A-Bang here, so they might have a little bit of that edge. And as we said, Rax so flexible. What do you think about that side?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be again all about how they're gonna try to adjust against this particular team. They're so aggressive, so I'm not sure how they're gonna try to beat that out. But again, we're gonna have to see. Like like the highlight says, sniper specialist versus master of all hit scans. It's kind of like a weird variant of how do I say that again? The unstoppable spear. Sorry, the unstoppable object versus the unstoppable force. There you go.
Immovable object. There you go. So they're basically two heads butting at each other, and it really goes to show, right? That's who can get the snipe on who can make a difference. But it really does go all the way. We have Rax, of course, master of all hit scans, but then you also have the whole dynamic of A-Bang able to rotate their DPS. So we'll see per map how Rax is going to be able to handle against A-Bang and the DPS duo facing against him.
Yeah. I have a question for you. I mean, okay, I think we're about to just go into the map, but right now, you've asked me a little bit about A-Bang and Far East Society, but who do you think will have like that kind of advantage over the other?
I think it's still a bank show, in all honesty. After we see the manhandle Far East Society, the thing to note though is even though FES bounced back, if they're not gonna be able to beat A-Bang at their own game or beat A-Bang at all, they're not gonna have their hopes of getting that first place. Neither here in the group stage nor in the playoffs itself. They need to prove that they can put a candle against A-Bang, and they have shown flashes of that, especially taking the first map away from A-Bang itself. Besides that,
Hmm.
it needs to be showing to be that FES is absolutely dazzling here. And we'll see right now if they can do so, because this is going to be a good test for them to see if this matchup is going to go either way in the playoffs, or will it be a bank show to control again, Asarai?
That's yeah. I definitely agree. Like, I mean, something else well that might be, to Far East Society's advantage here is even though if they do lose to A-Bang, that is again some kind of something that they can at least bring to the playoffs. Going up against somebody as strong as A-Bang, they can figure out some maybe counter strats that they can save up for the bigger portion of this tournament, and then catch A-Bang off guard. Of course, that's probably not what they want to do. They want to start off strong. Be in the middle strong and end strong as well. But sometimes you just gotta kind of concede to the idea that A-Bang is just a better team and to figure something out. Going to the playoffs. But again, that's just something.
Man, there's always anything can happen here in Overwatch. And think not though, we're gonna be getting into the map pool yet again. Control, Assault, Escort, Hybrid, and Control. And we'll find out who can set the tempo into our first match, which will be Busan. Gonna be interesting though, because as we've seen before, both sides preferring to play that dive, preferring to play that Asian style. And think about the patch that we were playing on Asar, it's defined by two different things. It's either the dive comp with the Sobra, or is it gonna be the Hog with anything else, and just all about that sustain. You can have that hit scan as well. And what we've seen so far popular in the Ace is to mirror what is in the region. I expect our players to be playing in the Korean ladder rather than our local one because of the experience that it can give. And what they see is just dive all the way. It's just so systematic, automatic, and it's ridiculous. You can't
Hmm.
even understand your teammates sometimes and what they say, but then you just know exactly what to do with them. And I really expect that it's going to be a dive battle here, but it feels like it's gonna be interesting if we see A-Bang play the Tracer over the Reaper, because they have done it before on multiple maps. In the meantime, FES liking to play that Reaper instead, but can go for the Tracer at the same time. So as soon as we see those gates open and we find out what kind of comps are going to be here, it's either going to be a complete mirror, or we will see either the dominance of CQC or the speediness of the Mosquito buzzing around with those blinks.
Yeah, I mean, it could go either way. I mean, I feel like obviously there's gonna be pros and cons to both both characters being used. And Reaper, I think, is really good if you have a lot more big chunky targets to kind of hit, because again, he's kind of like that tank buster to say the least. Tracer on the other hand is just really really mobile, and when you're up in, I think if you actually maybe have an Echo that could actually kind of steal against the Tracer's ultimate. You got to be careful about that one. But again, Tracer's just really good. And if you can hit your shots, it's very easy. Like you said, I believe last time that we cast together, it's very easy to get your ultimate charge. And I think more so than not, you kind of want the Tracer's Pulse Bomb rather than the Death Blossom. But you know what? Again, it depends on what A-Bang feels comfortable or what Far East Society is comfortable with going into this Busan map.
Yeah, that's a good point though. Sometimes that pulse bomb is just a hero play out of nowhere. In the meantime, Death Blossom sure can turn around the fight or can be used into a fight itself. But the thing about it is it really needs that setup. And we'll
Yeah.
find out between these two teams who can set up for who. As we are going to be getting into the game, this is going to be your first match into day number 5, and it's going to be a big one. So you might want to share this stream. You want to check this out, as let's get into Busan. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. And his dad's a Fearless and Xeon Flux roster I see on the support line. Soggy Lil Rax there as well. The thing to note, Asura, is FES has a really good rotation, and this is going to be pretty mighty to see Fearless and Xeon Flux together yet again. But A-Bang still with their usual suspects with that Nexus there alongside CQB. We're going to have Magujai, of course, with Crazy S1 and Xiao Lin this time. So we're expecting either the Tracer or the Reaper. There you go, Xiao Lin playing that Reaper. We start things off on downtown, and here we are into our first map in this best of 5.
Yeah, so something there is going to be, of course, that initial peak to each other, to both of these teams, since we are going to be on a control map, and since there is no Roadhog, I'm not sure how that's going to start off, because they don't have that quick pick off with his hook. But still, of course, there's going to be a lot of damage, a lot of disables. You're gonna have to just probably just try to feel out each other for the moment, and then now they just charge right in. Immediately, Soggy does activate his teleportation, and oh,
Yeah,
okay,
looking
so
for-
he's Yeah, he's gonna try to at least hack that health back. And all right, we're just gonna wait for a little bit. See something. Oh, there we go. We got ourselves an audio. Beautiful. And Shaolin, this is actually good for him because his shotguns are gonna be able to hit multiple targets inside that tier. So they gotta be careful because he can rip through, even the squishier targets if they're not careful.
Yeah, and it's all about playing close. And look at this. This is basically the new GOATs, guys. It's all about getting in the face of your opponent and really hammering home as much as possible. Mirror composition between the two. Abango taking control, and FPS a little too late on that rotate will be giving up the point. And Manga Giant always carry that coalescence. Flux in the meantime gonna be answering back. We got Fearless on that Lucia though, and Rax is coming closer and closer to Death Blossom. But we got Nexus ready with that Primal Rage already. And Abang is just going for the zone. And here comes the EMP from one. Look for the setup. Look for the push. This is what we were talking about. It's time for the lights to go out there for Far East Society. And Abang going with the big bang on into this first fight.
That was very sickening. I mean, it was so close for Soggy to get his own EMP, but again, it's kind of like your average Wild Wild West standoff, right? It's quickest of the draw, and it seems like Abang got themselves the crucial ultimates that they need to get first point onto that. And plus factor are exactly showing it right now. Shaolin has his Death Blossom, so if they try to funnel into that small entryway, that alleyway, he's just gonna rip through them. But Soggy is in the backside. He does have his invisibility as well as the EMP, and that actually hits a good chunk of the members of FES. So they got to back away, or rather, sorry, Abang, and they have to back away right now as Lil Rax is in the middle of it all, and he is just going ham at it, but gets countered with the defense matrix and also gets shut down by Shaolin, and that was not to the plan of FES here.
Oh my god, Abang, what a defensive play. They just went for the sound barrier. They back on now to the point itself. And what's a catch there from Abang? Far East Society just throwing everything at Abang there, but it still didn't pan out. And this is really bad here for our Singaporean squad, because it really goes to show right now that even though they're trying their best, they're using everything they can, they're still in a spot of trouble. And one right now is looking for the win with the EMP again. He's ready to go, looking for the setup. He's waiting, watching, creeping on into the night. But it's Far East Society, they're rotating to the subway side, and they might go for the point one last time. Here we go though, as Rice self-destruct up in the air. FPS gonna get hacked onto two as Abang goes for that EMP, and we do see one almost get fooled, but Shaolin is cleaning up house. Here we go, into the face of Far East Society, and this is the Abang show yet again. This team is looking to not drop any matches whatsoever here in the group stage, and it seems like they will get the first round here on Busan.
That is incredibly fast and just dominating from Abang. That was just perfect. Like, you know how dominoes just keep falling down, you can watch those videos and they just keep rolling and rolling or falling and falling? Basically what Abang did, just no interruptions whatsoever, smooth sailing throughout that first map, and that was really difficult to kind of at least watch if you're going to be if you're an FES fan, right? Because FPS, they tried to do it, but the problem was, I think, again, it's just the rhythm. The start with the ultimates from Abang, and then it's just kind of wait onto the wayside. Then Abang knew that Soggy had his own EMP, and then they just said, like, yeah, we just gotta have to take note about where possibly the Sombra is and try to counter her out. Follow up onto the Death Blossom from FES, still countered by the defense matrix. That's not really what they wanted to happen. And then I think after those two initiates from FES, it just kind of had no chance to get back into the first map.
Sir. And the thing about it though, this is just gonna be the debut of Flux here. He's back in action. World Cup 2019 for Team SG, has been a long-time member, has been the stable part of the roster here for Far East Society, a specialist on Diana's end, as well as looking at play that Moira right now. But for FES, they are gonna be able to catch out one this time, and I like this a lot here for Far East Society. If they're able to catch out one, prevent him from getting that EMP, then it's gonna be a good way for them to just steamroll onto the point. And right now, Abang really relies on the amazing efforts of one to go for that quick EMP and turn that side for them. So it's all about the sustain right now. Abang is playing it slow and steady. They're hiding behind the bongo drum to make sure that we get one bat, but Soggy is already leading the charge. He's getting closer and closer to his EMP. Here comes the coalescence though. Mangajai as well as Flux looking to mirror it yet again. The beams are crossing. It's still a stall onto the point, and it really goes to show. It feels like it's dive goats all over again, as here comes the Winston right now, leaping into the fray. Soggy's ready for it though. Can he get the EMP on? He will get 5, but Sneak can be coming closer and closer to Sound Barrier. Unfortunately, it's a little too late, and Far East Society will get the 2 kills that they need to take this point at the get-go. And Sound Barrier here from CQB. Abang tried to force something out and looking to force a little bit more in terms of the fights, but for now, it's still Abang having to retreat, and Far East Society will be happy to get rid of that Lucia ultimate as well.
That was just beautiful coming out from Far East Society, and they even, I mean, you you gotta give some credit to A-Bank here for kind of going for the contest, even though they kind of were outnumbered as well as not really have any big ultimates. But that did kind of give them some time to push Far East Society back, and now Far East Society, or rather A-Bank, is actually in the lead here. One is charging in, and he has his own EMP. This is going to be bad for Far East Society. If they actually try to go in as a full 5 or full 6, it's going to not be too good. But Shaolin is saying otherwise. He's just going to rip through every single one of them, and Coalescence is dealing a heck of a ton of damage though for Far East Society. They got to back away, but Shaolin has done his job. He's going to try to look for the health back, but was still hit by that Coalescence from Xeon Flux. And what seemed to have been a good push from A-Bang went to the wayside, as now Far East Society did kind of survive that initial egress, and now they have to escape the site for the moment, but one still has his EMP. This could be big. Oh, he's gonna come for the backside, and it actually hits only 2. So Far East Society still has a couple of their utilities to work with, and Soggy counter EMP.
Oh my god, beautiful EMP right there, turning on the lights yet again, and Far East Society will get the point back. But I think the note though is A-Bang was just able to bully for FPS off that point to begin with. So in terms of percentile, A-Bang still happy about all of that, but Soggy making that EMP look absolutely massive, and one in the meantime only getting the tank line. So for now, A-Bang looking to regroup yet again. But in terms of ultimates though, I like this here for A-Bang. They're gonna have that primal, they're gonna have that net blossom, and it's all about taking that point away from FPS. That next primal range though gonna be important at getting the displacement if ever, and Shaolin will need to be protected to begin. But here we go, time to go for the push. Asteroid, we'll see if FES can actually hold against A-Bang as they have to back all the way yet again. Death Blossom right now in the middle, that defense rate is still there though, and the Coalescence right now from Xeon Flux from above, as well as the hack from Soggy, really buying time here for FES to try and survive. But Nexus is making the Primal Rage count. Usually you say, oh no, Primal Rage is all about to sustain, right? No, Nexus is a player that can get the damage on, and A-Bang again just bullying their opponent off with the tag ultimate and getting the objective back.
That was just pure skill coming out from A-Bang. They didn't really need to do anything special, and they got the catch onto Xeon Flux. I actually think was a really big factor, because you lose a lot of your healing potential when you lose the Moira. I mean, yeah, you have the Lucio, but not as good as the Moira if you had the Coalescence as well as the healing orb. So that's going to be back to the drawing board here for Far East Society, with A-Bang very close to tapping that point already to themselves, less than 30%. Satchop does have his Primal Rage. He will activate it, and he is trying to separate this Lucio from his team. Beautifully executed. CQB's down for the count, and that is also the Lucio ultimate out. But you still have to worry, because Shaolin, he's got a Death Blossom, so they can't really be too freely try to go for the site. Still though, they are contesting, and it's still gathering a lot of percentages. So even if Far East Society does push A-Bang back, A-Bang still have a little bit of time to kind of just regenerate, and just try to go back to the site as well.
Yeah, they're almost at 100% is just one tick away. The thing to note though, that was a huge hack there from Soggy onto CQB. They knew that Sand Barrier was going to be the crucial part of A-Bang's strategy, and in a case like this, they are going to be forcing them away. So for FES, they're buying themselves time. They will be trying to go for the one fight scenario, but A-Bang in the meantime, all they need to do right now is to take this win, to take this map. Can they do it though? They have almost a full back here of ultimates. They have 5 ready to go, and they're coming in from the left side, but here comes the goal. As I said, Shaolin in the meantime has been an unsung hero, but this time he's gonna drop on down to try and get rid of the Moira, and here comes the Death Blossom from Lil Raps instead. Shaolin gonna do the same. Who will win the Spinaroonie? It seems like neither side gonna get a kill so far, but Plankton is forced to go for the self-destruct because of the D-Mech there, and here comes Crazy Ass doing the same thing to try to break that barrier, but no well placed there by Satchel. But in the meantime, the D-Mech onto Plankton yet again, overtime taking on down, and A-Bang is doing it yet again, and it seems like the dive here from A-Bang still sublime, still beautiful, and they are now cleaning up Satchel. Far East Society bringing back the big guns into the support line, but is it enough? No, it's not, as A-Bang will take the first map here in this best of 5. What up, Lay? That's right, I think you're muted there, bud. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But, well, you're
sorry about
that.
One.
There you go. There you go. What'd you say? What'd you say? I want to hear what you said.
All right, sorry. Just wanted to say A-Bang masters of the push and pull, the tug of war on that site. Like, it seemed like FES, they had the plan, right? They wanted to unload a lot of their damaging abilities. They wanted to get the catch, but at every nook and turn, there's going to be a counter bubble shield. There's going to be a counter Reaper ultimate to just kind of push FES back, and it worked, because I think at least for the moment, A-Bang, aside from being good at using their ultimates, they were also good at kind of stalling and keeping themselves alive as FES was unloading a lot of their cooldowns, and that was just amazing. Like, I thought FPS actually had it in the bag, but A-Bang just took the
Yeah.
W on that one.
The thing, not Apex is able to bully FPS off that point, not just once but twice. And even though compared to the first map where FPS was just blown out of the water by Abang, on that second one, it was just such a good play there from Soggy, and really felt like for Far East Society they were coming on back into form. But unfortunately, Abang's just like, nope, this is our point now, and we are gonna take it. They even force a few fights here and there, and they're still able to force out some ultimates from FPS. So the economics of the ultimates were pretty even all throughout. Far East Society even at a disadvantage in that last scenario. So it really goes to show A-Bang a masterclass. But I do love to see we have that support line back in action for Far East Society. We got the influx back into the roster here. So it really goes to show that Far East Society is trying to bring in the big guns. No, Akame, an amazing player in his own right, but it's all about that flexibility there on that roster slot. In the meantime, when you get back, of course, your specialist, someone who has been playing with your team for so very long, it does make a difference. And this is what I was talking about. Far East Society has the rotation, has some players, but we don't see it too often because of personal issues as well as commitments from time to time. In the meantime, A-Bang, they are happy to rotate their DPS depending on the map, and Shaolin showing up there alongside, of course, the Stalwart is one, and A-Bang is able to take Busan 2-0.
Yeah. So I'm just kind of curious what map we're gonna be going on to the second, onto our second game. Honestly, something also that I kind of am hopeful right now for FES is that Soggy does understand the 1v1 aspect of the Sombra. Like, I think if they were in a 1v1, Soggy would win against one, and that could actually be to the benefit of FES. The problem is, of course, this is a 6 versus 6 team, and that was only one time where one was feeling a bit confident to try to push out by himself. Got caught at the start. You saw that, right? And yeah, that I think was the crucial moment where FPS got an advantage. But after that, seems like one got back to his senses. He says that, yeah, I have to play with my team. He did, and A-Bang just did A-Bang things. And now FPS, they gotta go back to the drawing board, and we'll see what they have planned in mind going into the next map. Let me. Oh, not yet. Wait, let me check.
We're getting an assault map though, if I remember correctly. But you have a really good point there, Mr. Asteroid. The thing to note though is A-Bang loves to play that team-oriented Sombra. You can see one is happy to play for EMP rather for some picks. In the meantime, Soggy doing the same. But there are more instances Soggy is like, oi, I found someone that can actually hack. Actually get this guy, and you saw it against one, you saw that against the Lucia of A-Bang, and those are opportunities that Far East Society were taking very, very well. Unfortunately, it's still not enough against A-Bang. Like we said, just absolute bullies onto that second fight. They were just able to figure it out every single time. And in the map pool itself, as we said, it's gonna be Assault next, and then Escort, and then we're gonna have Hybrid, and then Control. But it seems like we're gonna get Volskaya Industries this time on Assault. And the thing about Volskaya itself is we haven't seen it too often here in our group stage. We've seeing a lot of Temple of Anubis, but Volskaya has a lot of possibilities to go the long haul. Every single time I see Volskaya, Astra, I'm like, okay, we're gonna sit here. You guys get some popcorn. You guys get a drink real quick, because we're gonna go at least 2 rounds if this isn't gonna be a full hold. Because it really goes to show that this map is such a push and pull. That A site is just so hard to defend in the first place. B point, in the meantime, you do get covered if you're coming in from the defense. And that snowball here in Volskaya can be scary on the attacking side. And there are a lot of sidelines. Gonna be interesting though what kind of high ground they're gonna be taking. How about you? Anything you expect to see here in Volskaya, or will we see the dive yet again?
Probably gonna see the dive yet again, but we might see a not Sombra, a Symmetra play, since you can go for that teleport on the left side as the attacking team. Something that you can use, but I have seen some clips here and there on YouTube where it does get countered by a really good Brigitte. But you know what? Maybe we'll see.
Yeah, that's interesting, and I love it. But we are gonna find out what kind of rosters we'll be getting here on Volskaya Industries as we get into the game. And you do make a good point. The Symmetra can be used for things like the Bastion comp itself on the defense, or if you do want to take some interesting TP slots, either on the left side. But I do see people decide to just go through main itself. They go through the middle and then teleport to the side that's covered off by, well, the map itself, by the geometry of the map, and you can just get onto the point there and then. But for now, looking at the composition and stuff, it's all about that Sombra stuff, Mr. Ass, right? Sombra has been the cornerstone of the dive meta. It's just one hack allows you to dominate and get that kill, and it really just is a counter in a way against the Hog itself. Now, like we're not seeing the hog right now, but it's really just how quick you need to get the kill here on the dive. And the Sombra allows you to do that because of the lack of abilities that the opponent can use because of the hack, because of the EMP. But in a case like this, here we go again, mirror matchup, and I really expect your Asteroid that we're gonna be seeing the same old thing for maps like this. The only time I think we're gonna see something different might be on Escort if they bring in blue, but I still wouldn't be surprised to see the same old thing. And this is just what the meta is all about. Has been optimal play at its finest. And look at this one already scouting around. There we go again. A-Bang trying to play as a team. We'll see though, but that spy check from Plankton very well. He knows exactly what to do on a map like this. This is a corner not well taken too much in this map, but in the begin with, you got A-Bang now translocating on the way, getting help back there, and then in backline, still though into the front, you see FPS trying to siege, and they're on the left-hand side as A-Bang disengages to go back to the point itself.
And now they're just gonna kind of brute force their way in. I like how Far Society, they're not trying to take the high ground. They're gonna take here in the middle as they do have two tanks to actually absorb a good chunk of the damage. Maybe some of their teammates are gonna try to go for the flank here, but for the moment they're playing corner game here on the moment. And Lil Raxus goes in wild a little bit there. Shields will be aplenty, but that did give enough time for Xeon Flux to get his coalescence versus coalescence from both of these sides. And it seems like A-Bang are pushing Far Society back once again. They gotta go for they gotta go and kind of figure out a little bit here, take a bit of a breather. Big hacks coming in once again, and it's always one to hit that ultimate EMP marker before Soggy does, and it really just allows A-Bang to get themselves that quick kill. Big advantage as well coming into this Volskaya map.
The stall game here from A-Bang is ridiculous. It's so impressive to see them just back on away, push and pull, as we said. The tug of war always in their favor, and in the end, Far East Society is the one who has to back on out. The only problem there, though, is for now, even though we did see one go for that big EMP, Soggy's gonna have the same old thing, and we have seen Soggy do it again and again and again in this whole group stage. So Far East Society, they're back to the drawing board, but this drawing board is looking to be such a big advantage for them so far. It's all up to the tank line to figure something out. The CQB has to play hide, because he has that sound barrier in just a bit. But here comes the leap, here comes the EMP. It'll get on the Winston there, and that is next going on down to the hand of Plankton. But Shaolin is going for the showdown here. He'll get two so far. Satchup though in the meantime zoning out one, but the sound barrier from CQB, well, impressive yet again, saves the Sombra for the time being. But Shaolin will go down to the hand of Fearless, and here comes FPS, but CQB actually wins out against Satchup. He was all alone, and it didn't matter there. A-Bang will fend this one off, and look at that. The turning tables have really went back in favor of A-Bang here, because one is ready with the EMP again, and if this keeps up, this is going to be so difficult here for Far East Society. But look at that Soggy, gonna get a hack on the CQB. That's when we were talking about the individual pick, but EMP from one yet again, allowing A-Bang to get the tempo back in their favor. And the coalescence right now from FPS, they are going to force things out here, ladies and gentlemen. They will not give up, and they know that they are out for blood. Can they do it though? Onto the inside they go. Here comes one from in behind yet again by Otegorp, now gonna get thrown on that, and Dilrax is rolling onto the points here and now. But here comes the Primal Mage from Nexus yet again. He's leaping and bounding, and FPS has to back on the way. So difficult here for FPS to get any tempo whatsoever. A-Bang is fending them off. This is their property. Get off their lawn and get off their factory floor.
And I mean, they might try to get like that nice little paperwork so that they can get on that property, but I don't think it's going to be in enough time right now because Volskaya is the property of A-Bang. I just got to say, man, A-Bang, they're playing the game of, I'll just say macro, just being able to understand when to use their ultimates, and FES are, at least from what we're seeing here, being forced to go for these kind of singular target picks, which is kind of good to say the least. But A-Bang, after that one, they have something to kind of counter at every nook and turn, and now you see A-Bang just brute forcing their way in. Soggy, yeah, he does have that little nice flank maneuver, but as a Sombra against a 1v6 like this, he's not going to be able to find anybody, and Shaolin also finds him. We also like that, little nice terminology with the showdown, and now one is going for the Doomfist. I like this one. He just wants the extra damage already. No more need for the Sombra. They know that Soggy should have his own EMP for a bit, so this is just going to be damage all day long, and Shaolin unleashes the Death Blossom, takes two, and with even that big EMP from Soggy, I don't know if this is going to be possible, but it seems like they can. 3 kills here for FES.
Yeah, FES is trying to do it. In the meantime, the one, Nexus and Shaolin all do go down. I like the efforts there from the Reaper to try and go for the zone, but this is FES throwing in everything they have and more last-ditch effort here from FPS. They still keep that sound barrier though, and without Sutix being taken, A-Bang trying to regroup one last time. Can one make it to begin with? Can someone actually stall? They're gonna go for the sound barrier, and A-Bang wants this hold as much as possible. Counter sound barrier though from Fearless. Here we go onto the point yet again, and it feels like it's the Winston right now going for the zaps, going to the corner of the point itself. But here comes Crazy as still into the front line. Coalescence here from Mango Giant to try and keep it up, and Satchel can get pummeling on to CQB. 2-for-2 trade so far. A little bit of the advantage though still for FPS, but as I say that, never mind. It's gonna be A-Bang turning the sides yet again. Crazy as with the cleanup. EMP from Soggy is more like the fireworks rather than a proper one. And in the end, A-Bang is able to regroup. The discipline again here from the Taiwanese squadron, showing that why they have a perfect record here in the group stage.
Just 2-syllable. Damn, that was just so good from A-Bang. How did it even keep doing that? Far East Society, they were checking a lot of boxes on how to take that first point in Volskaya Industry, but it seems like A-Bang, they got their, A-Bang, they had the number of FES. It just seems like at every turn, once again, it's just counter after counter, and you got to give a lot of emphasis. One has been fantastic with the EMPs, but when he dies, when the Winston of A-Bang dies, it's Shaolin to step up with those incredibly placed, incredibly timed Death Blossoms. And you know what? Even though I'm stuttering, it seems like Shaolin is not stuttering at all going into this one, and kind of carrying his team a little bit when they need him.
I like to see it. Shaolin has been impressive so far, and how flexible he can really be. And that Death Blossom there to begin with there, sublime to try and stop things to begin with. But the thing to note though is A-Bang right now is going to be on the offensive. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't really full hold it away that they only have to take one tick. So they do have to put in their efforts, but as we've seen before, one can actually win out that EMP duel against Soggy. But in the meantime, if Soggy can enable a pick off or two, FPS can just flow like water and drop them like dominoes to begin with. Here we go again. Soggy right now gonna go for the scout, confirms that it's a mirror matchup, and he goes for the hack immediately to give FPS a little better map control on the point itself. Still the Little Racks right now peeking on forward. We do see though already A-Bang trying to initiate with a tank line. A little bit of the sustain on both sides. Let's try and get Hammer on, but one's already at 30%, and Magajai is coming closer and closer to the Coalescence. Gion Fox still doing the same. FPS forced to stay onto the points.
FPS, they're kind of just playing this one, but I think one thing that's going to be very important for us is to see where the charge or where the ult tower mirrors are for our players here. And it seems like FPS is Xeon Flux again. This man does get the start on that Coalescence, but the thing is, Coalescence isn't really a true damaging ability, so it's not going to get that kill that they need to. It's more of a band-aid fix now that Mangolong Jai does have his own Coalescence there, but Soggy, okay, he's gonna drop out, of course, an EMP, and of course his teammate Lil Rax will follow it up and clean up house. Seems like it was good, but they got themselves that nice little filler for the two guys to deal that damage.
And Far East Society doing a really good job there to prevent one from getting that EMP. You can see Plankton right now, DMEC because of his efforts there. And it really goes to show if they can break those sight lines onto the Sombra itself, then he's not going to be able to go for the pellet of bullets, and he's not going to be able to get that EMP charge in time. But as I say that, it's time for the sound barrier. Here we go with one ready to go with the EMP. Gets the hack onto Soggy first, prevents him from getting hacked himself. And here comes the EMP right now. Going to be getting two, but Fearless with the sound barrier. Satchel in the meantime already popping that Primal Rage. And here comes Nexus beating down Lil Rax. Shaolin though with Death Blossom yet again. Plankton going for the Hail Mary toss with the self-destruct. But hallelujah, we'll get no one. There is no god listening here. And this is just A-Bang proving that they are the gods of this tournament, of the group stage. And can they finish it off? Yes, they can. 2-0 right now. Gonna be the scoreline. And A-Bang looking even more dominant than before. Oh, that's not done yet though. Quick little peek. Seems like it called a little too early. And Satchel right now with the Wrecking Ball, but that's gonna be that. You know, Far East Society giving it a little bit of the effort there, but unfortunately, it's still A-Bang's show. And as I said, 2-0. Just so difficult right now, and A-Bang is a well-oiled machine to begin with, and they're just looking even better now. Pristine movement here from the Taiwanese team.
Yeah, it just seems like A-Bang should have a lot of holes in their attack and defenses, but that is only if you think about it as individuals. As an entire team, they got the nice little plexi, you know, to be able to mold their team, to block out any discrepancies that they have, and it seems like they're just perfect in this best of best of series against Far East Society. Far East Society, they're also doing a lot of good work as well, but the problem is there are some kind of turns where they're just getting countered. Like you saw Xeon Flux's Coalescence, there was not really any follow after that. I think it was more of, again, a band-aid fix that was just trying to keep his teammates alive. Of course, he did have the ultimate, but again, there was no kills that was really had there. There was actually a nice kind of combo there where Xeon Flux did hit his ultimate. Then Soggy got a hack onto the opponent's Winston. Could have been a follow-up, but that was a time where Shaolin, I believe, and the opponent, Moira.
One?
Moira, okay. Moira had their own ultimate, so it was Death Blossom and a counter Coalescence, so that was kind of like, an immediate shut off by Abang.
Hey, Coalescences have always been crossing, and it's either Xeon Flux or Mangajai getting it. We've seen Mangajai do it, when we've seen Xeon Flux do it, but in the end, it feels like it doesn't matter, right? Because they get it at the same time, so they're gonna have it for the first fight, so it really just becomes a sustain to see who can get the EMP next. It's like literally dominoes here, as right. Start with the Coalescence, and then EMP, whatever tank ult, and then Sand Barrier and Death Blossom. Those are the things they're trying to checkmark into the fight itself. But after the Coalescences do meet, it feels like for FES, they do slip up a little bit. But we did see them show up this time on that map, even though they lost it out there on Volskaya, as we are going to be checking out a little bit of the highlights here. Which team has the better EMP plus Blossom combo? It really feels like it's all just about that EMP, though, in all honesty. The Blossom has been a little bit of the afterthought there, more for defensive parts of these fights. And the thing to note also about it is, like I said onto the second map itself, FES doing a really good job to actually slow down one there on their defense, because you saw that it was Soggy getting the EMP quicker this time. You could see Plankton was DMEC, and it was really the efforts there of the tank line to prevent one from getting those sight lines. So if they do want to win out that Somber fight, they need to do that yet again. And at least they did the right thing this time. They have the Coalescence in a proper time, so the check marks are there. And if they can get it done on this third map, then this might be the beginning of a reverse sweep. And as I said, Mr. Asrai, last time these guys met, this was where FES was able to get a map away from Abang.
Yeah, so this is the escort map. Could actually be Dorado. Because I think that's been the go-to maps for a lot of our teams.
Gibraltar and Dorado have been the two picks itself. And like I said, if you're gonna play Gibraltar against Abang, you are asking for trouble. But FES has asked for trouble before, and they have won it out 3-1 if I remember correctly. But hey, it's still a big risk, because Abang's just like, we are crazy good here with the dive. We are a Reaper guy. I got some merch here too.
Oh, you got the full lineup. Yeah.
Well, yeah, yes, sir. I think it's a 2. How many supports? I don't know if there's tanks here. Just Tracer down below. But yeah, whatever. We're flexing our clothes here, guys. Fortunately, this isn't a merch shop. BlizzCon gonna be online and everything. But besides the fact, though, Abang, strong start, 2-0 yet again. And in all honesty, if they beat FES, I really believe that they are a shoo-in for the playoffs by this point, because FES is the biggest test for them. And if they make it look like a cakewalk, they just have this in the bag to make it to that top 4 no matter what.
Yeah, there's gonna be probably very few challengers to go up against Abang if we go into the playoffs, with them being, if they get that 3-0 against FPS for today. And of course, I do see that, that white little fluff ball right behind you, supporting. Yeah, no worries, man.
Always wants to cast. This really is. It's part of the stream, guys. It's always been part of the Dax experience. But hey, we're gonna be getting into their third map in just a bit, and I cannot wait to see what it is, because this is do or die time here for Far East Society. And if they do want to make the comeback happen, then it has to be here. But the parts, the tools that they need have been set up. All they need to do right now is to knock things down. And I cannot wait to see what FES has in store for us. But the problem, though, is I was talking a little bit to their manager before here. And the thing to note is they've been having some trouble booking some scrims here and there. So they kind of does make sense that they had a slow start to begin with. They're like, okay, we have to get back in the groove, guys. We have to make sure that we are back into the form. And we can see that right now. They're slowly but surely building the steps that they need to get this game going. So we'll find out, though, as we are going to be getting our third map very, very soon. We're just getting confirmation on that from the production side. And here we are, though, with our results so far. 2-0 for Abang on Busan, 1-0 on Volskaya. And here we go again, Asteroid. Gibraltar is going to be the name of the map and the name of the game. But something to note, though, as we said before, FES can take this against Abang. But Abang, in the meantime, they do have the scary 1-0 potential. I've seen it before, that they hold you on the first point for a minimum of 3 minutes. minutes. And it really goes to show that FES putting in the Herculean effort there to try and take that win in the last one. But this time, though, if Abang has learned from their mistakes, I wouldn't be surprised to see a 4-minute hold if they can do it. And the question now is, will they swap in blue back? Will they play the Widowmaker again, or will they keep on Shaolin to go for the mirror? I think for FES though, the best thing they can do is to play that Somber Reaper and play a little bit onto the high ground itself to try and fend them off. Because if you're able to keep your concentrations there on, then you might as well try to beat them in that matchup. It will be risky though, because if they do bring in the Widow and they do bring in a hit scan specialist, then the high ground is going to be hurting you in the long run. But we'll see though. It's all about conjecture here. It's all about trying to figure out what they're doing. I know that these two teams have amazing coaching staff, amazing players with such good game knowledge, the best that PAC has to offer, and I cannot wait for Watchpoint Gibraltar.
I agree. There's going to be a lot of kind of scouting that they need to begin and probably adjust. It really depends if it's going to be, I guess it might not depend on who's going to be attacking or defending, but again, who gets that information first. And if the attacking side sees that there's going to be a Widow, might need to something go for a bit more of an aggressive dive, or maybe you might see a Roadhog here. Not the likeliest, but something that might just catch maybe A-Bang off guard. You can never really tell, because that hook is, remember those days when it can just hook you through time and space? Oh yes, the glory days, but
is that the glory days? But you know what is gonna be glorious though? We're gonna be getting into the game. Here we go into Watchpoint Gibraltar, and this is do or die time here for Far East Society. As we get into the game, we get a pause. Classic SEA, guys. Don't forget, this is not SEA without seeing a pause to begin with. So hello, we're back. Sorry about that. A little bit of a teaser right there yet again. But as you said on the hog, that'd be interesting though if either of these sides do play it, because I've seen Far East Society run the slower pace style before in the group stage to success, but it really feels that with what they've been practicing and what has been established to be the meta, especially here on the eastern part of the world, it's all about that dive. It's all about being quick, and it really is just them being experienced, because I know that these guys have to be playing ladder, right? They have to be like practicing as much as possible, and that is the style that you see in the Korean ladder. That is the style you see here and there. You see it in OCE as well from time to time, but it really is just all about what the comfort is. And Far East Society has been comfortable on the dive before. They played it really well against Team Jaeger in the last time I remember them in day number 4, and this time though, they're not doing a really bad job against Abang. In all honesty, it's just Abang doing a small step better and able to play the bully. So for Far East Society, all they need to do, all those steps to be taken back. But we are going to be going back into the game, and it seems like this time we're finally going to get started. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, do or die time. As we said, Far East Society going to be on the attack. Abang will be playing the defensive, and look at that. It is going to be blue back onto the board. Shaolin going to be hopping on out, so I can't wait to see what this Widowmaker is going to be all about.
So this would mean that Far East Society also knows that Blue does play that Widowmaker, since you've said it time and time again. He's the hit scan specialist. Also really good right now when there's a lot of like long-range corridors, long-range angles that the Widowmaker can capitalize on. And it seems like we are going to have a little bit of a pause here, but let's see the initial... Is this the initial picks for Far East?
More or less. Like, Abang has to commit onto this right now. So they are going to be playing that Mercy and the Widowmaker because they have blue in. CQB, of course, looking for the resurrections here and there. And one actually going to be playing the Genji here and now. Interesting call for Abang. This has been a comfort pick of sorts here on Gibraltar. We see Juan can go crazy with that blade. But I do want to see what Far East Society can do with the Somber Reaper or whatever they're going to be running here and now against this comp. Can they actually defend this? Because if Abang is forced to mirror, I really feel like they're going to be at a disadvantage here because Blue is an amazing player in his own right, but he's really, really focused on the hit scan as of the moment. Widowmaker, Ash, we see him play that Tracer from time to time as well. But FPS, oh, is this going to be the hog? Is it time to just go for a completely new ball game? You know, the attacking side though, Asteroid, they can always just fake you out no matter what. But let's see what Abang's going to be all about. The drop on down, the snipes, all going to be essential here and now. But Far East Society, it's time to throw a wrench in the plans of this game. And we'll see what this is going to be all about.
I like it. Feels risky, and I love the play of the risk because, again, you get yourself a nice little danger to you, but also a big danger to your opponent. Nice little teleportation there will allow Lil Rax to cross that gap immediately and kind of start pushing back the members here of Abang, as it seems like Far East Society have shown their hand, but Abang, of course, cannot adjust in terms of the composition, so they have to just adjust in terms of their positioning. Blue, though, I'm kind of curious to see where he's been trying to poise himself at, but for the moment, it is just going to be Far East Society trying to get that payload, at least for now. Mission 1 is going to try to get that payload over, or sorry, under and past that bridge.
Yeah, through the car wash there, and here we go with FPS running the Ashe and the Tracer. Not a bad composition whatsoever. It's all about that damage there, and they are going to try to play that dive at the same time. So basically here, we're going to see the highlight into play. This is going to be the Master of all hit scans versus the Widowmaker Sniper God. And we'll see if Blue versus Rax can go that way. Soggy, though, in the meantime, as we said, so very flexible, and he'll play the Tracer in this composition. Shatsuk, though, taking some bullets already. He's going to get dinged there, and Blue going to be taking the high ground here and now. Far East Society, their flexibility has been their biggest strength, as well as the pedigree they have from the SG side. But in the meantime, Abang has been a standard bearer of the scene for so very long. And right now, we will see the Nano boost onto Nexus yet again. Bondo will go down against Rax. They are playing into the server room right here, right now. Prime Rage has been popped up by Sashok, and FPS is looking to bully the side of Abang. This is what I'm afraid of here for Abang. If they get snowballed here, if they get steamrolled, this is where FPS can turn the tides of battle. And you can see right now that this isn't the standard defense that we see from the side of Abang. They have to regroup, and Far East Society impressing in this fight.
It seems like Abang, they had the plan in mind, but the problem is there's just way too many things that can flush out Blue's positioning, and he's not hitting the shots when there is those slight openings that he can. Maybe he's just feeling a bit too pressured right now, so it may have to go into the hands of Juan to try to make something happen here. He does have his Genji Blade, his Dragon Blade, so maybe he can deal some damage because he finds 3 here. Let's see what he can do. 1, 2. Let's looking for the third as well. He wants it. He's slicing and dicing. He's slicing the cheese here. It's not a good smell, but I mean, it's what he needs to do. But FPS still gets the payload up to that first point.
Did you say stinky cheese right there? I love But you know what's kind of stinky here, Asura, is that first point still got taken. Far East Society caught napping there in all honesty. Abang had to get the opportunity to get 2 to 3 kills with the Dragon Blade, but unfortunately, FES playing his own games wrong, and that was that. FES getting that first point. Abang right now might get snowballed here, and the thing about the second point of Gibraltar inside the hangar itself, if you get snowballed, if you get dominated, and the attacking side can push you all the way into the narrow doorways, it just gets even harder to play that defense to begin with. So FES off to a good start. They're trying to take a little bit more, but here comes Abang right now, grouping up as a team and going over to the jet plane yet again. Still though for Abang, trying to take his high ground. Here comes Soggy though, trying to get closer and closer. Unfortunately, his blinks weren't close enough, and he will fall on down to begin with. To the low ground they go. FPS though still with the push. Absolute chaos on both sides, but Xeon Flux will go for the trance instead. And FPS trying to keep the heels on. Here comes Nexus though, and now he's a no man's land. Can he stay alive? Pulse Bomb is available. This one is there, and Far East Society picking off Abang yet again 1 by 1, but Abang is trying to make some space for themselves on the defense.
You said it already, Dax. It is the game. It is the trend of dives, and Far East Society did not stray away from that trend. Seems like Abang did, and they're kind of paying the ultimate price here. They're getting some nice damages here and there, but the big problem right now is that they're not finding these real big picks, especially on those that can reach onto Blue. And Blue, again, he's getting flushed out. Look at the mission here for FES. If it's not going to be the Diva that's flushing him out, it's going to be Sachok on this monkey to try to make something happen, and Juan can't find an opening because if they get Blue, he's the one who's going to be with a target on his back, and now it's going to be FES basically showing up right now, and yeah, they're just going to let the Crazies live for the moment because they want that Diva as mechless as possible.
Indeed, and look at the control FES has onto the second point. This is what we're talking about, but Abang in the meantime regrouping onto the side door, and can they actually make it happen? Seems like though that it's gonna be FES trying to stay on with the shots itself, and a Dragon Blade gonna get shut down immediately. I do believe so. Privilege has been popped though. It seems like though we're having some network issues here and now, but still the action continues with Rax now popping off and popping heads. Bob thrown on out through to the other side. This is just FES getting all the sidelines that they need, and even though it's a PowerPoint slideshow instead of a game, FES will be able to present an A+ effort and A+ grade to get the second point.
Yeah, this is not looking good at all for Abang, and like you said, this could be the turning point that FES are looking for. They really want this to push into that next game, and I mean, they're showing up right now, and now with 3 ultimates in tow, let's see how FES are going to try to do this. And like you said, it is going to be that PowerPoint presentation, but you know what? It's going to be okay because we're seeing snippets of the brilliance here right now of FES, and Abang are getting flushed back. Blue has not adjusted his pick right there, and I think it's becoming more of a detriment rather than an advantage here for Abang.
Here we go again, though. We'll see the ball a little bit. We see the zaps onto play, and this is just going to be FPS trying to make something happen to begin with. The bomb, though, catching out Nexus yet again. This is going to be difficult for A-Bang because they threw pretty much everything to try and go into the front line. And with that Valkyrie into play from both sides right now, this is FPS turning the tides yet again. This is just a snowball we have seen before from FPS. And like I said, it's A-Bang trying to go for the all-or-nothing approach here on Gibraltar. They like to try and shut down their opponents onto the first point. But on the second and third, if they're snowballed like this, if they are just getting zoned out with how FPS is playing it to begin with, then that is that. The blue showing up yet again, does get the headshot onto Soggy. Still though, Brack's gonna have that Ash ultimate available, and Bob gonna get thrown yet again. But here we go with the zaps here, and now Rax in the meantime with the D-Mech. Nexus though catching out Rax there, and in the meantime though, the Dynamite getting the post-mortem kill. So for FPS, they still have an angle onto the payload itself. They're coming closer and closer, and they even go for the Transcendence. Still though onto the high ground right now. It's gonna be the Winston putting down that bubble shield, and the question here for FPS is that can they actually finish this one off? Never mind, Mangajai with the trance. Here comes one with the Tracer, and does get the pulse bomb on. A-Bang will throw everything they have yet again, and this is just desperation here from A-Bang to try and defend, but at the very least, it's working out for them, forcing FPS back into the garage.
Yeah, exactly what I was about to say. It's actually working through that desperation of A-Bang right now, and this could actually work in their favor because now there's gonna be that smaller corridor where I feel like Blue's not gonna get flushed out anymore, and he does have the high ground as well, and I don't think Far East Society has enough safe space to try to just slowly creep up and, you know, immediately try to flush him out from their angle. Now they're gonna have to try to figure out how they can do this, and they do put Lil Rax on his own Widowmaker, so it's gonna be a battle of the snipers as Sagi comes in from the side. If he can get the opponent Mercy, this is gonna be incredibly amazing for him because he does have the pulse bomb, and we'll see how it goes as Plankton does get the monkey, and now she's following up. Lil Rax also follows Juan and Crazy as well, and this is looking much better right now for FES.
Yeah, FPS just has this one into momentum. Can they have it in the bag though? Because they are trying to catch out to the Widowmaker, but Satchel just jumps in front of the Widow. There's the Discord Orb, and that's gonna be enough damage there. But FPS is still not done. They push it out with the self-destruct as well as Transcendence. But Blue though with a snipe again, and this is why you bring in Blue. He can just get these heads very quickly. He's a headhunter to begin with, but one in the meantime will go down to the hand of Soggy, and the Winston gonna be out in front here and now. Soggy though popping off. He's just getting as many kills as he can. Crazy as though back into the fight, gets rid of the Tracer, and something to mention about A-Bang is they're using the spawn advantage to the best degree. They're going for the funnel, they're going for the push, they're making sure that the stagger is there, and it seems like FPS is running out of time, so do or die indeed. Can they actually make it happen? Then they get the full cap here and now. Rax though slamming into that one, and what happened there is this a C9. FPS cannot finish up the point whatsoever. A-Bang has cleaned up the front line, and it is enough for Far East Society to only get almost to the end.
Well, some might say that almost to the end is good enough, but I think in this particular match, in this particular game, it's not good enough. They definitely wanted that 3 points straight up, because that means that A-Bang, if they can get 3 points in their attacking side, it's all over, playa. But we'll see. FPS has done a fantastic job at playing that offense. Now we'll see how they kind of go for this defense. If they're going to go still for that dive and just try to flush out Blue, we'll see how that kind of works out. It seems like Lil Rax will go for the Ash. Really like this play from him. And then Soggy will go for the Tracer to try to find, these backline easy targets for him, as A-Bang will have to play a little bit more respectful on that regard, because I don't feel like they respected much how FPS played on this first point. Either that, or it was just really FPS doing a good job at pushing back A-Bang from this first objective.
Yeah, and you know what? That's right. All I gotta say though is welcome back to SCA, ladies and gentlemen. It's either we get the buzz or we get shenanigans like that. It was pretty fun though to try and cast a PowerPoint slideshow there and then. So if you guys ever had presentations back in school, you already know what kind of experience that was. But here we go. FES has to hold A-Bang. If A-Bang finishes up this map, then that's that for the series. And I gotta say though, for FES, they do want to at the very least mitigate the map losses against A-Bang. 1-2 maps if they can take the whole shebang, if they can actually do it in the first place. But it really goes to show, if they are going to be fighting for second place here and now, they do have to get at least something away from this top team. But we'll find out here and now, because we have seen A-Bang struggle to try and get these points before. And will it be the same old case? Blue run the Widowmaker yet again. Blue trying to line it up, doesn't see the Soggy in time. Here comes the dive though yet again, and here comes the Genji out in front. Seems like A-Bang taking the high ground, going for the fight here and now. But the car wash being contested, but never mind, Blue will catch out the Nat. That's a beautiful snipe onto Soggy no matter what. And this is just all about getting the Dragon Blade. Easy target, gonna be Plankton. They see the Zenyatta though, and it's time to go for the hut. It's time to go for the deflect. And there we go with the pickoffs here, courtesy of One, as well as the rest of the dive.
That was filthy. That Zenyatta wanted to go for the charge attack, and One was just prepared. And pun intended, he won that matchup right there, or that duel right there. Now he has his Dragon's Blade. This is not going to look too good. If they try to flush in, especially with the squishies, you know One is just going to quickly pull out that trigger and start slicing and dicing. He spots out the one. He's looking for more into the backside, but he's not able to find more. But that did kind of push them back. And I think that is a victory in the sides of A-Bang, as they are now going to try to get this first point. But it seems like FPS are not going to let it down without a fight. And they're going to try to do their best to flush them out. Satchok, though, will be activating his Primal Rage. Blue, not in a really good angle here, has to try to get back, but he does, of course, have his grapple wire to be able to get away from that one. But Blue spots out Soggy, and a kill onto Plankton as well, and this is not looking good at all. Lil Rax, though, onto the corner here, trying to deal as much damage as possible, activates Bob, and the contest still keeps pushing through. One, though, finds 2 kills, and I think that should be it for the first one.
Sir, Blue just able to get the space that he needs. And you know, guys, you need some personal space from time to time. You need to have that zone of safety to begin with, and Blue getting that and more. He's just coddled here by A-Bang. It's like, hey, take your time, get those shots, make it count for as champ, and he's been doing it and more. Great shots from the Widowmaker, getting attacks here and there. You don't even need to headshot people like the Tracer. So it really goes to show for A-Bang, they're using the Widow, they're using the Genji to the best degree, and we see One right now getting the Blade. We see into the higher leagues of play that if you're playing the Genji, you better be damn good at it. But Soggy gonna be able to get to. Highly unfortunate. 2 DPS do go the same way, and FPS should be able to fend off A-Bang here and now. But like I said, if you are gonna be playing that Genji, you better be damn good at it. You better be getting those blades fast, and One has been doing a really good job at mirroring that.
True. Soggy, though, finding that kind of diamond in the rough play. Big use on that pulse bomb, and now he actually forces A-Bang to come in here on those tiny little, openings or entrances. But Blue, though, okay, he does get the shot onto Lil Rax. Lil Rax will get resurrected here, but that did get enough time for A-Bang to start pushing in, and One. You know he wants it. He really wants to use that Genji Blade, but he is waiting, of course, for his cooldowns, but it's close, though. And now he is primed and ready to activate if he so would want to do so. There's 3 squishy people right in front of him, but he's just gonna, chill out a little bit. Where is our payload? Oh, no. Oh, no. They left him. They left Lil Rack. Big mistake.
Execution is just gonna be lopsided there for the side of Raps versus the Genji of One, but unfortunately still for A-Bang, the Transcendence there from Flux is just a shining light in the darkness that says, no sir, you're not gonna be getting these kills, Soggy, though. In the meantime, on the hunt gets rid of the Genji here and now, and we've seen the struggle here from A-Bang before. Sure, they were gonna be relying One to get those big blades, but at the same time, if you only get one, and you can really see the impact of the Genji kinda subpar compared to everything else, but at least he's still mobile, at least he gets in the way of Raps. We'll see right now if FPS can keep this one up. It seems like a breather is in order for both sides, and A-Bang looking for a next opportunity. Now the boost still available here from Mangajai. He's on that Ana rather than the Zen, so you can see the struggle sometimes because of the damage potential in favor of FPS here.
Now they're going to try to charge right in. There is an ult advantage here for A-Bang, so they can maybe use that to their advantage if they wanted to do so. Soggy has used his pulse bomb. Not sure if he actually got anybody, so that's kind of a bad part on their part. And now Lil Rax is into the back here. He's doing so much damage, but the electric monkey, it's not a dance move, it's a kill move coming out here from A-Bang as they activated to flush out so many members of FPS. One, though, dashes, slices, and dices, and cuts through the defense of Far East Society. In the blink of an eye, there's going to be the other monkey here coming. Satchok trying to do the best that he can to defend that second point, but it's not going to happen. He gets denied, and A-Bang have 3 minutes to make this work, and okay, see ya.
Yeah, One will like that because he also gets kill credit to try and get a little bit more on that blade. Something to note, though, was just that nano-boosted monkey saving the day. Mangajai saying, okay, I don't need a nano blade here. I can make this one work. And we've seen both FPS and A-Bang run the nano monkey to the best degree. Really good spot there for Nexus to leap on in. He makes the nest by the forklift and says, get off my lawn, get off my property, and just teases everyone down. The Gibraltar is really such a good map here for the Winston itself. And this is going to be high time right now for A-Bang to try and snowball from here. 2.5 minutes as Stripe before A-Bang can get either this win or be forced to go for a map number 4. We'll see how this is all gonna pan out as the 2 wins is probably yet again, and Sachok is forced to go for the Primal in a 2v1 scenario. We'll see if FPS can actually initiate from this. They're contesting the point already and moving on forward. They put Crazy S in a bad spot, but it doesn't matter because A-Bang is still stabilizing, and yet again the lines have been drawn, but now it's gonna be throwing the blade here, and now Nana Boost available, but Juan gonna get it at the last moment. He's looking for an insta kill onto anyone, but it's not gonna be enough. Fearless still in the zone of safety, courtesy of Xeon Flux. 1-for-1 trade so far. A-Bang right now on the high ground, and it seems like we're gonna see it again. Blue is on the high ground. Blue is given the space. He's going for Soggy first and foremost, though. The zone is still there. It's all about the feel right here, right now, to see if the Widowmaker is gonna be any effective. And A-Bang is getting the sidelines, but Rax, it's time to go for the duel. It's time to do the duel, and we'll see if the Widows can actually cross shots here and now.
Blue is having a difficult time kind of hitting these shots that he needs to. Peeks right out and almost gets his head blown off, but not before he blows off the head of Lil Rax. This is important right now for A-Bang, as we only have a minute 30 to use, but they are having their ultimates already up here. Self-destruct will be activated, and it actually takes out Mangalong Jai. Not really what they wanted. CQB, though, will resurrect his teammate, but Lil Rax gets his vengeance with that sniper kill onto his opponent. Soggy delivers vengeance, delivers the death from above, as he does get his own pulse bomb to hit onto 2 members there of A-Bang, and it's looking really good right now for FPS, as they are denying their opponents at every turn that they try to get into the site.
You know, Far East Society, this is a team that will not give up. They will always go for the fights. They will always try to bring it back. And if they can do it here and now, we will see the efforts here of FPS not go to waste whatsoever. They've learned the lessons from the past 2 maps, and they have brought in the fights against A-Bang here and now, especially on the Widow side. And who the thunk would almost get a mirror here and now in Gibraltar. The only difference is that Zen versus Iana. So it's all about the combo here from A-Bang. In the meantime, FPS, it's all about the answer. But there's still a chance here now for A-Bang, because they are getting torn apart by Far East Society already without using their ultimates to begin with. It's time to try and see how much charge it can get, but FPS knows the problem. They do have to back on the way, try to regroup and make sure no one dies to prevent the snowball from going the other way.
They have to push in right now, but that is 4 big ultimates. 5, almost 6 for A-Bang. You know this is going to be the Big Bang Theory coming out from A-Bang here, and we'll see if they can actually hit or even push them out. 10 seconds on the clock. They got the monkey, or they got the primal rage. They got themselves the electric monkey if they wanted to do so, and he's going in. He's going in ham right here. Let's see if there's going to be any kills whatsoever. Lil Rex has to go back into the base. He got knocked out. He got knocked out by CQP. Soggy, though, coming from the backside, goes against Blue. Has to respect him because now he's like 30 HP, but it's still A-Bang in the advantage here. Plankton does activate his ultimate right there, but it gets popped. Oh my god, he actually does get popped out of his own mech, and this is not looking good at all. The monkey is doing so much damage for A-Bang, but Transcendence activated by Xeon Flux does give enough time for that delay, but is that delay enough for Far East Society here to flush them out, to stop them from pushing this payload onto that 3rd point, and overtime is already activated. We'll see how this goes. That's going to be a big ultimate from Juan here. Good chunk of damage for the pulse bomb.
Oh, but an knife kill though for Fearless, but I gotta say though, Mr. Azrai, you know what has turned this tide was the Nano Valkyrie, and who the thunk, the Mercy would get that initial kill to allow A-Bang to get the momentum. Feels a sponsor from FPS to try and keep them alive, but it's still not enough. They're going for the pickoffs here and there. Soggy though with the Reaper gets the assassination on. We are not the resurrection though gonna be in order. CQB bringing Blue back to life, but there you go. That's gonna be that, and it'll be FPS who forces out A-Bang there. Another C9 as we don't see there, but what's a way to go? FPS still in this fight, I believe, unless we had a small error there, but wow, what a way to go for that fight indeed. Oh my god, Nano Valkyrie from A-Bang to get the entry frag. Who would have thought that would happen? But Far East Society will survive there. What happened though to A-Bang side? I really wonder how they lose out the tank line there, but really goes to show that swap onto the Baptiste, that high field saving them from the pulse bomb. Like you said, a big chunk of damage, but with 1 HP, the dream is still there, and FPS are dreamers fighting for their lives even more so.
That was so timely. The Reaper switch for FPS actually was enough so that Blue could have Blue was actually knocked out. I don't think he knew that the Reaper was already up there. He was focusing a lot onto that payload, and he was just like knocked out. Even though CQB did get that resurrection, I mean, it was just that. It was just a resurrection. They really couldn't get themselves onto that payload, and I think at the end of it, they were just like, yeah, nobody's on the payload anymore. And then overtime, that meter just vanished, and then now FPS wins.
Both times into that 3rd point, both sides losing that front line and ended up not being able to contest whatsoever. So What a way to go. FPS will survive, and it really goes to show it's either the PowerPoint or we get a different POV, but in the end, it really feels that for FPS, they always fight for their lives there. And I love to see them really go for the grime against A-Bank to begin with. They win out Gibraltar again. And I do think now A-Bank has to consider what kind of comp they're going to be running in an escort map into the playoffs, because this is the second time they've been beaten by Far East Society at their own game. And what's going to be played there? Will we see more of the Somber Reaper instead from them onto the third map? Because I expect them to do it again onto the fourth, because we are going to get hybrid. And there is only one map that comes to mind for me in a hybrid map type, Mr. Asteroid. And can you guess what that is?
Damn it, I forgot the name. It's
Yeah.
it's situated in England. Kings Row.
Kings Row? No, I was gonna say Blizzard World, but no, yeah, Kings Row. It's really, we always see Kings Row, and I really expect to see that, as we are gonna get confirmation here and now. It's either gonna be a surprise or it's gonna be, well, the El Clasico, and there you go, ladies and gentlemen. What a surprise! Hasrai, have you ever heard of this map before? It's named Kings Row, and I think this is the first time I've ever seen this map. Looks to be completely new into the pool, but all kidding aside, everyone into the higher tiers of play knows how to play King's Row. This is Scrim's Row for a reason. This is practice at its finest, and we are gonna go back into a mirror composition here and now between our two teams. But the question is though, if FES is able to win out in a different way on Gibraltar, what's the plan coming into this force map? Can they actually use the lessons that they've learned from maps number 1 and 2 to amplify their gameplay, or will it be just another sweep here from A-Bang?
I don't know. It seems like FPS has a really nice kind of understanding of how to push and pull that payload. It worked a lot well here, but the thing also, I think that again, it might just be me, and I might sound like a hater at this point, but it seems like having Blue, even though he does bring a lot of impact, makes it so that for FES they have one way to counter, or they have at least one surefire way to counter A-Bang, which is to just shut out Blue. And he's been getting shut out multiple times. Yes, he's getting kills here and there, big impact plays as well, but it's not 100% consistent. And I feel like FES knows this, and they're just kind of pushing that particular point. And it just goes to show, like, there was so many times where FPS could have lost if it was something a little bit more different in terms of the composition. But again, I'm just kind of only answering or giving my opinion based on that observation that we saw in that particular game. So we'll have to see if they're gonna try to put out Blue again going into King's Row here.
Yeah, we'll find out. I really believe, though, that in a map like this, we're going to get Shaolin back here for the side of A-Bang instead. FES, in the meantime, should be pretty happy about their comp yet again. You're going to be happy with their roster. And it's great to see, if you're listening to Flux back, not going to lie. Akame has been an exceptional player, like I said, but he's really on the flex type. And having your dynamic duo back on support really makes a difference. And FPS has been showing up to begin with. Coalescences have been on point no matter what, regardless of who's playing that Moira. But it really goes to show, though, it's all about that comfort right now, and FPS playing a clutch from time to time. Still funny though, I can't get over that Nano Valkyrie almost allowing A-Bang to win, and that could have been the the highlight there. It's like, how do you win matches? Nano Valkyrie. It makes sense, Asteroid. Infinite ammo and pistol, and then nano boost, then where can you go wrong there and then? But no, it's gonna be all about the EMPs now, guys. It's all gonna be about seeing who can actually win that duel again. Is it gonna be one? Is it gonna be Soggy? It has been two different dynamisms before, and I cannot wait to get into King's Row here and now. But it's gonna be pretty interesting, to say the least. And yep, it seems like my face just froze over there for a little bit onto our feed.
It's okay. We like those. Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Are we ever gonna get a parody map of King's Row and call it Queen's Column?
Maybe Knights Diagonal or something. Who knows? Who knows?
I like that.
Yeah, I was like, those kind of things. Maybe we'll get a chessboard one day, and it's called King's Row or whatever. But
Ooh,
hey,
that'd be
really
good, right? Like an Overwatch
good
themed chessboard. Yeah.
You already know, guys. Hit me up, Blizzard, for Blizz Online, BlizzCon Online. What kind of merch you should be selling. I got you. But it really just goes to show that these two teams can put each other to the test. And from what I've seen so far here from FES, is all they need to do right now is get back into form. It's unlucky that they weren't as warmed up as they would like to get into this game, but there are no excuses. A-Bang is already there to begin with. And it's just all about those small little nuances. It feels like that's the game itself, right? Comparing it to the other matches we have seen so far, A-Bang and FES are so close for the very obvious reason. They are very close in literally what they do. And whoever has that 3, 5, 7% percentile does make a bit of a difference there. And I do believe we're gonna get side swap coming into map number 4. We'll get confirmation that's into the game itself once we get into it. But hey, Kings Row, Mr. Asteroid, anything else you can talk about it? We know I really feel like we talked about so many different things. Maybe we can talk about do you know that the pub you can sit on the chair? You know that's something. If you have the
You
sit
can?
emote, if you have the sit emote, yeah, you can.
Oh,
You can sit on anything. It's like, what else? What are fun facts about Kings Row? Because like we're preaching to the choir here, saying all about this analysis on Kings Row, and everyone knows
yeah.
about this already. It's
Yeah, of
like
course.
textbook 101. You go into a team in Overwatch, and you're like, okay, what's our first lesson? Kings Row. Welcome back to Kings Row, ladies and gents. And yeah, this is pretty much it. But so far, it's been a pretty fun series. And I gotta say, even though it was shutouts there from A-Bang into the first 2 maps, FES has been putting up a fight. And it's now time to see if the seeds that they have planted from the first 2 maps itself can actually blossom here on the 4th one itself.
Yeah. But wait, isn't Kings Row also the city that is with the pro robots living in harmony with humans?
No, that's Numbani.
With the story?
So
Numbani,
no,
there
no,
we
no, no. So the story, you actually want to get into lore.
I
So
mean, yeah, we're waiting.
basically, the robots are like the dirty people here in Kings Road. It's racism,
Yeah.
guys. So that's
Yeah,
bad.
yeah, yeah.
2020, that's
course,
very,
of course.
very bad smile. So the thing about it is the third part. The whole story about the payload, it's a bomb that blows up the slums of the robots. So you know, you're already going for robot genocide, but you know what else is gonna be a genocide here? It's gonna be one of these 2 teams falling on Dan, as we are gonna be getting into the game. We got real grim there, Asteroid. Why you gotta be like this to us?
I just asked, my goodness.
It's sad. You know, the robot monk dies because he gets shot by a Widow in the short, and then the whole thing about the map itself. But let's get into the game. Enough about the lore. It seems like it's the A-Bang and FPS going for the brawl again. And here we are on Kings Row. A-Bang gonna be on the defense. FPS gonna be on the offensive here and now. And Shaolin is back onto the board. We'll see what this mirror is gonna be all about.
You know what they say, when Shaolin is there, Gongi Tampa. I don't know if people are old enough to understand that reference though. It's a reference, guys.
Just
One
get
of the
your
best
eyes- dude,
one of the best shows
best
from Cartoon
shows,
Network.
honestly.
Yeah.
Just get your eye on
Shaolin-
that
Shaolin
here now,
Showdown.
ladies and gents.
Yeah.
It's time to see if the 2-ton tunic here on our Roadhog on Plankton. Is that actually gonna happen? But what else do you remember there? All I remember is there was a sword, there's a water orb, there was a thing that made clones, and there was a bold monk who was yellow. So yeah, that's a game.
Omi.
That's literally, yeah, Omi. So
Yeah.
Omi, oh my, here we go again. A-Bang
Here we go.
gonna be, of course, playing that Sombra Reaper as expected. And FES, what's the plan here? It seems like they're running double sniper to begin with, just to maybe get a few picks here and there. But as we see that, oh, it's the I-Feel up on top. So they are gonna go for the long peak for the time being. But Xenoflux, if he goes to the Moira, the I-Feel will disappear to begin with. And there we go, the spy check. 1 immediately spotted on out. The 6 sets here from FES, allowing them to fend off the Sombra to this first part.
A little bit too open in her positioning, but you know what? It's fine. She got the nice little scouting there. She knows what the composition is of FES, and this is gonna be the corner battle once again. Shaolin is just gonna try to get as much damage as possible against the opponent Reaper there. He does go to his phase form, so he's gonna back away here, and they push them back onto the gate. So it's gonna be bouncer all day long here for A-Bang. Shaolin almost gets taken out there, but he's careful. He gets a heal from his teammates, but he is hacked right now, so he's gotta be he's gotta be respectful of what the opponent can do if he's disabled like that.
Yeah, just really have to be careful because FES has been taking opportunities there, patching out the hack, catching out the target, and getting the kill instantly. So A-Bang right now gonna be playing a little more defensively. They go for the push though as they get the coalescence, and the push pull is back into the tides here, ladies and gentlemen. But as we see for A-Bang, they have adjusted. When someone gets hacked, they do try to convene. They do make sure that they are covered as much as possible, and it's up to FES to go for displacement, to go for the fight. And it's time for the EMP as he will get 3. That's a big one because it catches out Fearless. There is no safety right now for the side of Far East Society, and A-Bang should be able to clean up this fight yet again.
Oh, did Plankton actually get the large health back, or was it Shaolin? I think, oh, okay. In any case, he did save his mech, so that's going to be good. A D-Mech Diva is not really what you want. Crazies, though, he has the high ground positioning here. He's just looking at an angle so that he knows if the opponents are going to be coming in, as well as maybe if the Sombra is going to go for a really greedy angle. That EMP will not counter out the self-destruct, but I'm not sure if the self-destruct will actually hit anybody, as now it comes the Beyblade. see who's going to be the winner on that one. And it seems like it's going to be FPS as multiple members of ABANG are going down like dominoes.
Yeah, CQB though trying to save the day with some super glue with the sound barrier, but unfortunately it's not gonna pan out. Self-destruct a little too early there from ABANG to actually get any impact to begin with. And for FPS, like you said, very, very well for them that they saved that mech, because on King's Road there's no way to reset besides the third map pit itself. So difficult in that instance. But FPS coming in with a full roster, with everything guns a-blazing, and they are able to get the points with 4:10 on the clock.
FPS has a couple of ultimates to work with here. If ABANG goes in a bit too hairy, or if situation does get a bit too hairy, Plankton does have his own self-destruct right then and there. Soggy is charging up a little bit here. What's going to be the game plan? Immediately, the monkey just drops right in. And I believe he did activate the Primal Rage just to get the flush in on underneath this bridge, which is I really like from FPS, because they know that they have to flush out ABANG here in this small choke corridor. But they got to be careful, because one does have his EMP and he's going for it. He almost went for it.
Dude, have you seen the spam here from the side of FPS? Plankton doing an amazing job catching out one, especially on this map. And yet again, one trying to go for the setup, but he'll get caught by Soggy instead. And FPS right now is trying to play the zone game, they're trying to play the space game, and they're trying to play the side play game all at the same time, because look at that, one is looking for a big EMP, but he's not getting it, and he will get caught again! Third time's a charm here, though. ABANG will try to force it down, but Sam Barrett this time for Fearless, keeping FPS alive, but Rascal will go down. FPS respecting that pick, and ABANG will be able to hold onto the Arcway for the time being.
Man, this is such a difficult area to push for FPS. And he's countering a lot of the opponents right now. We'll see if that's going to allow FPS to thread the needle here. And it is working, which is good. Coalescence activated by ABANG, but they got to back away for the meantime, because now Lil Rex just Lil's rip it as he just goes and destroys Shaolin. And this alleyway is FPS's for the taking.
Yeah, FPS is hungry for this one. Magajai in the meantime backing on away. Xenoflux though going to be keeping grasp on, and ABANG has to retreat, but they have made enough space for themselves, fighting all the way in the front lines to allow them to defend the second point one last time in a good spot. And here onto the corners of King's Row are really the best parts of this defense. But here comes the power point yet again, and here comes the power of FPS trying to go for the push. Seems like though for FPS, can they actually make this happen? But it's time for the EMP from one instead. It gets two so far. Next is Shaolin will get the cleanup there, and look at how FPS has been beaten by Asteroid. They've gone all the way to the other side of the second point, and Shaolin is just getting the showdown. He is just winning all of these artifacts here and now, as FPS will be forced to reset. ABANG happy about that set of events.
Man, they are just babysitting this this DMEC diva, and then just bringing her back into the spawn. In any case, that was a great pushback by ABANG. I'm not really sure what really happened there, but yeah, definitely it was probably Shaolin, because we saw the kill feed that was just overwhelming from him. And now Far East Society, they got a couple of utilities to work with. Soggy's back with his ultimate here with the EMP, and I feel like ABANG has got a little bit of a sniff there. They know what's happening here, but it is going to happen, and it is going to be a big impact play as well, as members of ABANG got no more skills to use here.
That is huge! 6-man EMP now, and ABANG gonna try to force it out with the stall. So Coalescence first. Next on the list gonna be that Primal Rage, and we'll see right now if ABANG will actually give that space to FPS. Slowly but surely though, FPS getting that push. That Blossom available here for Rax. He's on the high ground, and ABANG says, okay, we're done. 2:22 on the clock with 2 points here for FPS. It's gonna be a 2-to-B, 2-to-fly, and we'll find out if FPS can fly like a G6 here. Go for the push here, and now with 2:10 on the clock though, they don't have as much time as they would like per se, besides probably fights 2 to 3 of them in this engagement. But ABANG already engaging to begin with. The rules of engagement state that ABANG will be going for the fight for the Primal Rage here, and now Coalesces though into play as well from Xenoflux. We have FPS though going for the pushback, but Craziest actually booming Plankton. But here comes the Death Blossom, and CQB caught into the blast rages there. Question is though, can FPS keep it up? Seems like one will be going on down. ABANG again retreating from this firefight, and can the line stay alive? That's gonna be the question there. It's gonna be high time though for Mangajai and Nexus to go down. Also gonna be a potential DMEC here onto Crazy S, but he's able to go onto the inside instead. Good sacrifice though from the two to keep the mech alive, and FPS right now coming closer and closer to the end.
This is not looking good. Not good at all for ABANG, but it seems like it's good. That 5-man EMP will actually be good for the side of ABANG here. They need to kind of push back something. Plankton is not going to be able to get denied anymore from dying himself. He's going to reset his mech, and that was a great retake there from A-Bang onto that payload. Shaolin, with his ultimate here, should be really, really good. And now if he can just, you know, hold his angle here, if FES don't sniff his positioning out, this could be huge from him.
Yes, sir. Shaolin has been scary onto the retake itself. He was the frontier of the pushback a while ago on the second point, but he'll get caught in the EMP this time, and he has to rely on that lifesteal. But as I say, that's not going to happen. Sound barrier though from CQB, too late to save two, but it's going to at least keep 4 alive to begin with. Soggy though in the other side though, he will be able to get a flurry of kills and into the hole, into the well, and goodbye Craziest into this one. A-Bang though still has a chance here outside to contest, and they have to be desperate to go for the take. They have to be desperate to try and keep the star gone as FPS is hunting for things like the translocation, as Nexus is now ready with a primal, and Shaolin is just gonna bring it yet again. He has gotten 2 so far in the front line. He gives you a recital of that to begin with, and A-Bang right now hiding from the self-destruct. We're seeing shades of the previous map here as right. It seems like for FPS, they are gonna struggle to finish up the map on paper, but A-Bang holding strong, and the question is, can Sachok even make it?
Shaolin going in, just trying to deny. Oh, that wrecking ball! Is he gonna be able to at least contest the point? Almost. Yeah, he does. There they are, but they actually are using too many ultimates. Lil Rax though, he rips it out. That's only gonna take down CQB, and that is going to be maybe this overtime done. 2 points. That's gonna be it. And we're gonna go for the second round with A-Bang going into attack with such a deficit up against FPS. That was close.
That was very, very close, but A-Bang again just clutching out in the end. And if we're seeing shades of map number 3, well, you gotta say A-Bang has to learn their lesson here and now if they want to wrap up this series. But what's a push there from Far East Society? It's just a push back there, and Soggy again, instrumental on those EMPs. You look at the part we're here right now by the distillery, that 6-man EMP, absolutely beautiful. You gotta drink to that and more. You can give it a chef's kiss if you want, but it really was just Soggy cooking up a storm, allowing FPS to still go for the pushback to begin with. But we are not done yet, ladies and gentlemen. We can go the long haul here and now. Will we see A-Bang finish it up, or will Far East Society be able to force out a map number 5? Hopefully, though, our network issues are going to get fixed there on the prod side, on the feed side, rather, as FPS going for the Sombra Reaper again. But I gotta say, though, FPS, like we said before, has been learning their lessons, and it seems like this is the true test for them on this 4th map.
It has been, and it's just perfect. Right now, there was that point where we did see, or rather, first round, we saw Shaolin was going to go for a nice little flank there. But like you said, FPS is just adapting to that situation. They knew that once they didn't see Shaolin, that it was something fishy. He either had his ultimate or he's going to go for a flank, which both were the case. He tried to go in. He saw that there was the opponent Lucio, but immediately gets EMP'd and blasted out of the map and back to the drawing board. So that was just really FPS's great adjustment coming out from that.
Indeed, and it's going to be FPS now onto the point itself. A-Bang pushing forward immediately from the right side, and it really just goes to show, though, that A-Bang can bully their opponent if need be in a more neutral stance. But Far East Society, very smart on the map, rotating already from the other side of the hotel entrance, and the first tick has been taken, the second tick has been taken. A-Bang is just getting free real estate by this point in time, but Soggy, at the very least, forcing translocation from 1 away. Still, though, it's not enough, and this is just basically a free house to take. It's like when you go on Monopoly, Mr. Asarai, and you step on Boardwalk with a hotel into play. That's just gonna be so much rent there that A-Bang will take from FPS.
I can only slightly understand that because I haven't played Monopoly, but I get it. You know, once you get hotel, it's a nice little investment for you, and that was just a really nice investment bang because they get themselves some free real estate to push this payload. Hey,
indeed. Hey, you know, Boardwalk basically is the last space before Go. So if you think something's expensive, just times 10 that and times 100 that, and you just be sad. But you know what's gonna be sad here for Society is one is there to get the EMP again on the 5, and this is not just a snowball here, as right. This is a Torrent Avalanche. First point given for free, second fight's gonna be given for free. FPS looking back and trying to figure out what is going wrong in this game.
A drop, a stream, a tidal wave. Best to describe what A-Bang just did there. And this is just kind of like the the presidential experience. You know, you're getting this nice little payload push without anybody contradicting you, and Shaolin once again. But this is on attack. This is different. You don't know where he truly is. He gets spotted out into the side here. He can actually back away for the moment. He has put that pressure onto the backside as Shaolin comes in, repositions from up above, and we'll see if he can deal the damage. But he is spotted out, and his teammates are trying to push that payload to victory, to the second point.
Oh,
But
sound barrier,
the Far East Society, yeah, sound barrier, they're gonna just try to counter it out.
And Soggy gonna get caught out with the Translocator there, taken down by Shaolin, but the FVS EMP is still available. Look at how Avang is playing the zone. They got rid of the Translocation, and they are not trying to get in position, but that EMP is so desperate, it only gets the front line there. CQB getting the sound barrier instead, but Rax is still not giving up without a fight. Next is now gonna be going on down. Can Avang actually hold on to this one? Crazy as catching out Soggy there, and Avang now with a pushback yet again, but here comes the self-struck in behind. There's a big bomb there, and you're trying to get the hell away, but look at the cold this time. Mangbajai making a difference with the beam, and Abang having to sustain in response because CN Flux is gonna do the same old thing. But one now is creeping closer and closer here to the EMP, and there we go with the lights turning off again. Satchel now goes down, CN Flux will be hacked up as well, and Nexus will get that first kill here and now. Abang though has just really pulled onto this rope and more, and they are just trying to keep it up with a good soundfire for Fearless to keep Far East Society alive. 65 scenarios so far as we do see the response there for FPS, and the coalescence again from Mangbajai. How many times do we have to call his coalescence here because he's getting them for free and more? It's like buy one take and have a beam, and it's just FPS having to give up the point because Abang is just dominating and wanting to wrap up the series with a big time bam. And so
Man, is this like 2020 architecture 101? Because we got ourselves a lot of beams here. But now it just seems like Abang are just wrecking it. I love how they were able to counter out. That Soggy EMP only hit one person. I'm not sure if because it was absorbed by the by Abang's bubble, Winston bubble, but I'm not sure. It just did not have the impact that they were looking for. Shaolin comes in from the behind. They gotta be careful because his positioning is very brutal if it does get that damage right in. He's very low right now, but he is forward. He wants to get the pick off here, but he's getting pushed back. Very low, hacked as well, but that is pushing FES back away here. But Zian Flux, once again, the hero that FES did not know that they had, but needed. And now he's doing so much work to push back the members of Abang. But with 4 minutes left onto the clock, and with that ultimate as well, it seems like FES should be able to at least survive for a bit of a moment here as Abang tries to catch their breath.
Yeah, self-destructive from Plankton. Again, the EMP from Soggy not as impressive as we expect, but the death consoles are going to be there. It really goes to show that the Abang is playing counter Somber right now, and it really is such a difficult time for Soggy to try and get the sidelines. A while ago, stuck in the subway this time, only getting the right side, and another sound barrier from CQB to keep them alive, but Abang is still losing out a little bit here because FPS is desperate to try and survive. They're throwing out their ultimates yet again with the Primal Rage as well as the Coalescence, but Abang now getting torn apart by Xeon Flux, and eventually Far East Society gonna beat that Abang, but at what cost? They only have the sound barrier right now. EMP is available, and it really feels like the hunt is on for the endangered frog that is the Lucio. It's time to conserve though here for FPS. It's time to call Pita because they have to keep that fearless frog alive.
Do they know that one is right behind them?
Seems like invisible.
That's true, but I mean, they could have like a bit of an inkling here. He's about to hit such a big EMP as well. Oh, he's right behind him! Oh no, he's gonna to get that EMP.
The backstab.
Follow up on the backstab indeed. Oh no! Oh no!
Everything is getting torn apart, and Fearless trying to save the day with the sound barrier, but sometimes you gotta have no capes and you gotta stay alive. Instead, Shaolin now close to the Death Blossom, and Abang is just tearing up house. Can they catch out more? It seems like though our Taiwanese team is trying to anchor a perfect record still, and with another EMP from Soggy, only getting 2, it's not enough. Death Blossom for the zone, and there we go with Soggy going down as well as Fearless. Is it gonna be the Reaper time for Rax? He's gonna be reaping on his own soul, and Abang moves on to another match when keeping a perfect record here and now in terms of the match score, losing only maps against FPS, but that is gonna be that. You have your #1 seed still standing strong, and well played there to Far East Society, but Abang doing it better by a little bit yet again.
Shaolin surviving with like 20 HP, getting the kill on the Winston, boosts his HP back to full, goes on top of the payload, activates the Death Blossom, and basically secures the third map for Abang. What a godly play and game sense coming in from that Reaper player.
Yeah, guys. And the thing to note though is we are almost out of time for this first match, so we can quickly wrap this up and move on straight into your second match itself. But what a game, what a series. Like we said though, with A-Bang figuring out the meta as well as figuring out the comfort in it, it really feels like they are just the bar that has been set here in the Ace tournament. In the meantime, Far East Society, all things aside, it really feels that it's just step by step process here for FPS, just a little
Yeah.
bit more, and having the right impact at the right times will be enough there. Like Soggy has been scary good with the 6-man EMPs, but unfortunately into those last few fights, it was only 2-man EMPs because of how A-Bang adjusted their position. And I feel like for FPS, if they can build on the pick potential that Soggy gives them to begin with, and their opposing teams don't respond in kind, then that's gonna be that. But look at what A-Bang did there, Asar and Kings Row. Fourth map, they not only play Protect the President on a hack target, but at the same time, they're just playing the zone game, and it was just absolutely impressive to say the least. I gotta commend A-Bang there as they move on yet again to another victory. And the question now, Astra, is there anyone that can stop A-Bang by this point?
I think it's FPS, but there's still some stuff they need to adjust to. But they're looking mighty fine, at least in the Gibraltar map that we saw. They really put A-Bang to their paces, but A-Bang just kind of went with a righteous fury coming in to that fourth map on Kings Row.
And just really was Righteous Fury pushing that Sombra inside the subway, no sidelines whatsoever. And that is that defining moments there. But I gotta still remember that Nano Valkyrie almost allowing A-Bang to get 3-0. But no, FES very, very scary on the hit scan, on the flexibility, and that is that. So there you go, guys. We are gonna wrap it up here and now for our part of this amazing broadcast. And if you are just tuning on, and we have just finished A-Bang versus FES 3-1. And joining you next will be some contenders casters all the way healing from
Ooh.
the western part. We got Man of Class as well as all the Mansard there. But that is gonna be that for me and Asrai till October. We'll see you guys in the playoffs. It has been absolutely amazing to be able to cast here. Big shouts, of course, to Fraudy as well as CMG Broadcast Studio for allowing a group stage broadcast to happen because of their efforts, guys, here at Unhappy Without You. This wouldn't have been a possibility without their efforts, without their time, and big kudos to them. I've been glad to be part of this journey. I've been glad to bring Aslar along as well. And Aslar, anything else you want to say before we wrap up this match?
See you the next time.
See you guys in the playoffs. And this has been your first game of the Ace Tournament Group Stage Day 5. Might be the grand finals also in the playoffs, so tune on in board though to see how the other standings will go. But it's from us to you, Dax and Aslar are going to be signing off, and you guys, please enjoy our next game.
Oh my god. Your destination. Oh my god. You have now reached your destination. Need no laser, 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 need no laser beam.
good evening, or morning, wherever you are, and welcome back to the ACE tournament, the premier competitive tournament for the Asian and Pacific region. Join us today as we look at round 1 and 2 of the return games in the regular season. The first round that has crystallized some favorites and some underdogs was very, very interesting already. But as always in life and in stories, never count out the lower standings. We'll talk more about the teams, the standings, and what we expect in a couple of minutes. But for now, my name is the Olimancer, your English Lit major for today. And with me is the win rate writer, the poet of prosaic pro play, and the bellicose bard of Battle.net, man of class. And we are jumping straight into the first round of the first game. Tell us what we can see today, mate.
We're going to be starting on Ilios, of course, map 1. It's pre-selected. No one got to pick this one. And it's going to be the Watermelon Waddlers versus Jaeger. And we've seen them play before. You know, this is, of course, we're in the second half of the round robin, so everyone's played each other already. And last time around, Watermelon Waddlers did manage to get on top. But so many 3-2s have happened. Actually, not that many. It was 4, and 3 of them were on the back of Jaeger. So Jaeger has a lot to prove, and if you ask me, I do actually think that Jaeger has what it takes and has had the time to adapt to potentially win all the games they lost barely last week. So, or 2 weeks ago, actually. So very much looking forward to seeing how they're going to do now.
Oh, I am super stoked to see what's going to happen as we jump into Busan just a second ago. Jaeger, Watermelon Watlers, like you said, you do expect Jaeger to this time get away from that curse of losing the map after having a great first run-up. How are they going to do that?
Obviously, a lot of it will just rely on good team play, and we saw them actually do very well when they ran the meta compositions. You know, the Somber Reaper, Reaper Dive. You know, when you have the Tracer in sometimes, the Widowmakers. So it's not like they don't have a grasp on how the meta works. It's just cleaning up certain plays. You know, certain ultimate timings, getting value out of your EMP plays, diving in at the right moment. And if you can actually clean that up, if you can do that properly, if you're Jaeger, then Watermelon Waddlers are going to be in trouble. What I will say, though, is that the Watermelon Waddlers are, you know, they're a flexible unit. They can adapt.
They are. I mean, Watermelon Waddlers have the individual capacity to make this happen, and we know that. Jaeger, once again, are a team that traditionally start very strong, fall off a little bit. The Watlers, and we can see that on the on the current standings, have been able to claw tooth and nail their way some way into a higher standing than Jaeger. But both of these teams very close together and both still in the running. So I want to make that absolutely clear. Now, Busan as a control map, very high energy, very open. How would you go about pushing these teams into that? What are the tips you are going to give them for this map?
I mean, a lot of it will just come down again to cleaning up that team play. And if you go into a map like Busan, if it's a control map, what you have to do is play that style that feels a bit more chaotic. Because if you try to play it as a team and organized, if the other team runs a lot of flankers or anything like that, they will just run over you. They will completely surround you, tear you apart. And that's why you often see that certain teams are just better on control maps, but then completely fall apart on other map types because they just lack that team play, because they just lack any sense of chaos control, so to speak. So I'm really looking forward to seeing which team is doing better at that, and that might also tell us something of how well they're going to do against each other in the maps to follow. Last time there was a 3-2 between these teams. It could very well be that they actually repeat that result this time around again.
Yeah, we are. We seem like we are taking another minute because one of the players is still missing for a second, but that's okay, because that gives me the time to ask you the big question, the question on control that everyone is wondering. You know, if you've seen a round of control, you know that some of the most important thing is your kill pressure, and that needs some DPS players. And we have some incredible DPS players on these teams. Walk us through what we're going to see here, please.
I mean, essentially, we've all been talking about Lethal. I think that's really the one that everyone is always looking forward to. It's like Lethal, the flex DPS, the DPS that can literally play whatever you need Lethal to play. But we also cannot stop and not mention Vital. Xeno, Rib, Cryptic, and a lot of value that Cryptic was getting was coming out of the EMPs. Played a very good Sombra. Lethal is really one of those players that you could think, what can't they play? So they were always known for a very good Ashe, sometimes the Tracer, McCree, and then the Sombra came into the meta. They just picked that up without a beat. It's just been great.
Yeah,
been great to watch. And we're very familiar with Lethal, of course, coming from the European scene, where Lethal has been very active in the recent months.
Yes, does some great work in the upper EU. What is it? Contenders trials surroundings, if you so will. And like you said, a fantastic and very versatile player, kind of player you want to actually put on an Echo. We don't see that a lot nowadays because the Echo, of course, has run a bit afoul from a lot of the DPS picks that we see nowadays. But still, fantastically versatile player. The other side, of course, we do have, what's his name? Cryptic's a very, very watchable Sombra. But will he be strong enough to hold back the entirety of his opponent's team?
And I mean, last time around, we look at how the maps went between these teams. Waterman and Wattlers won both control maps, so both on Busan and Ilios, if I'm not mistaken. They actually got out a 2-0 win. If they repeat that same result here, then Jaeger just needs to win all the other 3 maps of the series, right? All the other 3 map types. Last time around, they weren't able to do that, so Jaeger needs to come out strong to make a statement that they're not the same team that they were last time around. They played control against the Waterman and Wattlers.
We'll see how this will play out in Busan as the team compositions have been locked in and both of the teams are now rushing out of the gate, running along with Xeno for a little bit. He is a tad late to the party as we already see the Wattlers up on the high ground. The Dynamite already going out and there's a bit of a jump. Watermelon Wattlers really want to be aggressive about that, going all the way around this Classy.
Yeah, so far it's looking like the Watermelon Wattlers want to take that opening pick. They do get Ayako early, and that's a good one. Less damage, and there's both. Wow, okay.
Kevkun being jumped on. No more support on the side of Jaeger, at least for a little bit. And now that should be an opening that the Wattlers are looking for. Xeno has to run away for a little bit as Aputo and Lethal find their respective targets. There's their cap, and that is the first bit of real estate for the Watermelon Wattlers.
Waterman and Wattlers are just starting out strong. Sort of what you'd expect if you look at the predictions that you can make based on the last time these teams faced off, which was a while ago. Cryptic does get hacked here, will be able to get away alive, but so far this Lethal combo of Vital and Lethal has been dominating them. Yeah,
it has.
Sorry.
You did. Now you had to do it, I'm sure. Now Watermelon 26% up in the real estate clock, and that means that Jaeger need to find a new approach. We do run with Xeno yet again, is being damage boosted for a little bit, just to make that coherence in there. There's an EMP, and now things are starting to get interesting as Vital takes down a double kill. Cryptic makes sure to get Eurus in the back line, but that may not be enough. The fight now very brawly, and no one really getting any closer to getting that cap point on the side of Jaeger. Watermelon just keeping that pace up.
Yeah, and of course Watermelon doesn't mind finding up close. They have the Reaper, they have the Moira and the Lucio, but they are getting picked apart now that the fight's taken up in a more open area. Cryptic is just able to run around them. Now the Bob is going to come in. Xeno going to get more space to work with.
Yeah, with the Bob on the point, though, Jaeger have an opening if they try to, but Ayako already goes down. It is Xenofly that goes down on the other side on the Monkey, and now would be the time for Jaeger to push, but they seem to be a little bit reluctant, looking to get their bearings right here, trying to go for that high ground rather than straight for the point. There's a little bit of tick on that from Cryptic, who does do a lot of damage on that Tracer, I have to say, but it took them a while longer than optimally because that clock keeps on keeping on.
Yeah, it just keeps on ticking, but now Jaeger does take it back, and they are running this very boom or bust style composition. That Zenyatta, it needs to find value. You need to be able to follow up on the Discord orbs. Then the Mercy, yeah, I mean, she does do a decent amount of healing, and especially in Valkyrie mode, but outside of that, it's all about the damage boost. They really need to get the kills quick. They don't have to out-sustain Watermelon Wattlers.
Oh, Vital gets that shot from up close from Zeno. He was just as covered over there after making the long way around. Lethal still in the back, has that EMP, but let's see whether or not he's actually going to press that button, because it would be weird without any follow-up.
Oh, you think Lethal is gonna press it here? It looks like it, but Cryptic already makes the first move onto Eurus. You wanted to set this one up, Lethal, but you're just getting set up against. Ayako is the one they really want. They want to get that Zenyatta just instantly lead the hero. It's not going to be that easy, especially if the rest of your team gets pressured away.
Yeah, and they also, of course, knew that Lethal was there. He was discovered twice, and he pulled back a little bit, trying to, reset that threat counter that he obviously has. There's an EMP coming out this time around. Ital has that pulse bomb, and the Coalescence is firing in. Beautifully played on the side of the Watermelon Wattlers, who are just making everything count in their toolkit.
That's the map, right? I don't think they can get back in time. Maybe with a Wrecking Ball or something. Oh, the Winston's flying. He gets there with the Primal Rage, of course.
Yep, the Primal Rage is still in there. Vital looking for that target, trying to see if someone of the follow-up is a little bit more vulnerable. And there you see it. Kevkun and Osira both going down the overtime wake. Now running 69% on the clock versus 99. There's a Diva Bomb flying out. Helios, no choice but to give that up. Lethal finds Ayako on the sideline. The overtime wake is still running up. Zeno looking for a couple of targets, and still the point has been and is being contested. 1 versus 3 up on there. Finally, they find that ball in Asira, and that's round 1.
Yeah, it's so far been a relatively one-sided affair for Watermelon Wattlers, and a lot of it has to do with the composition playstyle. You can see it here. You see the EMP come out from Lethal. That was the last play that actually got them the point here, got them the fight win, and it's just nothing you can do on the other side that has that big of an impact. The EMP is such a good tool to initiate a dive with. And the fact that Jaeger wasn't running that Sombra Reaper there, wasn't running that Sombra Tracer, that was really surprising to me, because both from the support and the DPS perspective, they needed to get an opening pick really quickly. And with the lack of sidelines you get on an early Busan mecha base, it was just not the composition to go for, I feel like. I feel like they would just outmatched or countered in the way they wanted to play.
Yeah, the only way to counter that Sombra in general is to basically have a Sombra on the other side and just play that mind game where you go, whoever EMPs first is the winner unless that EMP fails, right? So it's a chess game that you can use to hold off another Sombra. But let's look at the second round right now, as Cryptic finds Lethal with a nice shot from that Pharah, has absolute air superiority and is looking for further targets. Finds Zeno flying the sideline straight there. We do see Zeno on the Tracer this time around, trying to make something happen, trying to look for some kills and set the pressure up, but it is Cryptic who is actually able to put that pressure on there. Beautifully played for a while, and this time it is not looking bad for Jaeger. They just need to get that stride in.
It's nice that they're trying, or at least already succeeding with this less meta composition, I guess you could call it. This is not something a lot of teams will run, for the fact that a lot of these moving parts are not necessarily great for comboing with each other. They will have an opening pick on the Eurus here, but this is a lot of what they want to do. They just spam minute damage, get cryptic damage boost, gets another one. Like, there's so many squishy targets, and they need to path and prod for each other so well. Cryptic is just popping right now. Like, why don't they play Fire more often again?
I don't know, but that was 3 direct hits. This guy's a surgeon with a missile. This is absolutely crazy. Cryptic, being damage boosted, obviously, but still, the precision it takes to fire 3 of those shots and make them count that way is just absolutely commendable. Now the barrage is up. We know that. Osira finds Lethal on the sideline, and this real estate is ticking up nicely. Absolutely fantastic how that control point has been basically uncontested for quite a while now.
Yeah, and just 70%, and we barely have actually seen a fight. And now Cryptic will still have the barrage, comes up straight away onto the Diva, no defense matrix, gets everybody that it needs to.
Yep, the Lucio down, the Diva out of mech, and that means that a lot of the pressure is instantly gone from the kit of Watermelon Watlers. There's an EMP coming down. That means Cryptic is down on the floor. Vital and Lethal are able to at least double team that for a little bit. Moving in now, though, is Jaeger. There is the Nano coming in on Xeno on that Tracer. There's a bit of a sticky bomb, and Sarah on the other side with that minefield, though, finds Vital, and this should actually be the equalizer. 1-1 in the first round. We see both of these teams want to have the W on this one.
And that's already Jaeger doing so much better on the control maps than they were before. Last time around, they lost the 2-0 on both the control maps they played in that series. This time around, it's already a 1-1 on the first, and they don't seem to have any signs to really stop and slow down. See, Cryptic now. Switch it back over to Tracer, Xeno on the Ashe. I think on this map, this is where that will most likely work. I did also really like tank play of Helios and Osira, though. Those are really making a difference in the fact that the ball is relatively annoying to deal with. I mean, only Lethal can really hack them, and other than that, you just rolls around. And then Helios, that instant pick potential, that peel potential that's there from the Roadhog was just so much more impactful than anything they did with the Diva or Winston before. So I'm liking this.
I am. The only downside for a ball, especially on this point, is basically that there is, apart from the big center, relatively small ways you can roll around, right? Small hallways, which means a lot of body block potential. Once you lose that momentum, that's a good dynamite, though. Xenofly already going down, and that means, to come back to the original point, that the ball may have some movement issues if being stopped, but it doesn't look like it for now.
You need to learn.
Oh, Xeno, nice flick there in the end. So the reason why I like what is happening here is that we so often see those mirror matchups, right? Where both teams just go with the Tracer Sombra, with the Reaper Sombra, with the Reaper Tracer, you know, something like that. And then the other team just runs the exact same thing. Winston Diva, Lucio Moira, sometimes an Ana. Like it's fairly standard, fairly static, and we're still pretty new in this new balance patch, this new balance state of the game. So this experimentation of Jaeger is already paying off, and you can see that Watermelon Watlers are having so much trouble to try and figure out how do we actually deal with this.
That's right, and now moving in, Xeno once again has a very long sideline, but is now sighted by Lethal. Lethal has to push back because of the damage potential that's coming out. Now the bomb onto the point, and there is the engage. Watermelon Watlers losing people left and right. There goes the mech on the side of a step there. So that means that there is no boots on the ground for the Watlers. Jaeger just holding this quite solemnly here.
And we see this happen so often, whether it's a Widowmaker or an Ashe. You just need something to pressure out that long-range hit scan. And both Vital and Lethal are completely unable to do it. The rest of their team as well is just pathing in a way that gives Xeno all the room they want. There's not an entire team effort to go after that Ashe. And at this point, with the value that Xeno is getting, you need to expend that effort.
I must say what is surprising me is that support lineup on both sides. Good EMP though, hold that thought. Lethal moving straight in there, trying to look for more. There's the Transcendence, trying to keep the rest of Jaeger alive for a while. Was luckily not hit by that EMP, and that worked absolute wonders. Otherwise, it would have been the Watermelons who would be coming out on top of that. Good Diva Bomb onto Ayako. So this fight, this brawl is not over yet. Xeno looking for more targets yet again. Cryptic clearing it out on Oputo. Cryptic with another shot onto Lethal there. Xeno making something happen, but there's this stick. And Vital just makes sure that there is something to think about for that Ashe.
So far, this has been all Jaeger. There's nothing that Watermelon Watlers seem to be able to do. Step is trying on this Wrecking Ball, but that's just going to be a stall effort. There needs to be way more happening here, and they're not even close to any ultimates.
That's right, but we have seen Spin to Win hold this for a long time. So if you can have your shield management done, then you can actually just stall it until the rest of the team comes back. And the Waddler is still very much in a position where that could happen. There is the counter cap though. Jaeger back in touch with the real estate. Xeno makes sure that there's a double kill in there, throws that second bomb, nothing to lose. And that means that the first map, the control, goes over to Jaeger.
Yeah, Jaeger already starting strong. We were expecting them to do so, and the fact that they're able to do this after the last time around they lost both control maps against the Watermelon Watlers is just very promising for the rest of the series. We might actually not even see that second control map anymore because of, well, the results that we're seeing right now. Like I'm just really liking this look of the Watermen and Wattlers. Of Jaeger. Because what we definitely saw happening there is you saw the Watermen and Wattlers. They're trying to go after Xeno, but they're just getting ring around the rosy. They're just getting kited, completely dodged, and a lot of that is just due to their initial positioning. If you want to go after that Ashe, you have to predict. First of all, you have to know where she is. Then you have Lethal as Sombra that can just give you that information. Invisible, it's fine. And then after that, it's all up to the rest of your team to just engage correctly, find the right positioning. Don't try and you have to try and cut them off instead of try and chase them, because chasing them didn't work even though they had a speed boost.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. And what was interesting to me was that Lethal, while playing that Sombra, didn't have the backline impact that I would expect them to have, and that is on the back of mostly Ayako, who's been playing a fantastic Zenyatta. I have to absolutely compliment them on that. The Zenyatta, not only in the Transcendence, but in the Discord, Orbs, and the whole callouts, has been instrumental in taking that first map.
Yeah, and I hope that when we get to the next map type, Watermen and Wattlers, as well as Jaeger, they're going to have more structure in their play. Especially Watermen and Wattlers needs to find a way to engage on a part, or at least a hero, or a specific placement in the team of Jaeger. Because if they keep trying to attack the Ashe at the same time and try to get the Zenyatta and do something else like that, they're not going to be able to catch anybody. And as a team, especially as a dive team, you need to be able to have that target selection. You need to be able to engage on the enemy team and take out a target quickly after you maybe built up some resources.
That's right, and let's look at the map pool in just a couple of seconds. We're going on to Volskaya Industries. Now, Volskaya, for a divey team, like you earlier said, is what we might call a very good pick. Could spell trouble for the side of the Wattlers there for a little bit. But how do you think this is going to play out? What are your predictions for this one?
I mean, Volskaya is one of those maps where sort of anything can happen, because sometimes you get those beautiful openings. You just get a pick. I wouldn't say a random pick, because usually that shot is definitely hard to hit, or there's something that goes wrong. But sometimes you just get one of those opening picks on the first point as an attacking team. You take that first point, and then you cannot get further into point B. It just doesn't happen. You're not able to actually get any percent going, even though you've got the full advantage. And that's the whole dynamic of 2CP. It can sometimes be very hard to attack, but sometimes also impossible to defend. It's like, oh yeah, we get all the picks, but we still lose, even though we have spawn advantage. Like it's hard to predict. But when I look at what these teams have been doing so far, Jaeger has been coming out on the more experimental stuff, on the more I don't really know what's going. I don't really know. Like they are keeping Watermen and Wattlers guessing. And if Watermen and Wattlers are the team that have to keep adapting to what Jaeger is doing, then they're setting the pace of the game. Then they're setting the precedent for what's supposed to happen in the next maps. So continuing that trend on a map like Assault, if they're able to win that out, that would be beautiful.
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to how they are going to be setting up. So we can expect a little bit of dive. Make sure that there is no setup time for the defense on this one. So I'm looking forward to how this is going to play out, because both of these teams, while Jaeger, of course, now has the momentum, has the 1-0 up, the Watermelon Wattlers high in the standings, maybe for a reason. So we will see how it works.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why they're there. Of course, they're also like there's just one place between these teams, and 6th and 7th place currently, respectfully. So you would expect this to be close between the teams, and so far it has not been completely one-sided. But Jaeger has been looking like they have a better plan coming into this that doesn't just revolve around, oh, we play the same thing that everyone else plays. And the Watermen and Wattlers now on defense, when they're coming out, they're looking to have a similar idea now. They're going out with this Mercy Zenyatta, the Ashe, the Tracer, still the Winston Diva, but at least they're doing something different. They're not trying to go with the Sombra composition again, because the Sombra just wasn't finding enough value, frankly.
Yeah, and that was maybe due to some playstyle differences right there. What I am looking forward to is the synergy between Oputu and Vital. If they can play this out right, even at this point 8 is very, very hard to push. Now teams coming out of the gate, Jaeger ready to set up, Xeno and Cryptic on the Widowmaker and the Pharah, which is an interesting DPS combination as they push through the first bit.
Yeah, it will be, but of course we saw Cryptic's Pharah earlier. They just decimated a lot of the backline of Watermelon Waddlers. Now not so lucky, but we'll be traded. Both the hits cannon and the Pharah and the reses come out, so we're still even, but at least those tools aren't available anymore.
That's right, both of the reses are out as well, and there it is. Step onto Helios. Now Lethal and Xenofly immediately following up. Watermelon Watlers holding it, just basically going with the Titan and pushing it back. Now, if that isn't Tai Chi, I don't know what is.
Yeah, and Cryptic and Kevkun will not actually be able to stay alive behind the enemy lines for quite a while. They might actually take this 1v1, or 2v1 really, against Lethal. Lethal not wanting to take that one, just keeps them away, keeps them at bay. This could be an off-angle engagement, especially with Assyria going in that deep.
Now Vital onto Cryptic. Nice shot there. Still has that high ground dominance and make sure that the point stays clear for a bit. Lethal coming up to Kevron. Jaeger unable to get a foothold in here, and I am liking the way that the Waddlers are setting this up and executing their strategy.
It's really looking like the Waddlers are far more in control than they were on control. Able to have Vital just set up there with that Ashe is just brilliant. Like, they're just not able to get on top of that Ashe. We saw it happen to them actually on Busan, where they couldn't get on top of Xeno, and now they're doing the exact same thing on the other side. Cryptic now is going over to the Widow, Xeno on the Tracer. So yeah, they want to just match this up a bit better and have the Tracer be able to approach rather than the Pharah, which is a bit more spottable, a bit more telegraphed where that Pharah is going to go.
That's right, and Cryptic is looking to find that fight with Vital. Vital now, though, in the bunker, is out there, has the Bob ready, looking to make a bit of a surprise move onto Osira, gets the kill, and is looking for more targets. Xeno comes in, makes sure that those hopes and dreams are shattered, but the Watermelon Watlers, all in all, are still looking up. Xeno knows there is no chance, goes for the reset.
A minute and a half on the clock. There's still quite a bit of time left, and of course, they are still trying to build up to a few of these ultimates, especially since Cryptic and Xeno just swapped. They won't have them just yet. Xeno is close, but that Valkyrie difference could really be a very valuable tool. You have to still run into a Bob and a self-destruct, but with that extra damage boost or the extra healing that you pad onto your team, that could be all the difference that you need, that extra sustain.
See how it goes, Vital, still holding on to that Bob. Tracer misses the Pulse Bomb on the side of Xeno there, so Jaeger, one less tool in the box. Now Bob coming out there, the high ground being contested heavily though, as Jaeger jump on there. Vital's Bob actually took a bit of a plunge, and it's Ayaku who finds Xeno fly on the sideline, immediately traded by Step, and it's Step and Vital who are able to at least try and stabilize the situation. Good D for Bob, Vital going down there, and now Lethal on the sideline trying to make sure that Step can't do more damage than they already did. Jaeger looking good. Jaeger going for the first tick there, and it is definitely doable if they can just get that pesky mini diva out of it. It took them a while, but there we are. Point A should be capped and uncontestable.
Yeah, I mean, they finally are able to get it, and a lot of that is just on the back of Vital just not hitting their Bob. Vital was doing a great job on that Ashe up until that point, and throwing your Bob, especially if it's the only Bob you get in that entire 4 minutes, you throw him off the map, that's just a misplay. And that's lucky for Jaeger, of course. They didn't actually, they were like, it's not like they pushed the Bob off the map or anything, but still, it's one of those things that you gotta look back at as Watermelon Waddlers. Like, if you lose the series, that might be one of those plays.
And now moving in, there's a Transcendence coming out there. Osira trying to push it out, and that is it on point B. Osira looking for more as Cryptic fires it in onto Xenofly. Now Jaeger have found their stride, have found that momentum that they need. Good rest coming out to get that monkey back into the fight. Xeno up there with the help of Osira gets Vital out of that. That is already the first tick being done. second tick coming out, and the dominance of Jaeger on that point should actually be able to close it up, but we're not done yet. Pulse Bomb, Zeno has it and is able to make every stalling champion like a Wrecking Ball regret their life's decisions. Going on hard for that D.Va, has to jump off the point. Second tick is already now done, but this time the Watermelon Wobblers coming back. Step and Lethal make things happen as Vital and Apu close it out, and this was so close.
Yeah, but I mean, they will have taken over 2 ticks, so it's a good start, and all they need to do now is carry that momentum on. There aren't a whole lot of ultimates online this time around for either team, and the Bob versus the Self-Destruct, I mean, the Self-Destruct can just destroy a Bob straight away. All you need to do is not die to it as the, the pilot D.Va, but will now be able to just engage, and not early picks just yet, but it will just... You're just waiting for the first move to be made by either team, really.
Yeah, at this point, the stakes are quite high with 1 minute on the clock, so both teams are afraid to actually make that first move. I say that, and Steph just flies in, goes onto Asura. Lethal with the double kill on the bomb, beautifully played right there. There's a D.Va bomb coming out from Helios. That does not really change a lot, and once again, the Watermelon Waddlers holding onto it on the back of a great engagement by Steph, and of course, by that Pulse Bomb.
Okay, well, Lethal pulls that back with a beautiful Pulse Bomb. Unfortunately, there was nothing going on there for the side of Jaeger. I mean, they couldn't get the value out of the Self-Destruct. They will now have a Pulse Bomb of their own. Oh, Vital down. They have the Bob. That's actually a pretty big pick if they can't be rest.
There we
And they even force out the trends.
They do. The Transcendence is out. There's Zeno with a good fire onto Nanofly. Osidia onto Aputu. And this time, Jaeger have the kill advantage on the back of that Transcendence. That gives you so much room to move. And they use it beautifully. 10 seconds on the clock right now. Zeno gets first Vital Bob and gets a nice little bit of mech out of that. This is just great. Zeno pulling this back from the back of the Abyss. Together with that Transcendence, Ayako just set out. That was absolutely the turning point. Round 1 complete. We're going for the swap.
Cryptic and Zeno just opening everything up there. Especially Cryptic goes in with that Tracer, gets the opening pick on the Vital together with that one shot coming out from Zeno. You see this last play as well. They're trying to catch his Tracer, and in that, even the defense matrix of Helios comes back in to save them from a potential Pulse Bomb that still misses in the end. Everything came together there in the end for Jaeger, and that's good. I mean, of course, it wasn't overtime, so they don't have anything to work with, even if they get another chance to attack. It's like going to be a minute. But I'm very much looking forward to seeing how Watermelon Waddlers attacks this, because we saw how much trouble Jaeger had running into that Ashe on the background, just all the way in the back. And Watermelon Wobblers are likely not going to start trying that with a fire themselves. They're going to go in with a more tried and true standard meta style of composition, which we're sort of used to from them by now. But that doesn't mean that they're going to be successful straight away. It took that swap up for Jaeger to be successful, but it's all about that execution. And Zeno and Cryptic have been doing very well against Lethal and Vital right now. So when you keep talking about the DPS matchup, there might actually be an argument to be made that this could be a full hold.
Oh, wow. Is that your prediction, a full hold? I mean, there's an argument to be made.
It's an argument to be made. I'm not saying it's going to happen. Come on. Let's not do the hot takes right just yet.
That's okay. That's okay. I'll hold you to a hot take later. You owe me one by now. So Vital and Lethal on the setup. We have seen Vital on the Ashe is pretty good, but Zeno so far very, very convincingly the better Ashe in my book, at least, even disregarding that last point push we saw earlier. So Vital up trying to make sure that Lethal has somewhere to actually go with a little bit of a pick, but there's the first pick. Xeno fly onto Helios.
They keep it going as well. More down.
There are now Vital with a double kill. Ayako and Nasira going down. Zeno jumps out, knows that this is lost, and this is a timer that we know from Point A Volskaya like this.
Yeah, honestly, Watermelon Waddlers, Jaeger, this matchup, it just has everything. You know, we think, oh, it's full sky, and they're like, oh, they got a pick, it's gonna be fine. They just keep on rolling. There's no momentum stop there from Watermelon Waddlers. Last time around, they also won that assault map in a 4-3. This time around, that might not even get to that second round for both teams. 5 minutes 40 to get point B. It took a while for Jaeger, but they had much less time. And the ultimate's already in the favor of the Watermelon Waddlers.
That's right, Jaeger already going a bit on the back like a Xeno. Finds Xenofly there, but Vital has Osira down. It's Xeno, nice double kill onto Eurus. This time around, that should stop the push unless we see something suicidal coming out from the Watermelon Waddlers, but I do not expect it.
I remember we were watching some of the VODs yesterday, checking out what the team's like, what players are what to watch out for. And I think we both at some point just said, yeah, Helios. Just look at Helios. Just literally just look at Helios. Whatever they want to do, they're able to do it. And it's mostly because D.Va has always been that hero that just goes in the front line and the back line almost simultaneously. It's really amazing to see. And using the defense matrix, especially since that range cut nerf, is just an art. And Helios has got it down.
Xeno has that Bob looking for a couple of targets. We do already see Osira with that crazed monkey trying to get that primal rage to do something. Up on the top left corner though is the Watermelon Waddlers setting up that high ground and making themselves ready to bake some cookies. Lethal gets Cryptic with a push, and that could be the opening shot right for them as they try to move in. But it is deceptively quiet for now. Nope, there it is. Xenofly jumping straight up onto the high ground, immediately followed up by Step. Osira, though, gets onto a Vital, and it is once again falling a little bit apart for the Watermelon Waddlers. There's a Transcendence, making sure that there is some movable room for the Watermelon Waddlers to make some room, but I do not think that was the right timing, because Xeno's Bob is just shredding through the tank line.
And so far, there has been such pressure on Oputo. Oputo's Transcendences have been forced out most of the time rather than initiated with or used in a more productive manner, so to speak. And if Watermelon Waddlers cannot find a way to get more value out of both the Discord Orbs as well as just the Generals and Yata playing and the Transcendences, it might be very hard for them to actually attack this point, because they don't have a lot to sustain as it is with the support line that they're running. And with all the damage incoming from Xeno and Cryptic, gotta need something.
That's right, Vital once again in trouble. Osira in their face straight away. Lethal onto Ayako. Vital with a follow-up onto Cryptic. And this could be the opener. Jaeger already down 2. And Mech is also no longer in play as Helios loses the big can. Xeno's going down as well. And now it is 3 minutes and 59 on the clock. The second tick should be a given. And maybe they can actually close it out as Lethal is there near the start, getting both of those supports out of the game. And that was instrumental. Round 2 complete, and we swap yet again.
Jaeger getting a bit too big for their bridges, trying to jump on that backline, trying to jump on Vital. In the meantime, their own backline gets decimated by the DPS and the tanks from Watermelon Waddlers. There wasn't a lot of peel needed from Vital because they're so far away from the fight that if you try and engage on it, you investing those resources is usually going to do more damage to you than them being able to do less damage with that Ashe. And so far, Watermelon Waddlers looking a lot better on this map. Their defense is actually looking really good. And now their attack is looking even better. 2 minutes 48 to get a tick on point A. Are they going to draw up the series here, or are they going to draw the map? Because that's still a possibility, Ollie.
It is a possibility, but the question is, how likely is it for Jaeger to stop this? 2 minutes 48 on point A. Well, it's easier to write a book in that time than to hold that point for that long, I reckon.
It's all about that first fight. That first fight goes heavily in the Jaeger's favor. If they can build up some resources, they might actually be able to hold on for at least 2 minutes, just because of the sheer ultimate value they're going to get, like the snowball potential. And yes, Watermelon Waddlers should all be able to build up their ultimates in 2 minutes 48. Like, they should be able to get a full 6 bank. But oftentimes we don't see teams go for that because it's too risky to go for that one play. You want to try and win every fight because every fight should be winnable.
Every fight
Oh,
should be
no.
winnable if you can use your tools right. Oputo, although, already onto Kevin Kuhn. So Jaeger losing their main support quite early, and that can spell trouble. Zeno on the sidelines finds Zeno fly, and I still think that is a great number of irony. And Zeno looking for a couple of more targets on the high ground up there. The Watermelon Waddler, specifically Step, very low on HP, comes around the back and tries to get Zeno unawares, but that is not happening as of this point. Jaeger holding it up so far pretty good. 2 minutes on the clock.
Oputo, though, getting these very heavy frags here and there. Now does go down, but that almost opened up the entire point. Zeno, though, doesn't want to let that happen.
That was a beautiful double kill. 2 shots, 2 dingers, and that is how you decimate your enemies before they can even set a foot on your point. That was beautifully played. 1 minute and 30 on the clock, and not even lethal in your backline. We'll change that anytime soon.
Now, and while they will have the Transcendence because of Oputo's immense damage output and Lethal's Pulse Bomb, the tank ultimates and Vital's Ash that had to Twitch are just miles away. They're not even remotely close. This 1 minute 60 might not even be enough if they lose these fights, and Vital especially cannot build up when they're dead.
We will see whether or not this is going to go the way that Vital wants it to go, or whether or not Jaeger can hold this for a bit. Now Watermelon Watlers trying to move in once again via that high ground, have this time not lost anything to their setup, so that's a good start. The Pulse Bomb is alive as well. Vital with a good shot onto Zeno. That could be the opener. Helios, though, is there to stop Zeno fly. Zeno has been rezzed and immediately goes to work shooting down Vital. 38 seconds on the clock, and now the Watermelon Watlers need to get their butts in gear.
Oh, it's looking so good for Jaeger right now. All the ultimates online. They'll have Transcendence even. They'll have a Bob, a self-destruct. There's so much going on that... Oh, but then Oputo just gets that pick. Okay, well, I guess you can't rest that. So that will be a great opener there. No Transcendence. Ayako does get rested in the end, but this is a very tricky situation. Oputo, once again, Transcendence forced out in a situation where you don't really feel like it's necessary, or it shouldn't be necessary.
That was absolutely beautiful. We see the melee fight between Cryptic and Lethal there in the backline for a little bit. Jaeger still holding on to it. The overtime wick is running, but so is something still on the point. Step trying to make something happen. Goes down immediately after losing the mech. There's a bomb coming in for the Watermelon Watlers to defend through, and that is a draw. They actually draw this out against the odds, and I am loving it.
Yeah, I mean, I would say poor Watermelon Waddlers, but in a lot of ways, if you have 2 minutes 38, you need to be able to catch that out. And I don't want to knock Oputo. Oputo is an amazing player, has always been on the top of their game in Overwatch, right? Like, they've always been a very, very impactful player. But you can see their DPS past coming back to haunt them. Their play to Zenyatta, you know, like Jonak. You remember Jonak? You remember that guy who just kept killing everybody? Well, the difference between Jonak and Oputo right now is that Jonak is actually able to also sustain their team. They're using great transcendences, the Discord orbs, the Harmony orbs, like it's all working together in harmony. And for Oputo, it's really about those damage frags. Got a lot of really good opening picks in those fights. But if you're not able to sustain your team over after that, if your transcendences are consistently not finding the value that they need, they get consistently forced out, then there's something going wrong in that team play, and you're missing a valuable resource that Jaeger was still having. They still have the transcendence, get the value out of those. And that was a big part of why especially that second attack didn't quite come together.
And can I say something right here, right? I have been railing on Lethal. I have been railing on Cryptics as being key points to those victories. And then out of the blue, just comes Zeno, just ashing about all over the place, making plays like that. It's just crazy the way that Zeno and also Vital have been using those ashes. That is some very, very strong mechanical play from both of these ash players. And I think it is going to be hyper fun to see what they're going to do next. So
of course,
that was just a great piece of play. What I found super interesting, right? you set up on Oputo. He's killing a lot. He's setting up a lot of Discord orbs. He's making a lot of kills, but he's not sustaining the setup. But is it not logical for a Zenyatta in this situation to do exactly that?
You do need to do a lot of damage. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's helpful. You know, it always helps to do more damage. It's fine. But especially in Ultimate, they can like, there's no Ana on the other team. There's nothing that can like deny Transcendence healing. So if you just get no value out of your Transcendence, or if your Transcendence consistently gets forced out at a moment where you really don't need to use it, then you're always going to lose further in that fight because you don't have that resource that you were maybe counting on, or that the enemy team does have that resource, so you can't like cancel it out by using your own. And just a lack of optimized resource usage is usually gonna just lose you a fight if the other team does it properly. So yeah, I mean, we're just looking at a moment where the Waterman and Watlers are just behind the ball. They're not on game right now. And a lot of that I still feel has to do with the fact that that Mercy Zenyatta composition is played so well by Jaeger. They're playing these just slightly different styles that other teams will maybe not go for. And it is just throwing Waterman and Watlers off. I think that's really a lot of what this is. They've scrimmed and practiced, obviously, for this. Last matchup between these teams was 3 weeks ago, and already the scoreline is like almost a complete flip of what we saw back then. Last time around, Busan, 2-0 for Waterman and Watlers. Temple of Anubis, 4-3 for Waterman and Watlers. So we're looking now at a situation where we could just be done after the next two maps. We might not even go to a map 5, and it will just be a 3-0 for Jaeger.
Wouldn't that be an interesting development? A team that is known for falling off after basically 2 maps, just being completely dominant for once and just going, hey, we can do this too. That would be fantastic. Now, I have been glancing at chat for a little bit, and I saw in the meantime, I saw that there was talk about the diva difference. Can you elaborate on that a little bit? What was the difference between those 2 diva players here?
I mean, diva different. So the whole term of like hero and then diff, you know, it's everyone always types it in game chat, in match chat, in Twitch chat. Like, it always happens, right? It's literally just you saying, oh yeah, that was the guy that made the difference. And a lot of that is actually, I get where it's coming from, right? Helios was doing a massive job on that diva, denying a lot of value from the Tracer, from the Ashe, just in general doing very good on peeling, and still being able to also pull out their own damage. You know, CC and deter the enemy tanks, make sure that they're in the right position, and that's very hard to do as diva, especially now in this current meta where, you know, diva isn't as strong as she used to be. You know, defense matrix, not as much range, and you can just see that on the other side there isn't as much diva value coming out because of the pressure that Crypticus and Xeno are also being able to put out on those tanks. And that's not necessarily only the fault of the diva, that also comes into the DPS play, but you do see that Helios, with a similar pressure, usually gets more value because they use their defense matrix so well, because they position so well.
Yeah, no, that makes absolute sense. Now we are looking at the third map, Watchpoint Gibraltar, the escort map, which will most likely be a repeat of the moving Volskaya industry, basically, because I don't expect the compositions to change drastically for this setup. What do you think?
I will. I do think there's going to be, sooner rather than later, we're going to see more Widowmaker. So of course we saw it in the previous series just now. It was just a Widowmaker Tracer duo all the way around. Sure, the supports and the tanks might not change a lot. We will see more Winston Diva. It's almost a guarantee at this point. There is option for other tanks, but it just seems something that both teams are actually comfortable with. Support line, you could argue that you could maybe go for more like an Ana or a Moira, because the distance is longer. It's far harder for the enemy team to get on top of you, especially if high ground comes into play. But, you know, you could still run the Mercy Zenyatta. It's possible, especially if you want a damage boosted a Widowmaker. Go for easier headshots or easier damage. Why not? Just roll with it. So the main change is going to be probably those Widowmakers instead of the Ashes, but it's all team preference. You know, if you want to play something else, you want to play a Fire, you want to play an Ashe, you want to play a Sombra, it's all possible. And there's even more heroes. You could go for a Genji if you wanted to.
You could, especially if you expect that Widowmaker, right? That being said, I'm still holding my breath for a Reinhardt. Not literally because I would keel over, but, you know, I'm a Reinhardt player. Come on, people. I just want my Rein to play. So,
100%.
yeah, I'm missing the old set piece battles where you just see two waves just crashing at each other. It was less chaotic and less fast. So for a caster, that would have been bad. But as a player, I'm missing the fact that you just go, okay, here's what's going to happen. And then you execute it. And, you know, 8 out of 10 times, if you're lucky, you can actually make that happen. That's no longer the case. Nowadays, you just see two big bulky tanks fly at you and everything else just happens around that. It's beautiful in a different way, but we'll see how things move out as the Watermelon Watlers come out. Oh, Genji Widow, look at that. Both of them expect both of that. So,
100%.
how is this going to play out though?
I mean, you're going to have some healing advantage from the side of Henk, and apparently also Widow advantage from Xeno, I guess. That's not really fair. Just the first shot. First shot is just a 1-0, guys. They're gonna go to like 20, 30 rounds in this entire map. But will be Henk indeed on the Ana, which it does provide more sustain, but you don't have that Discord Orb from Oputo. Like the Discord Orb of Oputo and the damage potential from Oputo could still make a difference, as long as they keep their Transcendences clean and they don't get, well, denied by an anti-nade, really. But it's really cool to see that Cryptic has already so far hit an ult charge compared to Lethal.
No, that's right. And now things are happening in Henk with a nice anti-nade onto Uriz. That is just super, super valuable. So Xeno versus Vital. Usually you say you won the Widowmaker duel when the other one swaps to a Genji. Now both of them don't have that option. What's the swap here?
There is no swap. You don't have to swap. Like, I don't think... Because essentially what you're looking at here is just DPS matchup, but the tanks can facilitate more angles. They can facilitate more gameplay for those DPS. If you just go for the straight duels and you keep losing them, then yeah, you'll just lose the map outright. But that's not what's happening here, and Cryptic already showing that sometimes a blade's not all that.
That's right, Step just boosts into that, and then for good measure takes Osira with them as Vital fires onto Xeno, the Watermelon Watlers, now moving it in. Lethal with a nice little bit of dashery and skullduggery takes down another two and makes sure that this point is clear for the taking. Beautiful, 4 minutes and 30 now on the clock, and Watermelon are not stopping anytime soon. That was a nice left click on Cryptic there.
And it's just the same what happened on Volskaya, as how they lost that second point. Somehow Jaeger thinks it's a good idea to go in very deep in the backline of the enemy team and try and get some kills, but they don't have the full vision, they don't have the full information, and they just lose a player. Lethal doesn't have to even use an ultimate. It just Cryptic goes down with their blade and everything follows up from there. Vital, though, now finally winning those kills, and yeah, Lethal goes deep as well, but they have the positioning. They're ready.
Not only that, they had the blade to follow that up as well. Make sure that Helios has nowhere to go. Cryptic on the other side, still in the backline, takes Oputo, has nothing to follow that up though. So the question of whether or not this is a tactically sound decision still stands in the room. Now Xeno looking for a couple of targets straight away, and we do see full throttle from the Watermelon Watlers. They are just not stopping. Good sleep darts coming out onto Xenofly. That primal rage will be a lot shorter and less obnoxious. Oputo goes down, so does Uriz, as Osira and Helios find their targets, but it is Vital who gets Henk out of commission, and that could potentially just turn the entire game. Xeno, though, onto Lethal right now, looking for more targets. Cryptic and Ayaku doing their job on there, and this payload finally has halted, but that was close. 3 minutes on the clock, and point B is within smelling distance.
And now we're talking about the classic Gibraltar momentum. Are you going to be able to get this back if you're Watermelon Watlers? Because this is often a point where teams get halted. It's on point 3 and on point 2. Point A, not so much. Often times you get through that, especially then you can just roll it to B. But if you don't, this entry to this hangar is so choky. There's like 2 doors and 2 windows, but it's still small corridors you have to go through. And with these Widowmakers looking at you, that can just be detrimental. Luckily, that infra site made a little bit of space, so they do have the option to get in, but they won't really get any shots out of that.
Yeah, this location on point 2 is one where you could spend a lot of time, but there's a Blade lethal going in. Has Helios and Cryptic already down. Vital with a shot onto Ayako. Watermelon Wattlers find that throttle yet again. Go straight in, lethal. Beautiful double dash at the Xeno and Hank. That was just executed as a masterclass in Genjiism.
Remember when the question was how many heroes can lethal play?
All of them. All
Yeah,
of them.
I don't think it's all of them. It's just infinite squared, right? It's just amazing to see lethal at work. And remember, guys, he's playing from Turkey.
Oh, yeah.
He's in Turkey. Ping going on with this guy. He's still playing Genji to this degree. He goes deep and immediately starts to find some value.
That is great. Goes up to Xeno, has that blade ready. Now Precious Hank just making sure that there's not enough healing on the board for Jaeger. Jaeger absolutely under pressure right now. Helios relieving some of that with a double on their side. So well played, but Lethal comes back in, takes Helios out of mech, and then just cracks the oyster and eats the flesh. Beautifully done. Xeno with a little bit of a shot onto Vital. So Jaeger are desperately trying to get a bit of breathing room.
Yeah, Jaeger, you just want to be able to get out of spawn and set up properly, but they're not giving you any room. Waterman and Waddler just going with the double kill straight away.
Wow! Both of the bombs come out, both of them find value, but the higher value definitely that kill onto Hank, which means that the Waddlers don't have to hold back for a little while, and Lethal and Xenofly immediately make that point crystal clear. There's a pause, so we will see. There must be some technical difficulties on the side of one of the players, but what I am seeing so far is a very, very committed attack, and I like it.
Yeah, it's been great. Waterman and Waddlers just have no issue right now with doing anything. They're just able to. They're able to dive in that same sense that you used to see traditionally with dive, right? Where one that you sort of both dive in, and it's who gets more value in that backline. And right now, it is 100% Lethal and Osiris. They just jump in together on that Winston Genji combo, and there's just no stopping them. No stopping them today, not tomorrow. Gibraltar feels like it's just their map right now, but it's also all based on momentum. You saw that one time they were actually stopped on point B. They've been stopped a little bit on point C. It's not there yet. And with that spawn advantage, Jaeger still has a pretty good chance to get back into it. So far, especially their Ana has just been under so much pressure. Hank is just not able to put out the healing that they really need for their front line. And that's how they're losing right now. They don't have that second support or even that first support in a lot of situations to help out their front line, meaning that their tanks cannot get the same value as is happening on the other side. So Waterman and Waddlers currently is definitely putting more pressure on the support successfully. And that's just, so far it's sort of winning them the map. See if that continues.
Well, yes, it's always a good strategy to go straight for your supports, but also we do know, that Hank is a notoriously dangerous Ana if you let them do what they do. Lethal knows that, especially Lethal knows that. We see Lethal beelining for that Ana every single time. So there must have been someone in that briefing pre-game and just go, if they play Hank, Lethal, he's all yours. And that's exactly what they're executing right now. So I'm not entirely sure whether or not Jaeger was, well, not equipped, but not prepared maybe. How much they were prepared to needing so much peel onto Hank, because it doesn't look like they were.
Yeah, we're gonna get back into the action, of course, and it is closing in on that last point for the Waterman and Waddlers, but Cryptic with the Nano Blade.
There we go, the Nano Blade is up, that's a double kill, and he's looking for more. Xeno with a nice double on the sideline. Cryptic goes down at the end of the day, but Xeno and Ayako are able to close it out. Ayako gets Hank back up, and it's 1 minute and 40 on the clock, and you will see time and time again that beeline onto the supports. Now, if Jaeger can figure out how to stop that, I think they can hold this here.
Yeah, they will have to fight into both tank ultimates and the blade, though. Nothing really against that. They only have an infra sight, so they'll see where they're coming from. That might help them to stop the assault for a little bit, but Waterman and Waddlers, with a minute 10, they'll have plenty of time with that infra sight against them.
One pick is enough to change the tide, ultimates or no ultimates. And both of these teams know that. Look how careful Vital is accounting out the time until that wall hack was over. Now Xeno going back into the original position. Both of the tanks moving in. There's the Diva Bomb. Xeno Fly already has that Primal Rage. Is discorded though. Takes a load of damage. While we do see that Lethal has another blade. Looks for a couple of targets. Goes for Xeno first. Now moving it in onto the Diva. Diva launching the bomb in there. Beautifully set up by Helios. Double kill. No more supports for them. Lethal, very low right now. Has no foot to remain standing on. 30 seconds on the clock. And that's a good reset and a good use of your ultimate.
23 seconds though, it's a long stretch in Gibraltar. You will not have a lot of time to come back into this. Cryptic as well, very close to that Nano Blade together with Hank, Ayako, the Transcendence, Osira with the Primal Rage. You will have your support ultimates if you're Waterman Bottlers, but you just swapped up your DPS, your tanks are nowhere near. It's going to be a very disadvantaged fight, not only from positioning, but from ultimates too.
That's right, Watermelon jumping in there. Xeno Fly setting it up. Cryptic looking for a couple of targets for that, and so is Xeno. Ayako already has Xeno Fly down, so that is very valuable. Step going down as well. No more tanks on the board. Xeno, absolutely uncontested, takes a third shot, and a third shot with a lot of impact, and now just decides to SMG Lethal because they can.
Yeah, so far, Xeno has just been outperforming Vital on those longer range hit scans. Yeah. Lethal now actually went over to the Widowmaker in the end there, just saying like, you know what, I'll pick it up because I can play every hero, who cares? But it's been rough for the Watermen and Waddlers. They get so close to the end there, and then still Jaeger every single time just gets a clutch back from DPS, whether it's a Nano Blade, whether it's Xeno just hitting a lot of headshots, and then even Helios and Osira are just, you know, they're just doing work on there. Sorry, it's not Osira on. I'm blanking on the name. It is Osira. Helios and Osira. Sorry.
Osira. Yeah.
I made the mistake earlier of Lethal and Osira. There's Lethal and Xeno Fly, of course.
I gotta say, the moment this turnaround was on the back of Helios. Helios now disconnected, probably because his internet couldn't handle the awesome. But that bomb onto both supports just changed the entire engage. Beautiful.
Yeah. It's so hard to find cover on this map as well sometimes. I mean, you know that these supports that they're having, aside from the Mercy, of course, the Mercy is relatively mobile. If someone else isn't covered, she can fly to it. But as in Yata and Ana, they have no protection against it. Like Brigitte has a shield, Baptista's immortality field, Lucio can speed boost away, but Moira can fade away. But Zenyatta and Ana are really the supports that cannot get away from self-destructs. You know, we have it from our own games. There, you know, we know a certain support main that dies to self-destructs more than once a game. Oh, yeah. So, you know, we know it's tough. We know it's rough, and we understand. You know, it's not always easy being a support main. So, you know, we don't feel bad. We feel bad for you, but you know, it's just how it is. You gotta be predicting. You gotta be tracking those ultimates. You gotta know the self-destruct is there, and sometimes you have to just pre-position. Maybe you can't do healing for like 5 seconds because of it, but at least you won't die, and you will be able to do healing for the 20 seconds after instead of running back from spawn.
That should be that should be a tip that we should write down and send to a certain someone. You know who you are on that.
Maybe. Yeah.
That being said, right, we're going for the flip. Jaeger, very aggressive team, a team that wants to jump that back line, a team that has shown us that they can be very, very effective when doing that. How they're going to go about that? Is this going to be mirrored basically the other side around, or do we expect some surprises from Jaeger's setup or execution?
Jaeger is gonna play the Widow again. Xeno was just winning that duel most of the time. I do think that as well as Lethal not being on attack anymore, they cannot get as much momentum on that Genji. So you might as well have Cryptic still being on the Genji. I don't think there's a reason to swap it up. The one thing they might do is not have Hank on the Ana anymore. They might go over the Zenyatta as well. But to be fair, the Ana was working out fairly well as long as they were, you know, peeled for, or they were far enough away so that there wasn't an easy way for Lethal and Xenofly to get to them. So the reason for swaps is mostly on the side of Wallermen and Waddlers if they want to do a different thing with the DPS matchup, and it does seem that that's what they want to do in their defense. They want to set up with this Ashe instead of that Widowmaker. That seemed to be working out better for them on the other maps so far, especially on Volskaya. It was doing great work. But you are giving up some range potential here and there. You're running with that Mercy, so you'll have that damage boost, but still, if you're too far away, Xeno will still win that matchup in the 1v1.
Likely, yeah. The upside is that Vital has that stall. You do have the Bob, and that means that you have a lot of momentum crushing. Basically, if you don't deal with that fast when you are on Jaeger's side, that Bob will stop you for the duration of his being, and possibly longer if it can take a pick or two. So that is something that I'm really liking on this setup. Now, the Tracer is a far more interesting prospect to me. You go on the watermelon, you go on a Tracer, knowing that your enemy has a Widowmaker and a Genji. Knowing that both of them can execute near perfection. Why?
I mean, Tracer just harasses can stay in the backline harassing for a bit longer than Genji, and then can also get out a bit easier. Genji really relies on that dash, so especially as an escape tool. So if they don't get that kill, they don't get out. That's kind of how that works. With Tracer, you can just keep dancing around. You put a lot more pressure on a front line, on a back line. Like, overall, the damage output of a Tracer feels more consistent, and also her presence feels more consistent and annoying to deal with. So, whereas I understand that the Genji sort of feels like, why don't you run a Genji against that Widowmaker? The Tracer is going to attack different parts of the team of Jaeger than the Genji would have. And Lethal's now the defense. They can't do that, I'm running forward, keep running forward, dive on their enemy supports anymore, because this time you'll be jumping on the cart or in their backline in a place where the Genji has a lot of a harder time finding momentum and value.
That's right, and we're immediately into that fight once we are looking at the map there. Lethal already looking for a couple of targets. We saw a couple of tanks flying in as that payload has already rounded the first corner, goes down in towards the choke, in towards that tunnel. Xenofly just still trying to predict what the best course of action would be, hiding behind that little bit. Now Lethal trying to make something happen onto the side of Asira. Now Asira up on that high ground with the rest of the team, and the engagement is not really coming just yet. They're dancing around each other for a while.
Yeah, so far it does seem like just a bit of a back and forth, and it's Vital that falls in the end first. They find the opening on the Ashe, but it's traded.
It is! It's 2v2 traded. Cryptic gets a double, but it is Xenofly and Lethal who immediately equalize it. Good rest coming up onto Asira, which means that the tank line for Jaeger is once again up and running. Watermelon Wardless needs to make sure that this payload does not move further than they intended to be. They want to fight in this open round. Xeno up on the high ground though, finds Step. Finds Vital. Helios with another double kill as well as Xenofly and Lethal go down. Whenever Helios comes out of that hibernation of his internet connection, he is doing work.
And now we do see Vital swap over back to that Widowmaker. Still the Tracer on Lethal. Of course, Lethal's Tracer is very deadly. And with its Infrasight ready for Xeno as well, this will be a very dominant matchup, a very dominant position that they're going to be in. There's no way you can peek this if you are Watermelon Wattlers. You're going to be in trouble if you try.
Yeah, Jaeger has that high ground dominance there for a little bit. Now they just need to connect that shield down there so that your long-range DPS can actually do some work. Look at Xeno. Xeno knows that Lethal is around there, but will not move away for a little bit. At the end of the day, has to concede though. Cryptic going in there. We're swapping it over there. He has that blade, goes onto Vital, tries to find more value there as Xeno finally kills Lethal, and Jaeger are once again stepping it up. Another setup. Xenofly with the Primal Rage on the point. The fight is still going on as Xenofly is very, very low. Goes down at the end of the day to Asira, and Jaeger is, yeah, they're doing work. They're doing it very well right now, actually equalizing the time more or less if they can cap it here.
You were right to question that Lethal DPS pick. The Tracer just, you saw how much time it took for Lethal to get into a position to maybe start doing damage on those targets on the high ground. There was just no way. They had to keep trying to dance around the shuttle, maybe try and jump off of the boxes with every single step of the way. It just takes time. It takes health away. And this fight is getting cleaned up. The position, the point, everything is in favor of Jaeger right now. And with 4 minutes 40, yes, they have to get a fair bit through point 3, but they don't have to quite, complete the whole map.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have once again seen a nice action from Helios, which means it's time for another pause. Now,
Yes.
I don't want to rail on the poor guy. I know how it is. We have cast, for instance, the South African leagues for long enough to know that these kind of games just happen. So it's all right. You know, we're veteran enough for that. But let's talk Lethal for a little bit longer. Let's talk a little bit longer about what we are seeing right here and why we are seeing it. You said he is it is very hard for him to get into position. If he gets into position, he has a tank line that is basically not faced by him whatsoever, because but the Winston and the Diva, they will get in your face. Doesn't matter how far you blink. It is just a fact. It's a fact of life, right? And then you also have the fact that you do nothing for your team in that situation, because all you're doing at that point is just running away.
Yeah. Now we'll see the third point finally being attacked here. Helios is, of course, back in the game. Did lose their ultimate. They had it. I don't think they had it, actually. They were not being that close. So, not too much lost. And Cryptic, Nanoblade, it's time, Molly. Will Oputo be ready with their Transcendence this time around? Or will the Anti-Nade foil their defense?
Yeah, both of the Shapa Morigars, the wall hacks are up for the Widowmaker, so we'll see how that will impact the game. Xeno is under pressure by Lethal this time around. Xeno Fly has the opportunity to take down a double kill, but it is stepped onto Asira. Xeno once again up on the high ground, though. That's, I believe, 2 kills already. Looking for more. Helios closes it out onto Xeno Fly. Jaeger still on the attack, still trying to make something happen. 3 minutes and 36 on the clock. And with those kind of picks, this can be over quickly if the Watermelon Wartlers don't watch their steps.
Time, Nanoblade out.
3-1! That is a triple! That is beautifully played. Jaeger just pushing it in. Xeno and Helios closing it out. The payload still on the move. And now it's just watching your doors for the Jehovah's to show up. Beautiful play.
That's insane. 3K Nanoblade, 1 swipe. That's just, you gotta see it again. Look at it again. That was so bad. Look at this. Boom, and it's done. They're just gone. They're just gone. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man, I would like to go to a butcher shop and just have 2 pounds of watermelon waddlers, please, because that is what you can get now. Beautifully played, beautifully set up there. And like I said, usually when you see these things happen, you see the 3K go down, then from the other side there is one, pesky tank or DPS player that is still alive, and they will hold that point for ages. No, you have Helios and Xeno still coming in, still making sure that the advantage that you just generated is fully utilized, and that was just great play.
Yeah, it really was. And honestly, what was really cool about that for me is, you talk about a hot knife through butter. That was just a hot knife through hot butter. I don't know, there wasn't even anything to cut through anymore at that point. It was just an amazing play. And right now Jaeger is up 2-0. They played 3 maps, they drew 1, and the Watermelon Wattlers are still searching for answers. They're still searching for that DPS matchup. They're still searching for the tank matchup. They're still searching for the supports. And I think in almost every single role and category right now, they're being slightly outclassed. It's not even by a huge margin, but it's every single time it's at 1 or 2%, and that just adds up by an overall difference in 2 map wins for Jaeger right now. The maps have been incredibly close. There's not been that much between these teams, but we saw that 3 weeks ago, and then it just happened to go into favor of Watermelon Wattlers, and Jaeger has just not been sitting still. They've been improving on themselves. They've been figuring out how this meta works for them, and right now they actually found their answers in terms of compositions, in terms of team play, in terms of, really everything. And yeah, now we're going to be seeing if Watermelon Wattlers can make that same leap again, but in just a few minutes before we jump to the next map.
No, that's correct. What I am wanting to point out there, yet again, right? All the hot butters and knives and all that set aside, is
Sure.
Xeno has just been crazy on this attack, and it's hard for a Widow on the attacking side basically to set up versus an already set up counter Widow, or being hunted by, I don't know, for instance, something like a Genji, or in some instances a Tracer, even though it didn't work in this instance. But Xeno is so comfortable in that skin, is so comfortable in that role, just making sure that you have the sightlines, take a pick, initiate that fight, and at that point you just have this brawly front line just moving in and killing it out. People who have seen us talk, have seen us cast before, know that I am always on about momentum, and that was just a prime example of that.
Yeah, 100%. They just kept on pushing. There was nothing really to slow them down, and so far, there's just so much going on. Like there's so much going on for both of these, teams, that it's hard to really pick like, oh, who's really the MVP or who's really doing the best right now. And so far, I mean, we see these replays from Xeno right now, and Xeno was doing amazingly. Don't get me wrong, but it's not just Xeno. Like there's so much
No,
going on for the side of. And I think the main thing is that the tanks are making so much space right now for Xeno to do work, that is really what it's coming down to at the moment. That Xeno is just getting the space, getting the shots off.
It's Xeno and Cryptic. I mean, I remember when we were doing our homework for this thing a couple of days ago, we were looking at Cryptic and just went, not entirely sure what the thought process is in some of the plays, right? He was doing crazy things that sometimes worked, but most of the times just didn't. And this time around, it's point precision. Maybe it's because he's not playing Sombra. Maybe it's because he's not playing Tracer, but that Genji is just chef's kiss at this point. Absolutely great.
So it really is.
We are going to be looking at the map screen in just a little bit. If I remember correctly, we are going to go to the Old Faithful, King's Row. So grab a pint, get yourself strapped in, because this is the hybrid map that defines all hybrid maps. Now, what will define those teams on the hybrid map?
I think we'll not see as much of the Genji Widowmaker anymore. I think we're going more back to what we were seeing on something like Busan, on what we saw on Volskaya maybe a bit. There might still be Ashe to play on the high ground, especially on the defense. But there is still the possibility that we're going to see more Reaper, more Sombra, maybe even some more Pharah coming out from Cryptic. It was doing amazing on Busan. There isn't really a reason why you couldn't run it here if you really wanted to. I mean, hit scan is annoying to deal with sometimes, but you saw how easy it is for Cryptic to sometimes get in with that mobility, to how easy it was to get the spam up for them. So I would like to see more of that from Jaeger, also from Waterman and Wattlers. Get away from that standard a little bit. Get away from, I'll just dive with Tracer, dive with Sombra Genji, dive with Ashe. Like they played like 560 for DPS heroes now, of which Pharah has actually won, and there are more in the game. There's a possibility that we maybe see more of them, and King's Row would be the map to do that with, because while everyone knows the map, while everyone is super familiar with it, that also means that it's very easy to get thrown off, to get caught off guard by something that you haven't seen, because everyone just plays the same thing. It's fairly, everyone knows. Everyone always screams King's Row.
Torbjorn dive confirmed?
Yeah, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not? Why not? With the right-click changes. I don't even know. We are playing on the Owl playoff patch, and I'm not entirely sure whether or not they finished the right-click changes.
Oh, that's
that
in there.
I'm
pretty sure that's in there. Yeah.
You're pretty sure that's in there. Okay. So an actual Torbjorn dive to get that beefy front line away from your support. You laugh, but it works in my elo at least. Now, I'm not going to tell you my elo, but you could probably guess. Let's be perfectly honest. So I'm looking forward to this one, man.
Yeah. Of course, we're talking about all these patch changes, etc. It's hard to keep up with, right? Like, there's been so many more balance changes than there were in the past that, it's getting tricky, especially when you talk about, oh, and then what they have in Overwatch League, or they have in Contenders, and what we have in the live patch. Like, it's tricky to keep up with. So, like, thinking about this, I think this is the one where Torbjorn got buffed already, but I'm not entirely sure, because I think that was the same patch where Hog got nerfed as well. But I think that's the one we're on. I think that's what we're on right now for this particular tournament. So we'll see how much difference that still makes. I would like to see maybe a bit more Hog. We saw it a bit on Busan, but it's possible on Kings Row too. Maybe we actually get to see some Reinhardt Zarya. Possible,
yes.
Especially on Kings Row. Zarya is very impactful in the way that she can just... She naturally, just because of how the map's laid out, gets closer to her enemy. So her beam, her energy grenades, even the bubbles, like, they all get so much more value on a map like this. So that would be very exciting for us to get out.
Sorry, or play Europe style, right? So Zarya Roadhog.
Yeah, possible as well. Yeah, we see Washington have a great success with that in Overwatch League, and of course we're not in Overwatch League, but it doesn't mean you can't run it. You can do a lot with this. We could even see some May Reaper. It's even possible to see either of those heroes or both of them at the same time. Like, it's very much in the cards. But I'll throw it to a quick break here because, of course, sometimes you just need one. So we'll be right back. A few minutes. Don't go anywhere. It won't be long.
Need no laser. 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 Need no laser beam.
Hey, and we are back. We have seen some amazing play so far in this game between Jaeger and the Watermelon Wartlers. We've had a draw. We've had two very, very close wins at the end of the day by Jaeger, and we are still not done yet. I'm the Olimancer. With me is the man of class. We are going into King's Row, and I am looking forward to it.
We're entering game, Diddley getting in here, traveling to King's Row, and you know what? I've been starting to reappreciate King's Row because everyone's always like, oh, it's my favorite map, and you know we always cast it to death because everyone always picks it, so that's why we're getting a bit, I wouldn't say sick of it, but it's getting a bit tiresome sometimes. But of course, we got that wonderful Tracer comic that was a week ago, I think last week, with a new event going on right now. It's just very nice to like relive that lore and relive that hype of what, you know, early Overwatch and all that came out. We're like, oh yeah, and then you blow up the Omnics underneath, and it's actually like a really heavy map. It's really cool to see that, and I think that's coming back more, like that feeling that whenever leading up to a potential Overwatch 2 launch. Like I'm just excited for these things again, Ollie.
Yeah, lore is a thing that, especially for people like us, right, takes a bit of a backline. We are so busy with the metas, we are so busy with the players, so busy with the stories of the team, so busy with the stories of these tournaments, right? That we sometimes forget that there is a rich story in what Blizzard has crafted for us. And I must say, you're absolutely right. With the launch of Overwatch 2, you do glance at those things a little bit more every now and again. That is, you know, if we ever know when the Overwatch 2 launch will come, but we're positive.
Hey, look, for everyone who's wondering why we're seeing just beautiful cinematic shots of King's Row, it's because we're still waiting for a player to get into the lobby. Don't worry, it will happen eventually. Not gonna just let this match go. Of course, still a 2-0 for Jaeger over the Watermelon Wattlers, and the Watermelon Wattlers, I will say, I think they're looking just as good as they were 3 weeks ago.
Yes.
I think that's fair to say. And I think that's really the story right here. It's not that the Watermelon Wattlers are bad, it's just that Jaeger has gotten better over the last 3 weeks. We've talked about it before. Out of the 4 3-2s that have happened so far in this group stage, 3 of them were for Jaeger, and they lost all of them. So they're coming back with a vengeance. I mean, we're going to see it later on. We have the power rankings up, you know. I said it. I said Jaeger are just going to win all those 3-2s now, and they're going to like shoot up in the standings. Whether they get to the top 4, that is still, you know, it's further away. It's not that easy to get there, but it's not that far out of reach. It's not completely impossible. When you have lost 6 matches, though, it's mathematically rough, but we'll see. You know, if they can win all their games this week, they're still there. It's possible.
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely, definitely. I mean, we will talk about the power rankings, about our predictions for the rest of the tournament later on. But I can tell you, I have them on 4th place. Jaeger.
Yeah. I still say 5. I think the yeah. I mean, you know what, Ollie, talk about yours, because you say you have them on.
I can't. Well, I do have them. I have them, but they're not on screen right now.
Yours.
I will. No, these are not mine. These are my predecessors, apparently. But that's okay. Actually, I have them on 5th place. Jaeger is on 5th place, and Watermelon Wartlers on 6th for the main bracket. So that's okay. There we are. Now, you see here on fifth place and on sixth place. So these are spots that both of these teams, from what we've seen in the first split of this double round robin, they have earned this. Right?
Yeah.
And I will tell you why. Jaeger, like you said, as soon as they can get that little bit of mental to close out the game when they're ahead, they will land there, if not higher, right? Watermelon Wattlers on the other side will basically just baseline there. They have peaked early, and now they're just plateauing, basically. Battle Angels will fall off quite a bit. I'm pretty sure of that. And that is mostly because we see a little bit weaker position play from them, but we will talk about the rest of these power rankings later on as we go back into King's Row.
Yeah, we're actually going to get into the game now, Ollie. Imagine that. We'll see the defense come out of spawn first. Of course, Watermelon Wattlers starting off on that blue side. Vital and Lethal starting out on this Ash Tracer. Again, Xenofly, Step, Eurus, Oputo. Still the same roster that we've seen before. Though it's the Diva, the Mercy, and the Zenyatta, it really seems to be all about that damage boost for this team. And the Watermelon Wattlers, I mean, they have to set up this defense in a way that they're going to get these opening picks. They can't just wait for the enemy team to come to them. They need to do early damage, especially with that Ashe. And Jaeger is now coming out on the Sombra Ashe. Nope, Tracer Ashe. They're just going to mirror match it because they know they can win the mirror match. They've been shown in the past few maps.
They have definitely, and we do know that that Cryptic plays a fantastic Tracer. Xeno with the first kill onto Vital immediately gets rest up back there. Xeno possibly hasn't seen that there was some contention back there on the high ground from Jaeger, who are now moving in with Xeno. Good shot! Wow! That was an absolute doozy right away as we see Jaeger moving it in towards that second third that they need to cap over there. Good jump in onto the window. Osira actually gets out of there despite being Discord orbed. Ilios and Xeno helping out there for a little bit. 3 minutes on the clock, and I don't think the Watermelon Wattlers are coming back to contest this one.
Nah, no way that's gonna happen, and they just seem to be broken at this stage. Yes, you do keep getting these DCs from Helios, but that's not throwing off Jaeger. It's throwing off the Watermelon Wattlers even more. They're just completely out of it at the moment, and they need to find something. Need to find some sort of win, some sort of situation where they feel like they can get the game back into their own control, because so far it's been Jaeger putting up the ante and saying, you know, beat it. You know, do your own thing. Try and get us out of it. And Cryptic is just saying no. Nice follow-up after that dynamite.
That's right. Cryptic does lose their lives, but Cryptic was there to body block a Winston. A Tracer body blocking a Winston. At that point, that is just, well, not very physics-based, let's put it that way. Helios going down as Xenofly jumps in for a little bit of more of a midnight snack straight away. And the Jaegers are just moving in and trying to make something happen as that payload keeps on moving. Watermelon Wattlers need to set up around that corner ideally, but coming from the other side straight away into that backline is Xenofly, taking a very, very risky approach. Xenofly at the end going down to Xeno's Bob, trying to make something happen. That was beautiful.
Yeah, so far it is just the Watermelon Wattlers that are being pushed back and back. They will finally have an ultimate advantage, but what are they going to get value out of? This time Vital's Bob not going long. They still need to get some value out of those ultimates, and so far Ayako's Transcendence is doing work.
It is making sure that a Diva Bomb doesn't do a lot of damage. Actually, I think that was a Diva Bomb that he just stopped from Helios' side. The Bob was well placed by Vital as well, so the payload, at least momentarily, stopped and out of a business. Lethal on the sideline, trying to listen for someone to flank him out, but that was actually quite dangerous, as immediately around the corner was Cryptic on a Tracer of their own. Now the fight is on for that bit of high ground balcony here, and it is Lethal who is just dancing around in the backline, has to use that recall to get themselves out of that, but the pulse bomb is there. Good stick That could be huge. At least that was a lot of damage. Beautifully played there as Vital and Xenofly do the follow-up. Lethal, unable to make more impact as they fall down.
My favorite thing about Watermelon Waddlers right now is that they're able to just hold on to ultimates. They're not just over-investing. Tank ultimates are still online 2 fights later. Vital's almost back to another bomb, and you see the the Jaeger is just not getting much closer. Jaeger right now they're just fine. They're not fine really. They need to get more ultimates online. They need to drag them out from Watermelon Waddlers right now.
There's a Diva Bomb coming in. Doesn't really find a lot of targets. Osira onto Step. And the payload is moving slowly. The last 3 meters should be set up. And that is 0.2 cap.
Tino once again heading their team forward into the next stage of this map. It's a lot of time. 3.5 minutes. You slowed them down a little bit if you are the Watermelon Waddlers, but Jaeger so far not wanting to give up any time whatsoever. It's looking good for them, and they still have ultimates in the bank too. They're getting so much momentum here.
That's just Xeno looking for a couple of targets. There's a Diva Bomb. There's a Tracer Pulse Bomb that doesn't really find the target, but was beautifully set up nonetheless. Cryptic still has his, so we will see whether or not they can use that to actually just crack the code on this. Good Diva Bomb from Helios. Aputo going down on that setup. That means that there is no way that the Transcendence is coming out. There's a rest coming in. Eurus knows that they need that Transcendence in order to weather this storm straight away. Asino goes up onto the high ground, is immediately being beset by Step, and there we go. The Transcendence is out from Ayako, making, and also from Oputo. Both of the teams making sure that they are in fighting condition for this, what is a absolutely vital fight. Xeno onto Oputo now. Another fight between Vital and Xeno on the side of the Ash vs Ash battle. Kevkun with a cheeky little setup onto Lethal. Beautifully played, and immediately goes back to heal that team.
Oh no, so far, Watermelon Waddlers, they're not even getting out of spawn anymore. That's the map completion for Jaeger. For anyone's confused, by the way, the overlay is indeed swapped. So it is the Watermelon Waddlers in the blue. Don't be surprised. It's all how it works. And yeah, I mean, Watermelon Waddlers now gonna go on their own attack and try and beat or at least match this time with Jaeger. 2 minutes and 3 seconds. That's a pretty decent time for King's Row. And completing it in the first place is already a feat, of course.
It is going to be interesting to see if the Watermelon Waddlers can build up a momentum. Because up until now, what we have seen is the Waddlers playing a very decent defensive side, but Jaeger just marching through whatever they have set up so far. Jaeger just being the more aggressive team. And on Control, we've said, well, that is a very risky play because that is what Jaeger does, and the Watermelon Waddlers were able to respond to it. But over the course of this series, the Waddlers have apparently lost the ability to stop Jaeger in their tracks.
Yeah, it is all looking fairly good right now still for Jaeger. They're coming out with the same mirror match, but the Watermelon Waddlers, they're potentially going to try something different on their attack. I would like to see them do so. I don't think they're necessarily, again, they're not bad on that composition of the Tracer and the Ash and just the dive, the Mercy, Zenyatta. Like, it's fine. It's not at all a problem to run it. But so far, their value has just been lower than it has from Jaeger. And I think this long-range approach potentially with that Widowmaker could have been good, but yeah, they're just going to keep mirroring it. And so far, Jaeger seems to have been dominating that mirror. So it's the Watermelon Waddlers that need to show up. They need to show that they can also do the damage with that, get the kills, especially if you look in terms of the DPS matchup. But even the tanks are just falling short.
Zeno gets a bit low there. Good right click by that Zenyatta, by Okuto on the side of the Wartlers. Vital closing it out this time around, and they are at least getting the rest out of that. Lethal onto Osira. Very well. Good play there as Xenofly goes down as well. So right now, Jaeger once again coming out on top. The trades were good, but at the end of the day, it is Jaeger who are ahead of it. Watermelon Wartlers are just unable to get out of the alley they have dug themselves into.
Yeah, and Watermelon Waddlers already over a minute down. They do eat that pulse bomb from Cryptic, which is always nice to do, but it is just... Ooh, Cryptic going down. That's actually a good start. There's a lot of pressure from your backline gone.
That's right. Now Lethal looking for a little bit of damage onto Osira. Goes for a setup onto Helios as well. Both of them are able to get out. No, Helios actually losing the mech there for a little bit and losing their life in the follow-up by Vital. So the Wartless in a good position to actually take something out. But there it is, the Bob for the stall. Good. They immediately discorded and immediately being set upon by both of the DPS. That way you have some time to get more than one tick onto that point. Cryptic onto Xenofly makes it a little bit harder, and it looks like Jaeger are not giving up this point anytime soon.
Oh, they really aren't. Watermelon Waddlers, 42%. They did get a free tick, or at least a tick already, but Jaeger just comes back into it, grabs that point back, and now they'll have some more ultimates to work with too. I'm looking especially towards Cryptic's Pulse Bomb to open something up, but maybe Helios Self-Destruct can get some value again.
Well, if you can push the entirety of Jaeger into the entirety of Watermelon Wartlers into a corner and then fly the bomb over or get a pulse bomb in, that's beautiful. Pulse bomb already used, Vital going down, Cryptic with a double kill onto Eurus as well. So the Wartlers have to pull back without the mercy. There's no way they will be able to push this further out. And Jaeger are just making sure that they have all advantages covered. And Cryptic is a big part of that with the way that he moves around the map.
Yeah, 1 minute to go, and plenty of tools in your bank. A little bit more than Jaeger has right now, especially that Bob can just help you sustain the point while you do some other things. But Zeno again just untouched on this high ground.
Yeah. Both of the tanks have their ultimates as well, so this could be a good engagement tool. Vital's Bob is already down. Cryptic on the Eurus straight away. So right now looking good, but oh, that is just not enough as Zeno takes down Vital, and Ayako follows it up onto Xenofly. 30 seconds remaining. It's just one tick down. Okuto with a nice double kill though. There you go. That DPS Zenyatta is still there, is still up and running. Uses that Transcendence to keep his remaining team alive and at least close to the point, which is strategically sound depending on how the rest of this fight will go. Step trying to break that bubble, and now the meat goes where the matter is. 5 seconds to go, and the capture is going slowly in. That's the second tick. The third tick is abound and is ready for going. Step still has a Diva Bomb, uses it for a free mech, needs to crack that shield and gets the rest of Jaeger off the point. The Overton Wing now running. There's a Bob on point. Vital, nice shot there. It's swapped onto a Widowmaker and is doing some work. Cryptic making something happen together with Step. There's Helios goes down on the other side. Lethal with a nice shot gets Cryptic down, and the Overtime Wing is now running. It's 2 to 1 person on that payload, and now Zeno trying to extend this timer with a little help from his friends, but it's not enough. The payload has been freed. There's time in the bank, and that means the Watermelon Wattlers are not out of the commission just yet.
Finally, that respawn and resource advantage just has come into play. They keep trading, and eventually that just means that Jaeger is not able to hold on for any longer. 2 minutes on the clock now to push into that street phase, to push towards point B, and they have to put the pedal to the metal, Ollie. It is just not going to be easy to get there in the first place, and especially if they want to have some time on the bank to actually get another chance of attacking this.
Yeah, not only that, look at the ult banks. The ult banks are not very promising for the ginormous task that they are now facing Lethal going low in a fight versus Helios. Needs to pull back every now and then. Eurus is there to keep him up and alive, but Eurus also has to check their back, of course, to see whether or not that Tracer in the form of Cryptic is not in there. Now Cryptic has themselves worked into a corner. Lethal coming in from the side, has a nice headshot, but that was not enough because the the Mercy was of course still there with a little bit of a pocket for them, and that means that Lethal had to take a second approach there. Does do that, gets Osaya out of there, is still alive, gets Kevkun as well. Now Vital and Lethal are just making a lot of things happen. Helios going down, there's a Bob trying to clear it out. Both of the Bobs now out, and the fight for the payload is still moving. 50 seconds on the clock. They should be able to cap this out. They are. Nice shot, Vital, and that's it. 0.2 cap, 2 minutes on the clock, and that was against all odds, I have to say.
I mean, it was, but you look at what's left on the bank now. Right now, they're tied in time bank, and they still barely started 0.3 here. They will definitely be down, and then the main question is it going to be the map completion in the first place, and then in overtime, or with some time in the bank. Jaeger at least has a decent ult bank going on right now, and they once again force out this Transcendence from Maputo.
They do, with a very good Diva Bomb. Vital, though, on the shot, gets Helios, so no more getting in for a bit. Cryptic, able to survive that hook somehow. Don't ask me how they did that, but that was beautiful. Ayako now trying to make some artillery shots on towards that point and trying to keep the entirety of Jaeger alive, well, and kicking. Now we're moving into the last little bit of meters here. Just a little less than 20 meters to go. And we have Cryptic and Helios finding their targets. Jaeger now back in control of the engagement, but it is Lethal who gets Osira down, who has swapped to that Sigma for a little bit of more shielding, which of course is needed when Vital and Lethal are playing such a long-range combination.
You will indeed have that Xenofly staff combo now being on the Hog and the Diva, and then Helios and Osira on that Sigma Roadhog. Of course, Step still has their bomb. That might be why they haven't swapped yet, but there will be double tank ultimates on both teams.
Oh, what a rock! Vital going down to some sedimentary killings. Beautifully played there, and Osira actually has that Gravitic Flux ready just in case when the next hard push comes in. It's 30 seconds on the clock, and it's not looking good for the Waddlers right away, but they are not giving up by any stretch of the imagination. Both of the tanks both of the DPS already in position.
Oh.
There it is, dunking Xenofly. Is Helios up there? There's the Gravitic Flux taking the rest of the momentum out of it. We're 5 seconds away. There's no one there to touch it. The music is ending, and the fat lady is singing, and that was it.
Oh, Jaeger. Jaeger just proving me right every step of the way. I'm happy. It's always good to be proven right, Ollie. But look at this. Like, you see the Heroics being pulled off the map. Then you have Osira just getting the kills up top with the Sigma. And you thought they were good in the Winston Diva, and then they just do this. We saw them being a Wrecking Ball Roadhog combo as well on Busan earlier. Now, they've played almost every tank aside from Zarya, Narissa, and Reinhardt. So that's still pretty decent amount of tanks missing. But, they've played a fair few. And, yeah, I mean, that's more than we see from some teams. So Jaeger takes away the win in this series with the 3-0. A very different scoreline than 3 weeks ago when they got the defeat with the 3-2. So they must be happy. And we'll see them again later today. But what about the Waddlers? They just come off this game and need to go straight into the next one. And not just against any team. They're going to have to go up against a Bang.
Wow. That is going to be
the number one seed currently.
Number one team hasn't. I don't think they have lost a single one of their engagements. They have lost
two maps actually. They dropped
two
maps.
Yeah, one was today. One was today, exactly. So they are down 2 maps versus the Watermelon Watlers, who had a very mentally straining game. So I am looking forward to that. But let's look at what we saw just now. Jaeger, like you said, they were able to we owe the Watermelon Wattlers, but that is just on paper, right? It was a very
Yeah.
hard-fought game. There has been a good draw. We have seen some fantastic engagement from the Wattlers. So if the Wattlers are actually listening, I want to say, pick yourself up. You have earned my praise, and you will be able, if not win against the Bang, you will at least be able to give us a good show and them a very good rocking. I believe in that, and we will see in just a couple of minutes. Right, so right. I just had to wake up our producer, so we are going to throw into
cool,
a
guys.
little bit of a break, and we will be back in a couple of minutes when it is time for a Bang versus Watermelon Wattlers. Hello and welcome back to the Overwatch Ace Tournament 2020. We are in the group stage, day 5. You can see that right at the top. And we are looking at a banger of a match. Sorry, I just had to. It's A-Bang versus the Watermelon Wattlers. Now, we've seen both of these teams today already. A-Bang has been doing A-Bang things, losing a single map against FES, and otherwise just prowling through. Well, the Watermelon Wattlers had a close but very, very difficult series for them, especially when you consider that you have a mental state to keep it up. Now, I spoke to them earlier. Well, I spoke at them earlier just before we went to the break, and I do hope they heard it, and I do hope they will be able to take themselves out of that hole and give A-Bang some buck for their bang, if you know what I mean. I'm the Olimancer with Mr. Man of Class, and I'm sure he has a lot to say about this matchup.
Yeah, hey, cheers, love. The casters are here. No, it's it's time indeed for this matchup that we've. The thing is, I don't think this is the matchup that people have been waiting for. I don't think anyone is really expecting the Watermelon Wattlers to win this one. But of course, every map counts. If you see that A-Bang has only dropped 2 maps in 4 weeks of play, there's a lot of games they've played, 8 so far. That is a very daunting prospect if you're Watermelon Wattlers and you're already like the number 7 or 6 in the standings currently. Like, it's not an easy one to overcome. So all I'm really looking for Watermelon Wattlers is to show that they have the potential to take these teams eventually. That they show that there's growth, show there's adaptation, show that there's promise in their team play. Show and give A-Bang, I won't say a run for their money, but give A-Bang something to play against, rather than A-Bang just trying out their own strats and just running around the map and doing whatever they really want. So that's what I'm looking forward to. I'm not realistically expecting this to be a close series, but it doesn't have to be to still be entertaining and to show us what these teams are actually made of, especially Watermelon Wattlers, that this is one of those matches where they can show how big that gap still is and how much they're trying to close it.
Yeah, that's right. And on paper, that gap isn't that big. There is great talent there. These players are not fighting for 100k prize pool for no reason. You know what I mean? These people are here because they represent some of the best that this region has to offer. And I am fully convinced that all of you out there believe that just as much as I do. So what I am looking forward to is especially to see how the tanks are going to do this, because we have seen A-Bang very methodical, A-Bang very much moving along in a flow. That's the way that they construct their battles. And as a tank unit, you have to either push against that or go with the flow and then counter push. So you want to have a wave motion in your engagement, and that is something that we just need to see from Watermelon Wattlers tank line, rather than just trying to throw their dive at the wall and hoping that it sticks.
Yeah, and of course, we talk about the matchup between these two teams. We're not expecting meta differences, right? It's still going to be largely dive versus dive. Might see some different maps come out than we saw in the previous 2 series, but overall, it is going to be a very consistent story. Watermelon Wattlers didn't strive away from the meta as much. A-Bang doesn't have to, because of course they're just so far on top that they could just experiment, but they don't have to. They can just keep on refining what they already know. And when we look at this meta currently, I mean, I just want to see the players that we know that can perform. I want to see them perform. Like, again, especially the Watermelon Wattlers, we know it's going to come out from A-Bang. Like, I'm completely expecting this team with Blue, Juan, Shalin, Nexus, Crazis, Crazis, CQB, Mango J. Like, they're just going to pop. Like, every single one of them. And I want to see where the matchup is closest. Like I said, the DPS, the tanks, the supports. Like, where can we find a weakness with A-Bang that maybe not Watermelon Wattlers can necessarily exploit, but when we get further in this tournament, for the group stage, in the playoffs eventually, can someone challenge that, and how?
I have a question for you. Remember how I said at the start of this stream that I would get a hot take out of you? Where is it closest? What do you expect?
Look, when I look at both of these teams, right? Look at where is this matchup gonna favor Watermelon Wattlers the most? I think I would say it almost has to be on the tank line because I do think Lethal and Vital, while they're very good players, I think the ping issues and in general just uh, the issues right now in general are just a bit too much to overcome the difference between Blue, One, and Shaolin, like on the other side of the DPS. And when you look at the support, that's where a lot of the problems in the previous years for Watermelon Waddlers were in the first place. So you have to look towards the tank line to make a difference, to help out the supports better, to make the space for the DPS. And if that tank play can be at least even, or maybe even a bit better for Watermelon Waddlers, they could win fights on the back of that against Abang. But that is where, in my view, it's going to be where the pressure really is going to have to come from.
That's a very good setup. Now looking at a little bit of a highlight clip here. We see a bang and especially Shaolin here setting up the wins for this tournament. Like you said already, they have lost no less than 2 maps, not matches. Maps, and that is all that they had to give up to their opponents so far, and that is based on what I would say team cohesion. You see one's EMP and immediately the follow-up is there. There's not 1, there's 2, there's 3 people moving out in a single unit, and that is something that we haven't seen from many of the other teams before, maybe FES to a certain degree, but you see that there is a certain cohesion to this team. And I'm looking forward to seeing that in action personally, I must say.
Yeah, and what really impresses me most about a team like Abang is that they're one of the fewer teams that actually swap up their DPS line depending on the map they're on, depending on the composition they want to play. Whenever Shaolin is in, they usually want to play more of that Reaper Sombra style, Reaper Tracer style. And then, when it's One and Blue, they have more of that longer range or flanker hit scan specialism. And I like that they have that in the pool and that they're actually using that, because a lot of teams, we've seen more teams with like multiple players on their roster. Like even Jaeger, they have 3 DPS players, they have 3 support players, they swapped out their supports, but Rip was nowhere to be found, for instance. So like it's using that roster to its full potential. I like it when teams do that, and when it doesn't feel like they have players on their team that just feel like they're sort of bench warming, right? Sure, they can have some experience from scrims, etc., and they make connections, but as a player, you want to play. You want to show what you can do, and if you don't get that opportunity, it just feels bad. And I always feel bad for the players that don't get to do that.
Now, in your experience, right before we look at the map pool, there's one more question I wanted to ask you. With that kind of dominance, have we ever seen this kind of dominance in a contender season, in a tier 2 basically season?
Oh, we have. Actually, it was very dominant, for instance, in Europe with British Hurricane that just kept on winning and winning handedly. It's getting closer and closer as we get towards the end of the season, but there have been teams like this. I think Fusion Uni used to be incredibly dominant as well. We had Atlanta at some point. Like, there's been precedence for this, right? It's not always that everything is close. And to a large degree, it feels like periods where we've had Shock just completely dominating everybody and YXL completely dominating everybody in Overwatch League. Like, it's happened before. And it takes just a tiny little thing, or a little bit of time to just turn that all around. Currently, the time isn't just there. The meta has been relatively consistent over the past few weeks, and not much has changed after that shake-up with, all of a sudden Rodok is good, and then Shields just aren't. But, when we look at the map pool here as well, you have Ilios, Busan, we're starting on Ilios, by the way. Like, Dive is just very prevalent in that. I mean, look at the other maps as well. King's Row is like the one map that sort of feels a bit off in that whole story, but everywhere else, you can just keep playing Dive and it will always work, or almost always work, because it is just a very strong composition based on high ground and the geometry of a map. So going into Ilios, it's just going to keep continuing. And because that meta is so stable right now, or at least so exploitable for certain teams, especially a team like Abang, that dominance is just going to keep on rolling. Unless we get a shake-up that gives another team like a complete power play because they've got players that just completely pop off on a hero that normally isn't that played that much, it's going to be rough to dethrone a team like Abang.
No, that's right, and especially you've touched on it, but I wanted to reiterate it. This is a dive-heavy set, and that means that dive has the upside of showing and allowing individual player quality and individual player pop-offs that will just be instrumental. So we jump into Ilios here, into the beautiful ruins in ancient Greece. Well, not so ancient Greece, but you know what I mean. And I'm looking forward to seeing what is happening now. For now, of course, with 15 seconds from the gate opening, I don't see any long-range engagement, even though this is, I would say, the Widow map par excellence. Now, why is that?
I mean, normally you call this Widowmaker's playground because she has those long sidelines, but we've seen a lot of teams be very good to like fight around the pillars, deny the sidelines, and when you can play this aggressively with the Lucio and the Moira, the Widowmaker cannot get enough time to actually get the shots off. She won't be able to get those one-shots from across the map because you're never going to be across the map from her.
Well, we'll see how they are going to move it in. We're riding with Lethal in a fight versus one. One actually has to pull back a little bit. So those are the small victories that you're looking for. Now Vital moving in on towards the side does not find a target because that pillar is in the way. They're playing around this very, very well. This reminds me of a World of Warcraft arena match, the way that they're positioned here. Coalescence already coming out from both sides though, and there's the first blood, and that has been pulled by Shaolin. There's an EMP! Oh wow! Already setting it up, and we do see Nexus and Shaolin just follow it up immediately, and that is the first cap on the back of what I would call a nearly full team wipe.
Yeah, and Lethal also had the EMP online, but just couldn't get in position just as fast as one could. Now, the ultimates aren't actually that far apart. The main one that's really, really far away is Xenofly compared to... I forgot. You know, we get the weird names. It's, of course, Nexus on that Winston. And, I mean, yeah, there's the EMP, but the sound barrier cannot come out from CQB because they didn't even have it online yet. And now they're able to do it if they want to, but it's actually going to be a DMAC and a kill on the Crazies.
That's not bad. Good hack on the side and immediately jumps back in on that tank line. Xenofly in trouble. Is hacked. Now has the time to finally go into a full-on Primal Rage boxing match. It is Nexus versus Xenofly, and both of them decide to land on the point. Good setup there. As the Diva Bomb came out, he was able to just get a shield down. So that was pretty well done. Another EMP firing it out from one, and that is actually setting up for a four full hacks on the sidelines. The Coalescence with a follow-up, beautifully set up here by Mango. Long J is able to get Vital out, but look at that. Step and Yuris are making this fight harder than it should be for A-Bang, and that is just because they have a very, very poor, I would say, target calling on A-Bang's side right now. Watermelon Waddlers giving them an actual run here.
Come over here.
Yeah, and a lot of this also, you know, A-Bang is also kiting away very well, whereas Watermelon Waddlers aren't using their cooldown to full potential to actually chase them down. Now you get this re-engage. He is ready for lethal.
And the EMP is coming out immediately. This should be the setup. Vital has that Death Blossom. Chooses not to use it because targets are just too far away for now. Chooses to go after that Diva for a little bit and get Crazy out of that shell. Beautiful setup. There's the cap. There's the cap yet again. And the Watermelon Waddlers, while far behind in their points so far, have not any reason to give it up just yet.
No, they don't, but you will see the EMP from one. It's ready. If that EMP hits well and they get 2 or 3 picks off the back of that, this map is just over straight away.
Going via that high ground here, hoping that they would push in. The detection is there. That's the EMP, and that's 4 people down. And now the engagement is there. Nexus already going in. Crazies at Shaolin immediately with the follow-up. That is well played right there. And that was an execution worthy of a team that has not lost a match since the start of this tournament.
they had all their ultimates still in the bank as well. They only used the EMP, and then there was still 5 in the bank. It was insane. A bang had way too many resources there. Now, Waterman and Wattlers, they used theirs effectively, but they had to use more to get the same value in most situations. A bang was just in such a good position. Now, one's gonna come in here. You see that EMP is just ready. They're looking for Eurus. Want to deny that EMP, or deny that sound barrier Eurus didn't even have yet, and that Lucio is their main focus. They know the win condition. As long as that sound barrier doesn't come out, we will win that fight back on the back of this EMP and all those other ultimates we have. So, yeah, great play from Abang. And Waterman and Wattlers, they show up okay, but their awareness of the objective and the way that their percentage ticked up or ticked away in their favor, like the speed that they could clean up a fight, it wasn't quite there. They aren't able to decisively win a fight so far.
Now Shaolin up over with that Farah, looking for a couple of pot shots, and of course just making sure that as much of the position can be denied. Gets hacked out there for a little bit, but is able to actually get out because of Vital because Lethal had to pull away. A bang looking very good. They find their targets. Shaolin gets step out, and Crazies just closes it off. The point already in the side of a bang there.
I'm just getting flashback from last series on Busan, where Cryptic just decimated that backline of the Waterman and Waddlers, and I'm sure they're feeling it too. They know this far as here. They're playing with the exact same composition against it, but last time they had no answer, and so far again, just free fire in the sky.
Lethal actually with the had to get out of the stealth for a little bit of a second there, and now has to reposition. So we'll see whether or not they can get in for the fight. The contest is already on. Vital looking to get at least Crazies out of the mech, but doesn't have the pressure to fire it in. Shaolin with the barrage onto the point is able to make so much space and to open this fight up by taking the tanks for a bit of a ride, and then it is Crazies to just clear it out. Shaolin actually finds Lethal in the hallway and makes short work of him.
Yeah, they'll still have 40%, 49% actually. They have 42%. Sorry, it's a bit unreadable for me. Will be taking up that point more and more. And once EMP is really helped out, they hack the Diva. The barrage can come out. Nano barrage actually. Now they'll have to be wary of that Lethal's EMP though. You can't just fall off the map because you get hacked sometimes.
Coalescence now coming out from the Waterman and Wattlers, and we will see whether or not they can use it to some greater extent. But in the backline is still Shaolin. He is up and behind, and that is just beautiful for an attack. Nexus jumping in there with that Primal Rage, gets Vital out. The fight is once again set up on the point. There's one looking to get that Moira out of commission, but is unable to close that deal. Good Diva Bomb coming in from Step, gets Nexus away after they just pop that barrier for a little bit. One with just another fight, but is unable to get there. Good right click coming out of Eurus. Then Eurus and Step clear it out, swap that point, but that was too close for concept. 87% before the first swap. That's not something you want to have happen here.
No, it is not. You're still down in ultimate. You'll have a Coalescence and an EMP coming up if you're Lethal and El Puto. But there will be an EMP, a Valkyrie. There will also be, once again, a barrage. It is going to be very rough to fight through this. Your EMP has to be valuable.
Lethal has that EMP indeed, and is looking for a setup. I'm not sure whether or not they just want to go up there just to get Shaolin out of the air. Now there's the pull. Now they do get Shaolin out of the air, but in the face of a lot of rockets, that is not going to end well for you, especially since that Coalescence was already out. Beautifully set up now. Shaolin with the barrage is unable to execute it as Eurus and Step are there once again to hold their face in front. 69% on this clock in just a second for the Waterman and Wattlers. There's the counter EMP by one. I don't entirely know why they fired it in, because one was out of position for any follow-up, but that doesn't matter because it is Nexus who jumps onto Step and jumps on to Eurus here, and is not done just yet. Now Xenofly looking to go for that fight versus Nexus, but Nexus turns around, gets Oputo, and has enough Primal Rage left to actually put Xenofly in a very, very bad position. 94% and counting versus 87. So this time, A-Bang on the button. They do that swap. And last fight territory is an understatement at this point, Classic.
Yeah, it really is an understatement indeed. And sure, you'll have plenty of tools to come back into this, but you need to get there first. 99%. Overtime is ticking. Lethal needs to be getting big on this Doomfist.
Look at this setup. The Doomfist moves in, tries to go in via the side. They're taking their time before touching that point. It's now 1 versus 3 on the point. And right now, they need to try and make sure that the Watermelon Wattlers don't just outright take it, which means weaving in and out of point or outright take it up. And that was it. The Wattlers take it.
Yeah, the Wattlers actually managed to get back that point. Very nicely done. They're showing that they can actually adapt to different compositions. They don't make that same mistake that they did against the likes of Jaeger in the previous series. They actually managed to get a threat of their own in the lethal Doomfist. And now that they're going back over to Well is one of those points where Pharah, you can play her fairly well. It's really rough to play against that Pharah, especially because the hit scan cannot really find the angle all the time. But most of these teams just choose to go with this Reaper Sombra right now. And I don't think that's a weird choice. I think especially A-Bang should be very familiar with this composition. And then Vital and Lethal are going to have to find a lot of value on that to really challenge Shaolin in one.
Now moving in, Shaolin hanging behind their tanks for a little bit, looking for a side angle or looking to at least pop that bubble so the rest of A-Bang have a movement possibility right there. Has to pull back for a bit as the Watermelon Wattlers are just pelting this entrance here in a bit of a garage match. Honestly, this is very close quarters fight. Now Mango is the first one to get something done as Eurus goes down. The hack going on to Shaolin. Step has to stay between his own team's coalescence and away from Mango's coalescence. As both of the lasers are just firing into that little sight room. Both of the teams not even caring about that point just yet. One with a nice hack onto Step losing Mech any second now. There it is, and A-Bang now running it over. They had to make an opening, but at the end of the day, they were able to do that with Nexus clearing out most of the points.
It's all about that EMP opening, right? Like you see Shaolin and One are just consistently ahead in ult charge of their counterparts. And even when you look at CQB and Mango J, they're just ahead of their supports as well. It's really the tanks that are keeping up fairly well. I said it before the series started. Watermelon Wattlers, Xenofly and Step have to really show up here.
Yeah, they have to, but they also do. What I have to say is that Eurus is a big part in this as well. That Lucio play on his side is just aggressive enough to make sense. Lethal with the back cap, while the rest of the Watermelon Wattlers were being pushed back on the account of A-Bang just moving forward. There it is, the Death Blossom finds Lethal, does not find enough. There's a counter Death Blossom on the other side, does not find a lot of targets as well, but both of them doing a lot of damage at the end of the day. The MP is ready for One. One is not ready to fire it in, but does hack Xenofly, who was still there with that Primal Rage. He will most likely not live to tell the tale as CQB takes on Eurus. 63% on the point, and A-Bang are not planning on giving this up by any stretch.
They're holding very far forward. Used a lethal earlier, trying to just pull them back by trying to cap the point. And that actually works. It doesn't let A-Bang fight aggressively, but now the aggressive B still comes out.
EMP on both sides, and this time A-Bang has more issues with that. Lethal and Step are able to take their targets. One had to pull away, had to pull towards that point just to make sure that it is not easily taken. 89%, so you want to farm as much percentage as possible. Lethal taking on Shaolin on this setup. The Lucio still trying to make something to extend it. CQB going down at the end of the day, just plastered to that wall as Vital clears it out.
Vital finally able to get that point back together with their team, but they have to invest so many resources into it. You can see it now, both tank ultimates and that sound barrier online. It's going to make all the difference in this next fight, and Bang could just take it straight away.
Now moving it in the sound barrier, already up and already going down again as Shaoling is looking for targets. The Diva Bomb coming out, does not find a lot of value other than giving it a little bit of respite. Another Primal Rage coming in from Nexus, and then looking for some targets, but so is a Xenofly on the other side. Another EMP coming out from Lethal side, and that is big as 5 people actually set up. There's the Die. The Dent Blossom does not find a target because they're going down just a little bit too quickly. And a bang, take this one a little more convincing than the last one. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, very much so. A bang had a bit of a hiccup, that second map, and you see they try something out. The pharmacy, try a bit of a different composition, but unfortunately, it doesn't really work out for them on that point. But it just shows. I guess it just shows that even a bang cannot do everything they want. Even they sometimes are going to get surprised by something or not going to be able to pull something off. And the Watermelon Waddlers are showing that you can punish a bang if you push them out of their standard comfort zone, their standard composition. And even then, even if they do, it's not going to be that easy. Like Watermelon Waddlers really had to fight for it. And while it was a relatively close map, there was actually some back and forth play. Bang still looked in control.
Yeah, and you pushed on this point earlier, right? If you want to get a bang out of their comfort zone and you want to make them shake something up, would that actually mean that Watermelon Waddlers should just, not play the meta at all and just do something completely out of the box, completely left field? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you could play something completely out of the box, but you could also see this as Watermelon Waddlers as we might not win this series, but let's use it as an opportunity to practice what we want to play and try and figure out where our weaknesses are in that composition, because it's a very good practice environment. Even though it's a competition, you sometimes might not be able to scrim teams like this, or not as much, not in a competitive environment. It's a very different experience, and that can really, as a team, add to your practice value, add to your scrim value, add to the value of your progress and development as a team. So I would really not expect Watermelon Waddlers to pull out all these weird, wacky strats. But if they think they can win, they got pretty close there on Ilios for a while. So I would expect them to. Wouldn't expect them to do something wacky, but they could experiment with something. They could pull out something that you might not expect on a certain map, and in that way just win.
Yeah, let's look at the maps for a little bit, so we can see what these teams have to be playing on. Once again, Volskaya Industries, that's the 2CP, and that basically offers itself up for some switch up. So, for instance, go with a different tank line. Maybe not change your tank line, but go with a completely different DPS setup. I don't know, cheese it out, old school. Do the bronze route. Symmetra Torbjorn and just see how long you can hold it out, something like that. Just have some
maybe
fun with it.
like and there we said it before. There's definitely opportunities to maybe play a different hero here and there, because we always talk about how balanced is the game, and that meta mostly has to do with min-max value, right? Like how much value do you at minimum get out of a hero, and if you play the hero to near perfection, how much more or how much less value do you get out of that hero, especially in combination with others. Like it becomes a very complicated puzzle of all these back and forth and different abilities and combinations and power plays and damage levels, and it's really cool to see that. But when we talk about meta here, there are still options. There are still ways you can work around that, because you talk about theoretical perfection versus practical application. And in this situation, I think you can work very well still with practical application. The level of perfection by both of these teams hasn't been reached to a degree where there's no room for swapping off, because you will just get less value. So when we look at them currently coming out of spawn on the defense, a bang is not going to change anything. And they don't have to. They've proven that this composition works for them. The style of play works for them. With the Watermelon Waddlers, they could switch something up. They could, on their attack, play Oputo, Need, and then Zenyatta to have that extra damage. What they do need to realize is that their sustain is going to be lower. They need to go for that instant burst. If they can get that off, then it doesn't matter how much sustain you have if half your team is dead. So
Yeah.
that is their win condition. Get the kills quick. Don't try go for that long fight because you will lose with Mango J on that Moira.
No, you're absolutely right. The difference in healing output is substantial, especially for a team that sticks as close together as a Bang have been doing so far.
Never mind.
Yeah,
Oputo
well,
just
never
goes over
mind.
to Moira. So mirror match again.
Mirror match again. It was one suggestion, but that doesn't mean that it was the right suggestion. Of course, Shaolin going in behind Watlers, or had the opportunity to do so, is not doing it at the end of the day. Decides that it is probably not worth the hassle. Now the Watermelon Watlers are being pelted. We see Vital here needs a lot of healing and gets it as well from Oputo. Step very low in hit points just as well. And this time around, Vital and Oputo are making something happen as the Coalescence comes out from Oputo to clear it out. The first tick should be taken anytime now. Nice little cheeky teleport though from one.
Yeah, there's still a member here and there trying to stagger it out a bit more. One will have the EMP charged up. That's ridiculously fast because Lethal was only on 72%. And they have quite a bit of ultimates actually to work with on a Bang side. They don't have to be as scared of a snowball as teams often have to be on the map like Volskaya. The main thing that's going to come up is that if Eurus gets their sound barrier off, they might get it before CQB can do anything with theirs because they don't have a charge yet.
Yeah, but the EMP on one side is up as well, right? And there it comes! Immediately sets up. The entire team is already set up. Nexus going straight in with the double kill. CQB and Mango follow it up as well. And one's EMP just won them that. And there is no way that you can snowball this with 5 minutes on the clock and that kind of EMP. Crazy execution right there.
Well, you know, the coolest part about it is they tried to combo it with the self-destruct. The self-destruct actually went too far. He got nothing. And that does mean they used 2 ultimates on the side of a Bang, and now there's going to be almost 6 on the side of Watermelon Watlers. They actually they couldn't even use anything because they were all EMP'd. So that might have been a blessing in disguise where they can now actually start this second point and get it straight away because of the ultimate advantage. But that pick-up attention from Crazes is going to be very scary.
Yeah, you're right. I suppose Crazes just used that as a setup for later, but we will discuss that in a second. One already on Taveda. Joris had the opportunity to make something happen, so that's Lethal with that EMP goes down at the end of the day, and that was all on the back of CQB actually being able to cast that sound barrier. Otherwise, this might have gone quite differently. So you see an more or less instant reset from the Watermelon Watlers here. That's the smart move at this point. But immediately, the ult bank looks vastly different from a second ago.
It really does, but you do see that a Bang keeps being able to get out their ultimates, and Watermelon Watlers are just waiting until they can actually use them. They still have 4 in the bank they haven't used. And a Bang just keeps on cycling through theirs in order to defend. Now they have an EMP again, Coalescence,
Oh, there it is!
They're just gonna go again. It's the same location, same result.
Same location, same result, same setup at the end of the day. The only difference is that Shaolin takes down a triple kill and they're actually staggering the Mini Diva.
Yeah, they don't even have to kill them. They'll kill themselves. It's fine. No, it's gonna be Lethal Dilate there as well. Yeah, I mean, they had a great 0.8 attack, Watermelon Watlers, but they have been getting nothing done since. It looks like they just want to bank up 6 ultimates and go, but that's not actually what they're doing. They couldn't use ultimates again because they were all hacked. Lethal is close to their EMP now. They have to get value out of this one. Last time around, Shaolin just got an early pick on, I think it was Oputo, and it was just over before it even started. But this time around, Lethal needs to get more value.
Yeah, one already has another 60% towards that next EMP. It's crazy. Stopping that Coalescence maybe a bit good, but slightly early. The the Death Blossom gets Vital, at least, so Shaolin able to at least push the Watlers off that point for a spell. And now Shaolin is looking for more targets. Step out of the mech and goes on for more. It's a Xenofly who takes the short end of a shotgun right there. And team is pushed out of that spawn.
And now you see it once again. You use so many resources and nothing comes out of it for the Waddlers. You were banking those ultimates for so long, and that's the result. That doesn't feel good. Now you'll be in the ultimate disadvantage. You'll only have 2 minutes left and one against aggro EMP.
Yeah, one setting up with that EMP. This time not as big of an impact as the other time around, but 1 minute 45 on the clock. One is just able to get another one probably before the next engagement. Both of the sound barriers are out. The coalescences are firing it in. Lethal this time with a good EMP, clearing out most of the sound barrier here, and immediately goes for one. Tries to get a bit quick hack onto Nexus. Is unable to do so in the first try. Does it on the second though, and now the fight is on. One finds Vital on the sideline. There is a step, tries to get themselves onto that point and stay alive for long enough. The mini diva going down at the end of the day. Crazy's just able to take that diva out of commission, and that was some good hooking straight away.
Yeah, 1 minute to go, nothing in the bank. Actually, Lethal very close to the EMP. They charged that up ridiculously fast. Well done. Of course, a lot of big bodies to actually fire at in terms of Crazies and Nexus. Now, Shaolin has just been better on the Reaper. I will say that. I think consistently the value they get from their ultimates, just the general shotgun blasts, Vital is just not up to par with that. And if that doesn't change, this next attack is just going to get shut down by Death Blossom again, like the last 2 EMP attempts were.
Most likely will, and if one is able to take another EMP in, because it's just a couple of percentages, then this should be over before it starts. But we'll see how the Watermelon Waddlers are going to handle this pressure now. There's an EMP that is good. Watermelon Waddlers, all of them completely hacked out, and it's just Step and Oputo still trying to stay alive. Oputo the last one standing, but not for long, as Mango just goes for the pursuit, and that is it. A bang. Complete round one. Very, very sovereignly.
Yeah, we're gonna just see that one again. It just EMP with the Death Blossom. It's, you know, you would say, oh, what a great Reaper play, but you know, let's be real. It's just a good EMP. The EMP hits, and you just have to press Q, and it just goes. No problem. Shaolin cleans up. That's a triple kill, quadruple kill, and not even worried. No, it wasn't never even worried that they were not going to be able to do that. So now that we go into the next round, I don't know. Like, honestly, Watermelon Waddlers, they have shown moments of brilliance. They have shown good moments, but they're not able to push it through. A bang is just always consistently in play. Their set plays, their defenses, their initiatives are very good, and making that first move can sometimes be so important. And in this map so far, that was what it was all about. Anytime Watermelon Waddlers didn't make the first move, which was every time after point A, they kept on losing the fight, especially the EMP fights, with their own EMP fights or once EMP. It was always a bang that made him move just before Watermelon Waddlers did, or well before. That's also happened.
I mean,
time. So
it's
you know,
it's funny to see, right? Because Watermelon Waddlers, specifically Lethal on the Sombra, when we looked at the Ilias run, the EMPs of Lethal were better than the ones on one, but one had just to wait for a bit of a set piece battle like these point B defenses we've just seen, and then it is just absolutely a destroyer of worlds. He has become death at that point. It's super cool to see. Now a bit of dynamite, just a little pullback from Shaolin as they take the touristic route all the way to contest that high ground. Vital already has knows the writing on the wall, goes towards the point. Lethal on the sideline is trying to make Crazies regret their life decisions. That's not actually a bad play that they're playing right now. So right now, Oputo and Step close it out for a little bit. There is some more fight on the point, but that should actually pose no direct threat. Beautifully played here by the Waddlers on the defense.
yeah, so far good start for Waddlers. Of course, point A did look like their domain, especially on their attack, but See if they can keep this up, because of course still 3 minutes to go. And a Bang has a clear win condition. Cap point A and a tick of point B. And you have a fair bit of time to do that with from GCP.
You do. 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock is a long time on Volskaya. We've had this situation before, so we will see what's setting up. Lethal! Double kill on the pulse bomb. That will stop you in your tracks, and he goes for number 3 as well. Lethal now going for number 4 as he jumps up to take Krasis. Nexus is just resetting. Beautiful, and that shaves nearly a full minute off this.
Ooh, Ollie, they're doing it. Watermelon Waddlers coming back into this series potentially. It's possible. You know, I know we almost counted them out before the series even started, but so far they have definitely been impressing me. I like that they're doing that. Whether it's a Bang taking the backseat or Watermelon Waddlers is stepping up, it means this group is still alive.
That's right. There was the Transcendence coming out from Oputo, and there's the Bob. Bob fired in by Vital. Shaolin and One, no way to get up on that point. Shaolin actually falling to the Mini Diva. There's a rest coming out from Yuris, but Crazy's... What? Crazy's denied the mech. With a mech. Did you just see what happened? That was... I was... Wow! That is some cheek right there. Now the EMP is coming out.
Point, they're cleaning up some members behind the point right now. This point looks to be flipping towards a Bang, but there's still potential for a recontest. There's plenty of members from Watermelon Wanderers. They do come in before the second pick is taken. But there they go. There's the kills for the side of a Bang. Looks like they're going to clean this one up, Ollie. And point B to be in their sights. Only a tick to be taken. That can still be a daunting task. They'll have just under 4 minutes to do it.
Just under 4 minutes, but point B very, very much in the favor of the defensive team, which are the Watermelon Waddlers, of course. I'm still reeling from that mech denied, to be perfectly fair. Directly afterwards, what we saw was also quite nice. The Diva Bomb flying in on the side of Step and then trying to move in there just to keep that tick alive was a good move. Didn't work out, but still very nice thinking win with another EMP. Find Step out of the mech here for a second. That tick is looking closer and closer as the Mini Diva goes down, but it is over.
Victory.
A Bang. Once again, they win a map. And I will say, Watermelon Waddlers looking pretty impressive versus a team of this caliber. And of course, you know, we know that they can do that. We know they have what it takes. And, you know, maybe you can now see that, oh, we lost that previous series and we played against the #1 seed. It's like, we're not expecting the win. We're just in a relaxed mode now. We can play without the pressure of, oh, you're going to have to win this series. And that is sometimes all it takes. Sometimes all it takes is just to let go and just play your game. And so far, it's not a bad situation. I mean, yes, you're still losing, but you're not losing in a way that we're thinking, oh, you're just getting dominated right now. Like, there's so many good moments coming out of the Watermelon Waddlers. Whether it's Lethal hitting double kill pulse bombs, whether it's pulse bomb eats from Step, whether it's all of a sudden Osiris that just actually Asirius actually getting a lot of value out of those Winston primal rages. It's just beautiful.
It is beautiful. It is nice. It is nice to see. And once again, the Watermelon Waddlers, in my book, they're playing a good game. They're playing a fantastic game. And I need to highlight once again the player that I think is most impressive. You would say it's Lethal. No, it isn't. Step. Step has been doing fantastic. Step has been there when you need them. Has a bit of a, well, hard time against One, of course. But as soon as One isn't in the direct vicinity to stop Step from making his move, then the Step stop is absolutely alive. That's just something I wanted to fire in, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this third map is going to be playing out, because we're going into an escort map, means more set piece battles, which means that One will be more lethal on the long run, of course, but also means on the other side that the defense has some new tricks they can play with, right? You can go around the back. You can make sure that there is something that keeps your backline busy, maybe even takes some of that pressure off that this DPS line from a bang is just providing. How would you go about that when you are the watermelon wartless, you think?
I think going about that is it's not that different from what it's normally is, right? Like you have to still keep playing your own game and make sure that you get on top of the right heroes on the other side. And the win condition versus a bang still seems to be winning that tank battle and then worrying about the DPS and the supports. The problem is that tanks are notoriously the hardest ones to get down. You don't want to focus on the tanks. You just want to deter the tanks from doing anything and then get the DPS in the meantime or the supports. Because the squishies, lower health pool means lower time to kill, means you can actually kill them before they get supported as a dive team. So you don't want to fight the tanks, but you have to put so much pressure on the tanks that you can get the supports in that case. And that's a different story than what a bang is trying to do. A bang is just trying to find picks for their DPS a lot of the time, then the tanks are sort of following up on it. Whereas Waterman and Waddler has got to stop the tanks from following up, and I've got to stop those tanks from indeed making space so the DPS can get those picks. And that dynamic between these two teams right now is like where the power of their teams lie is it's just annoying because essentially you're saying, oh, there's 4 heroes on a bang that do their job that are getting enabled by the tanks, and then there's 2 heroes on Waterman and Wanderers that have to stop those 4 from getting their work done. And that is a very, very, very hard odds to overcome. Like, that's just simple math, right? 2v4, you just don't win that usually.
No, that's correct. And also, you might have a very good front line, but when you have to run into a Reaper, the scale and the quality of Shaolin, it's very hard to do your job as a tank, regardless, because you will lose your hit points, right? So we're going to look at the next map up on the map pool right now, and we are looking once again at Watchpoint Gibraltar. Now, Watchpoint Gibraltar, a map we've seen over the course of the series before, of course, and I am wondering if we're finally going to see some changes. I mean, we do know that there's some nice sniping potential. Point A, especially, we know that Watermelon Waterless can do it. A bang might actually choose not to do it with that Reaper and that Sombra just running all over the place. What do you expect them to do? Will we see a sniper battle, or will we?
We will.
Stay on?
We will. Usually, what a bang will do, they'll swap out Shaolin for Blue. And then Blue comes in. Blue just picks up the Widowmaker. One just keeps playing on the Tracer or the Sombra, maybe with the Genji. And then they still play the same thing. So it's really going to be about, if Shaolin is still in, they might still play the Sombra Reaper, but you can see Blue is in. It's going to be that long-range hit scan battle. And we saw that Vital and Lethal were not necessarily terrible at taking that duel, but we know that Blue and Juan are such a deadly duo together that once again you have to see Step and Xenofly disable what especially Blue and to a degree what Juan wants to do in order for them to actually find the value of their own DPS as well, because otherwise a straight matchup, we know that doesn't work. You might win it every now and then, but it's hard to get that majority. You need to get the space in order to win those duels, and that's what that tank line is going to be all about.
We know that Step and Xenofly can play a fantastic jumping buddy combo, right? That Winston Diva combination that will just pick a target, any target, jump with the 2 of them, and just hope that they get out there alive while they do a moderate amount of disruption and a great amount of damage at that point is beautiful to see. But Crazies and Nexus can do the exact same thing in this setup just as well. Maybe not better, because I still think that a tank line of Watermelon Watless is better in terms of individual tanking quality. But the fact that they don't have to worry as much about their backline as the Watermelon Watless have to do is freeing to any tank player, and I can tell you from experience. Nice shot from Blue. Good setup with that dynamite, but the payload already coming all the way around, coming down from the choke point here.
Yeah, so far it's just been a back and forth shots, but one goes down to Xenofly's. Lethal gets res, so this is a numbers advantage position for Watermelon Watlers. and that can actually open up quite a few avenues. Especially the ground battle is going to be way easier without that tracer.
There's a Bob coming out. Blue already firing in the big robot there. And Nexus onto Eurus. So a lot of healing that is no longer there. And there it is, the counter attack coming out from a bang as One and Mango find their targets. Immediately rest. CQB finds Blue back up. And that means that the payload has not moved. And this is a very good position if you're a defender. You can see the entirety of the tunnel. You can see all the other approaches. And this payload is just deep in your territory.
Yeah, the lack of high ground abuse from the side of Waterman and Waddlers was really an issue. You can't just try and fight from that tunnel with this type of composition. Vital will find this pick on the blue, will probably rest back up. It's a good opener. And it does give you a little bit more room to walk forward now that it's got res, or before it got res.
Vital has a couple of shots here that may be sideline convenient. Is trying to get that monkey before the bubble comes, is not in time. One has that pulse bomb and is forcing the Transcendence out there, and well, that's a personal win, of course, already going for lethal immediately afterwards, as Crazy is able to take the backline together with Nexus. They just jump in there, and it's 1 minute and 30 on the clock. The payload has moved a little bit, but now it's even better to be defended because this is a very defensible position.
Yeah, you keep being able to use that high ground. There's no way where a bang ever needs to really drop off that unless the payload is really getting close, and even then you can just ping pong with your tanks. One goes and the other goes. Oh, nice shots from Mango. And One even gets Eurus there as well. They're still able to play this aggressively, even though this payload's so far back. And that is the mark of a confident team.
They look very confident and comfortable in the situation that they are in right now, especially Mango, all the way back down the high ground, has no problem with long raging into Vital, knowing what an excellent Widow is on the other side, and still poking your Zenyatta head all the way across that side means that you are in absolute control of the situation. Now jumping down as Lethal comes in on that Tracer, has to move away for a little bit, but it is One who finds Xenofly. No more main tank on the side of the Watermelon Wartless, and with 20 seconds to go, you want to have some pressure, and that pressure is just not happening as Nexus goes into primal range, takes Oputo out. Nice little long range fight between Blue and Vital. Blue winning that outright just because, better shots at that point. Nice double kill as Eurus goes down. The Bob is ready. The Diva Bomb is on the point, but no one is there to follow it up from the Wardless except for Xenofly. The Bob is there, and now that monkey should have a bad time, and that's exactly what's happening. The overtime wick already running down, and that's round one. We're going to the flip. They're not very far in, are they?
No, I mean, they almost got it to point A, so it's not completely impossible to hold this. We've seen it happen before where both teams don't actually get to that checkpoint. But at this point, with that display from a bang, with Blue just popping on that Ashe, never even touched by anybody on the side of Watermelon Waddlers, it is looking very, very grim. This win condition is so clear and so attainable. It's, I mean, I don't want to say they've already won because they haven't, but that is really what it's looking like. It was fairly close on Ilios. It was fairly close on Volskaya. But this is really where the difference in these teams is showing right now. The adaptability of a bang with the other DPS duo, with Blue coming in now, and then what they can do with their tank line, their support still. It's just something that Watermelon Waddlers don't have the adaptability for. They need to be able to do more in that sense. And I mean, I don't want to bring it up. I don't want to bring it up as an excuse, but it's definitely something that's making a difference. Is that Lethal is, of course, still playing on a relatively high ping. It's not. He's not like right there next to everybody. And ping is already a thing that's, of course, a presence in this region. But if you're then in Turkey, so even further away, that is not going to help you. So on those hit scan heroes, you will miss some shots because of it.
Yeah, Lethal seems to have known that, and he is going back to an old faithful. He is known throughout the European Tier 2 region for a fantastic Echo play, and I can't wait to see how that pans out.
We'll now see, of course, the first pot shots going back and forth. Ashe versus Ashe. Both have their mercy damage boosting them. We're waiting for Lethal to get some input.
Mango just sneaks in there with that right click, and I'm sure that Lethal was not prepared for that one. Sorry, no, Vital was not prepared for that one. Lethal swapping in over there to that Echo is now fighting in the front line, trying to give their tanks the hardest time that they possibly can. Vital has been rest in the meantime, so now back again on that high ground, but needs to keep their head down. Otherwise, this will be a repeat of that first engagement. That was just great play. One on the side gets Lethal down. Bruto gets rest on the side of the Watermelon Waddlers there. So right now, we do see a very aggressive and very, very forward push by a Bang. Step trying to make sure that Nexus has nowhere to go. And it is Krace who finds Xenofly on the attacking side. There's the Bob coming out. A Bang is just moving this forward without respite, without stopping, and this should be over any second now, as Lethal is the only one, has to fly away, is unable to stay in the heat of the moment, and a Bang take it.
Yeah, very nicely done from a Bang. Of course, we were expecting the result. I don't think anyone's really shocked that this happened.
Yeah.
But what I am really happy and, pleasantly surprised by is the performance of the Watermelon Waddlers. I think they did very well. That last map, maybe not so much. But all the maps before that, where they can play that Sombra, that Reaper, when they can play that more sort of familiar meta composition that we've been seeing, that's when they've actually been doing really well. And I think when you look at a team like the Watermelon Waddlers that is maybe not going to stay together in this composition afterwards, I think what they've been able to achieve so far in the time period that they have with the players that they have, they're definitely showing up way more than maybe some would have expected to going into this tournament in the first place.
No, you're absolutely right. And a bit of a redemption moment for me on the third map has, of course, been, well, the Echo. First of all, because I love Echo. And second of all, because it is a it is a clean slash through what we've seen so far. We haven't seen the Echo before. I like it when things get more complicated by switching things up. So they have made my day. Otherwise, Watermelon Waddlers have shown us that they have, well, a long way to go, of course, to match a Bang, but are a very, very viable team that can go very far in this tournament, given the opportunity. So that being said, for now, we are going to set up the next match for you. So we will have a little bit of a short break right after showing you what we have in store for you. So we have Banana Bava versus Jaeger, I believe, straight up next.
Correct.
So that's going to be going to be super interesting. Banana Bava, not a team that has been blessed with luck so far, and Jaeger, a team that also hasn't been blessed with luck before, but has shown us what they can do in the first match that we've been able to cast today, the second match of today. So don't go anywhere. We are looking forward to seeing if Jaeger can hold that momentum they've shown us, or will the first win in this entire split finally go to the Banana Bavas. Stay tuned. We will be back in just a couple of minutes.
Back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Hello and welcome back to the Overwatch Ace Tournament 2020 group stage. Day 5, it's still up there. We are still here. My name is Yolo Mansa. With me is the other way around, the man of class, of course. And we just witnessed a bang versus Watermelon Wartlers, which was a 3-0. And please keep your finger out of my ear, man of class. Thank you. And we are going back into another doozy. We have we have Jaeger coming back. Jaeger, we've seen them before. They have finally broken their curse, so they may be able to just have a double feature here and a double win when they go against Banana Bava. Now, Banana Bava, are still yet to have their first win, and it is not looking fantastic for them so far. They've had a lot of roster changes, and coming to explain a little bit more about what we're going to see is the man of class.
Yeah, we have been seeing the roster changes indeed from Banana Bava come out. One of the big ones that Thomas, playing the main tank mostly for this entire group stage, is now going to be back on the DPS because they got new tank players in, Ollie. It's back. They've got Nova now coming back in to make sure that tank line is properly filled up and that Thomas can just go back to the DPS role that they're so comfortable and known for. So that might make a big difference. We can definitely see what I think we would now consider to be an upset of Banana Bav actually being able to take their first win on the back of that.
That could actually work. I mean, if you have the mental to go up against a team like Jaeger that have just had the euphoria of winning a very close series and then just turn it around, then Banana Bava might just be able to take it down. And I do know that they, like I said earlier, they had some changes in their tank lineup, and if that is enough to just give you that little bit of extra bash, that little bit of extra boost, then we might just be in for a series that could be very, very interesting. If not, though, Banana Barbas are going to have a very, very bad day today.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Bava can definitely do it. It's 100% possible that they're just going to be able to come out with the win on this one. But Jaeger did look very good earlier, and they looked very good against a team of Watermelon Waddlers that then afterwards actually did pretty decently against the team like a bang. And it's not at all inconceivable that Banana Bava wins this series, but just switching up a few players might not be enough. There might be more that they have to do. Of course, the player swaps could have a very big impact on their team performance, on the individual performance on certain heroes, but it's still a question mark. We're still seeing them as the underdog. We're still seeing them as the team that is 0-7 at the moment, 0-8 actually at the moment. I don't even know. I think that's actually gone further now. They just played a match. But the scores of that are not in yet, so I can't say for certain. But yeah, starting of course, same map as last series. We're still on round 2. It's going to be Ilios first. And what we just saw was actually quite some hero diversity on Ilios in the last series. So we saw some Doomfist, Pharah, Reaper, Sombra, Tracer. We've seen quite a few different things, and I think we can carry that through in this series. Banana Bava have been known to play a little bit differently than some other teams. Then could actually see some interesting stuff coming out. Of course, Jaeger also playing some Pharah on their control map last time around.
They have, and the thing with the Doomfist, they had to just pull it out just to make sure that they could get into the point when things got clutch. It did work out for them in the end. I'm not going to deny that, but I expect them to go baseline Doomfist and just see what happens in this divey and rather one clippy kind of composition that we've seen so far. On the other hand, Ilias would make for a great playground for any Pharah and Widowmaker out there. So with Jaeger having some great sniping potential and Banana Bava showing us that they have some really, really good setup in their own DPS line. I'm looking forward to this one. So that's one thing. What I was wondering for you, right, Man of Class, we've talked about briefly is I've already revealed my power ranking, but what about yours, mate?
Sure. Well, I actually have Jaeger going up. We talked about it before, saying that a bang, they're going to be staying on first. I think Connect Gaming actually might make a jump up to second. Jaco might be staying on fourth, and Far East on third. But yeah, like Jaeger is really the big one for me. I think they definitely have what it takes to be able to get to that fifth spot. Fourth is almost impossible with how many matches they've lost. But they're going to go up. I'm fairly certain they will. Of course, they already have today with winning 1 series, Watermelon Waddlers losing 2. So they're already getting a lot closer. Actually, I think they already got that 6th spot now. And Battle Angel, they're going to perform consistently, but that also means that they're not going to go up. They're just going to go further down because of Jaeger doing so well. Banana Bava. I mean, I hope they surprise me today. I really hope that they're just gonna come out of the gate, get their first win, and just keep it going. I mean, they won't be able to get to the top 4, I think, with their current game differential. But if they can get some upsets going, if they can maybe deny Jaeger that rise to greatness, that could be a very interesting development. But yeah, my hot take, definitely Jaeger going up. That's so far going well. Let's see if they can keep that going.
Well, there's another hot take that I would like to briefly touch on. You have Connect Gaming so high on the rankings, and I was wondering why. What's the thought process behind that?
They currently are on second place in the standings. They won their game today, so it's not they were already on. I think they were already on third place when we started today. Jaco on fourth, and then Far East Society on second. So the top 4 didn't switch that much for me. It's just that I think Connect Gaming has a more consistent performance, and I think Far East Society will fall off a little bit more. We saw already today that they dropped some. They dropped some of their plays, and continuing to this group, when we see performances from Jaeger and Watermelon Waddlers that have been so good, and Far East Society could just drop a few and make sure that Connect Gaming just keeps it going.
See, I knew there was a difference between us. I'm a more positive person. Now, looking at the changes over there, right? I say the Far East Society can take it. I'm saying Jaco Bird can actually pull a trick or two out of their sleeves, because both of these teams are, well, not known. I wouldn't say known, but are expected in my book to at least change up their composition a little bit more, be a little less consistent, but therefore, throw some curveballs into what we have seen so far. So Connect Gaming for me on spot number 4. For a reason that they are very consistent, and I hate to say that, so don't shoot me here, but they are not special. There's nothing special about them. They're good, they're consistent, that's great. But as soon as you throw a wrench in there, I think they will lose their minds. Jaeger, same spot, number 5 spot. We've seen that they are a bit lower than they could be right now. So, definitely my underdog to watch. And I think the only difference we otherwise have is that you value the Battle Angels a little bit more than the Watermelon Waddlers for my end. But it's Connect Gaming, definitely a point of contention between the two of us, I would say.
Yeah, definitely. And I do think that your faith in the Watermelon Waddlers already has been tested today after those two series. So Battle Angel, the Battle Angel felt like a safer choice to me. Like, so far what they've been doing, it just seems like that's the team to watch for that situation. It's so far in general just been a very interesting group stage. I've been loving to see what these teams have been doing. I think there's still definitely a room for some upsets here and there, but the top 4 seems to be fairly established. Like we're gonna go into the playoffs of this tournament likely with those 4 teams, but a team like Battle Angel still has the potential to come back into it. That being said, we're not going to talk about the other teams. It's going to be Banana Bava versus Jaeger. It's time to get into the game, Ollie.
Oh yeah, and we do see a roster change on Jaeger's side. Look at that; they are now fielding a Gangnam Style. So we will see whether or not that will give them a little bit more versatility, especially with that with those Sombra plays. So that's going to be very, very interesting. Banana Bava on the other side have, I believe, it's Nova back. I think he was away for a little while, but we'll see how these things play out as both of these teams get out of their set. Once again, I don't see a Widowmaker, so you're probably right about the whole playing around the pillar thing.
Yeah, of course. It's just it's rough to get the value out of that Widowmaker nowadays. Now, I will say, it's looking like both of these teams have a different idea of how to play this. Banana Bava indeed playing very differently than a lot of these teams would on this map. That Genji, Ashe, and then that versus Zenyatta is just not what you're used to seeing on this map right now.
Yeah, we'll see how this how this place is going to play out. Jaeger already up on that point. Very, very linear Rector going in there. Tsukoyo mix with a nice bit of dynamite that couldn't be eaten. So a lot of ult shot coming their way. And now they're just looking for a nice shot. That monster, that Moira, that was a beautiful setup. Zeno though has that first blood, gets its Nova out of commission. Osaya with a follow-up there, and the Mercy falls down. Easy clap is clapping on the floor, I'm afraid. And that means that Jaeger right now, already 20% on the point, are able to push back Banana Bava all the way to the back.
Yeah, Banana Bava not going starting off so hot. They will start getting some ultimates online, especially those DPS ultimates, but everything can just be denied by one press of the button from Gangnam Style, who is also known as Rib, fairly certain. At least what there's been shown on their roster. And of course, you can rename your account a little bit on this OPR client. Will now get Kevkun and Ayako also ready with the support ultimate, so still a tough ask to get the value, but Dragon Blades, always nice.
Yeah, that's right. There's a sound barrier coming on Thursday Coalescence, immediately countered by a Transcendence. Gangnam was already able to get Thomas out, actually with a disrespect melee attack right there. There's a bomb up on the high ground that immediately gets fired down, though. That was a good response. Jaeger trying to control the situation with the Primal Rage on Osiris side. Very good bomb, though, on the other side. The Unknown able to clear this out, and now this is looking like a match. It's Nova takes down Ayako, and we see Zeno reset. There's the flip, 70%. So that means we're immediately in lost fight territory once Jaeger comes back.
Yeah, and they still have that EMP. Gangnam Style didn't have to use it. Zeno with the Death Blossom. We know that combo works. Saw it in the last series, so let's see. They're going to be able to go for that combo as well. If they choose to just use them separately, Zeno under pressure, they're able to walk forward as a unit nonetheless. There it is.
There we go. And we are setting up. Zeno already going onto Unknown. Immediately countered by Tsukoyo. And we are running. There it is. The Death Blossom takes down a double kill. Beautifully set up by Zeno right there. And now it is Jaeger once again on the hunt.
Whoop, there it was indeed. Now Zeno will try and deter anyone from touching this point. It's a few percent away. Will they get there? They do. They barely touch in time. Overtime has started ticking. And now there's the ultimates potentially coming online still for Banana Bava, especially Transcendence. Ridiculously close. But will they get there in time to get value?
See what's happening. Ayako fires in the Coalescence. It's Nova going down. So that opens a lot of venues of attack here. But Banana Bava still holding on to it. The overtime wig still running on. Tsukoyo is able to fight off that attack. But Gangnam Style at the end of the day just proves to be a little bit stronger. The overtime wig is still running. That's a hack wall. And it's Nova has nowhere to go, nowhere to run. And there it is. Your objective is secured for round one.
Here I am.
Jaeger just already looks more comfortable. You see already that they can just choose to sometimes go for a combo, but then they deny. They decide last second to not do it. It was just after this EMP. Zeno could have Death Blossom, but there was just no one there. Zeno's like, you know what? I'll save it, go back in later, and just gets the target straight away. It's Nova was hacked, and then gets taken out together with Tsukiyo Mix. In Tsukiyo Mix, we've seen them play things like a McCree or an Ashe on this map, maybe even a Tracer. You know, it's happened. But this time around, Unwell, they're going to go with the Roadhog Zarya, Reaper Sombra, and the Lucio Moira. So they're actually going for a fairly brawly style, which would be really cool if it works out.
Now, Xeno's ultimate just there also works, also worked right there in that clip, because both of the tanks were hanging in very close, and I believe that Banana Bava are doubling down on that idea by playing the Roadhog Zarya combination. Now that means that there will be a lot of charge whenever Zeno comes in, but at the end of the day, they might have a hard time actually beating away all the damage that's flying in. Oh, Gangnam almost falls into the well, is able to just get themselves away with a bit of a translocator. Thomas up on that roof, not with the rest of the team. That is questionable in the middle of that fight, though. Zeno goes down first. Banana Bava now putting the pressure up. There's the Coalescence, and Shan Li is looking for some targets. Very, very, very well played by Banana Bava. They literally box them in that little side pagoda and are able to take that point. That was well played.
I'm really liking the way that Banana Bava is trying to do this now. They're trying to play much more brawly. The hooks from It's Nova need to find their value, and they do so far. And they're consistently building up ultimates now. The main thing they have to watch out for is that EMP from Gangnam Style, but they're going to have one of their own. Thomas is so close, and they even have sound barrier advantage here.
Gangnam Style has the EMP, like you said, and he is looking for an opportunity and a venue to use it. There it is. 2 people, 3 people actually hacked out of that, and that may just be enough to make a little bit of mayhem. It's Nova, Tsukuyo Mix, both of them going down. There's the Primal Rage coming out of Assyria, and they are just wanting to clear this out as fast as they can. Thomas taking the scenic route all the way around back to the team.
Yeah, the best thing about this is that you weren't able to use anything on the side of Banana Bava. You're still 31%, so you're not that far behind, and now you're going to come in with so many ultimates. The only thing you need to make sure of is that you don't use too many. Use the EMP, maybe the Death Blossom, maybe a whole hog, but don't start using 4 ultimates at once, because that is when you will not be able to come back into it.
No, Thomas has that EMP ready, holds on to it. There's no need to use it until now. That's Assyria and Kevkun, both of them absolutely, well, disabled, but it doesn't matter. Easy Clap and Tsukuyo Mix are able to fire it in, and that is beautifully played. 41 versus 63. This is not the same Jaeger we saw a couple of hours ago.
No, it really isn't, but they're also playing against a very different team. Like we call that like the EU brawl. You know, currently it's going on with the Roadhog and the Zarya, and it's really nice to see that it's working out for Banana Bava. We saw how big we saw that they have the tank light and DPS change, and it's already seemingly paying off.
It is now, once again, a Coalescence coming out. There's a sound barrier on the other side from Kevkun, and now the counter Coalescence from Ayako. Both of these teams still want to fight very, very close quarters in that little side pagoda, and this time Jaeger is pulling the long end of the stick here as they are able to not only get Banana Bava a little bit thinned out, but also take the point back.
Yeah, Banana Bava not quite able to hold on there, and now they'll have to push into this EMP Death Blossom team combo that they're gonna have going on the side of Jaeger. Easy Clap will have the sound barrier, but needs to not get hacked. If that hack goes off, the EMP goes off, and Easy Clap is able to sound barrier their team after, they could actually deny a lot of this combo follow-up, but there's not much else they have to use. The sound barrier is the only thing, the holy grail, that can make them hold on to this lead.
Now it's moving in, Gangnam Style, looking for a target with the help of Zeno. Propaganda was indeed not hitting a lot of things on Gangnam Style's side, I believe. But Zeno able to get Tsukuyo out of there, so the mirror match is no longer fully there. And now they're going for more targets. Zeno looking to get its Nova away is unsuccessful, but the entire backline, the entire support of Banana Bava now down. So this should give you the opportunity. Even in the middle of the Graviton surge, Jaeger able to stall it out, and they take the first map.
There's such good focus from Jaeger as well to, after the EMP, just immediately go on to the Zarya. The Zarya is a prime target. Of course, she loses half her health because it shields straight away when that EMP goes off. The sound barrier was attempted to save the Zarya, but only barely could keep her up alive for another 2 seconds. So Jaeger just capitalizing on that. Didn't have the Graviton yet, so also denying that opportunity to get that up in that fight. And everything after just snowballs onto that first pick and onto that first opportunity. So Jaeger recognizing their win conditions well, recognizing what they need to do against that composition, mainly sort of ignore the Roadhog, just kill everything else, and the Hog will follow after. You know, it's fine. Maybe hack him every now and then to annoy, but that's about it.
Also, what I was wondering is, I mean, personally, I like the European brawl style, right? I like Zarya Roadhog, especially on these control maps, because if you can get that up and running, it's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage. Knowing, though, that you have to move in against a very divey composition, that will possibly outdamage you, but definitely will outsombra you. Is that a smart move? Can't you just go for a dive of your own? What's the thought process here?
I mean, the appeal is that you have tanks that draw so much focus and can do so much damage that you're essentially deterring those tanks from jumping in. Because as soon as that Winston jumps in, he can get hooked. You can have a bubble to counter his dive. You can have so much going, and plus the Zarya damage goes through anything that D.Va wants to do. So there's actually quite a lot of potential there to overpower and win that tank battle. And when you look at a team like Jaeger that has such good tanks, then that is not a weird thought process. If you don't think you can out-tank them on the Winston and D.Va, then try and deny what the tanks want to do with a Rodok and a Zarya, and then the rest is all free matchup with 4-4 with the supports and the DPS.
Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. So next up, we are looking at Volskaya Industry in a 2CP. I would very much like to hear your predictions for this one.
I think Banana Bava is going to keep trying to play something different. It looks like they don't want to just take that straight matchup so far. I'm just curious what they've got planned for this one, because Jaeger is going to more likely just stick with that. I would say full-on meta composition. They might actually go that far again like they did last time, but it is not looking like Jaeger is the one that's really going to experiment too much here. We sort of know they're going to play, but even though you still have to be able to beat them in the place on that composition. So Banana Bava, they're still the ones that have to find solutions. So far, they've been fairly creative, but they haven't really come up winning yet, and that's all they need. They need that win, because if they don't get that first win, if they don't get a win at all, then that will just feel bad. And this might not be their best opportunity to get a win. It might not be the team that they get the win off, but you can start seeing that with this TPS back in, with the tank line swap, there's already something changing in their approach. It's already looking better than before.
Yeah, I was personally thinking, you put Xeno on the Ashe, because that worked in your first round so well, and you let Gangnam do Gangnam things. It's just, if he's actually still going to play, I think he is, because as far as I understand, Cryptic is having a Valorant tourney, so he's not here for the rest of it. So Gangnam is the debt ringer for that. Banana Bava, yeah, like you said, they are looking for something that will keep them alive. And if there is no Pharah, if there is no Pharah on that team, right?
Yeah.
Why not go for a Reinhardt? Why not? Reinhardt Zarya, old school Volskaya Industry, putting the pressure on there and just go W aggression all the way through. The only thing you need is some decent healing and you're good. Why not?
Yeah, I have a feeling that there's going to be a problem when you try to run the Reinhardt Zarya, where your Reinhardt doesn't do anything. He stands there with a shield, and then the enemy team just runs around you. Like, they just ignore the Reinhardt and fight everything that isn't behind the shield angle. And on Volskaya, with the high ground going all the way around the point, you can always find the off angle. It's impossible to shield everything. So that's why the Reinhardt, in my opinion, just doesn't work right now. I think most teams will agree. I mean, we haven't seen Reinhardt so far, so, it seems like they do. So yeah, it looks like we're going to just go get a dive matchup, but there will be some DPS difference. Banana Bava actually wants to go with this Reaper Sombra so far on the defense. It will be Jaeger starting their attack, likely again, like you said, on that Ashe and that Tracer. It was working for them before. There's no reason why they shouldn't. And of course, that Zenyatta and Mercy only empower the tanks in the DPS situation.
Yeah, that's right. Now, looking at the defensive setup, Easy Clap, Chen Li, Moira, Lucio. Moira I can get into. Lucio, not so much, to be fair, on this point. I think it's not the optimal choice when you have to defend something. I would say take something with a little bit either more throughput or something like a Discord orb, but we'll see. They will likely prove me wrong as Xeno takes the first blood of this map onto Sukoya Mix.
So far, just an easy approach. It's go. It's looking like it's an even trade here overall, but Thomas going down is a big deal. Thomas back on the tank somehow. And no, now go for the DPS.
Yeah, it's not really. It's not. You know, it's actually working for them for a little bit. And Sukoya makes an unknown find their targets as well. Banana Bava actually controlling the pace for a little bit until you find the Xeno in the corner. And that is not something that I envy Sukoya Mix for, because he has been absolutely on point with his shots.
Yeah, we will see the next attempt from Jaeger coming out here. And they have the ultimates to work with. This is definitely a fight that they could take based on the resources that they have. But they need to not get all caught out by an EMP, and that sound barrier, I mean, if that finds full value, it's still rough to push through here.
Ooh. That EMP is in there, finds 3 of them. Now it should be time to follow up on that, and that's exactly what's happening. It's Nova and Thomas the tank engine just move straight in and make something happen. There's a Transcendence moving. Good bomb! Wow, Gangnam with a double stick gets both of the supports. It is a little tad late, maybe, but it may just well be enough. Thomas has that Primal Rage still running, so we'll be looking for a couple of targets, but this point is hotly contested, heavily fought over, and Banana Bava look like they're coming up on top for this one. This is well played so far by Banana Bava. There's a Bob on there that is not really finding a lot of targets. I said that for a second, and then it's Xeno itself and Gangnam that turn around and make this happen. First third already capped, second third coming in, and it is point A.
Oh, they had to use everything they had and built up in that entire fight, but that was respawn advantage coming into play. Some clutch ultimates there. Of course, Gangnam Style getting the double kill, Ayako getting that Transcendence off in time, and it just all eventually came together. It was close. Banana Bava maybe could have pulled that back, but that respawn advantage, like I said, it just pulls it together. And Unknown actually farmed another EMP in that entire time. That's insane.
Wow. That is insane, but that also means that they had a lot of time to work it on. That's 5 people in the EMP. There is Sukoya Mix with the Death Blossom, Unknown and Chanli following it up as well. And that means that this attack is over before it began. Unknown now just peeking out a little bit. That's risky, but you can do it when you have the entirety of your team at your back, and they seem to be knowing exactly that. Now Unknown going to look for something that they can bully for a little bit all the way here in the back line, while the entirety of Jaeger are pushing in, and they're pushing in quite hard. Let's see how this is going to play out as they take the high ground. Oh, tried for the hack, needs to pull out at the end of it. And now Osara, in a bit of pressure, has to put that bubble down. Both of the Winstons on that point. Another good stick. Easy clap going down immediately as Unknown looks for some more targets in that Winston's guys there. Thomas had that Primal Rage, is able to actually get the Syria out. There's a rest, he can't do anything about that one, but forces the Transcendence out of Ayako. Now Gangnam is there and finds Thomas on the sideline. The capture is already at half. The first third is already confirmed as Xeno takes down the Doomfist in the guise of, I believe, Sukoya Mix. It's Nova going down there as well. Nice double kill on that, and Xeno still has long sightlines and the opportunity to actually help his team clutch this out. There's a ball. Got Thomas now, the ball engine. Good EMP coming out, and that means that Osira and Helios are very, very vulnerable. Osira already knows that because they are back in a spawn, and it's Nova is the perpetrator of that one. Good bob though by Xeno. Second third is already capped, and this should close it out.
It looks like this will be the end of this round fairly soon. Still 2 stragglers coming back in. Of course, you're going to stall that time bank as low as possible. Maybe open it up, but I don't believe that's going to happen this time around. 100%, 1 minute 54, and Jaeger going to keep continuing this map. This time they actually complete the time left. Last series they didn't have any. And yeah, they secured themselves at least another attack. But with what we've been seeing so far, there's a good chance we won't see another attack necessary.
Initiating match.
There is a good chance. I mean, Banana Bava, in their defensive lineup, have been very pushy. Very aggressive, and that is on the back of some good EMPs by Unknown. If they can keep that up, if they can have the same generation of EMPs, this could actually go into a round 3. So I don't want to immediately write that off, if you know what I mean.
Ready for
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to immediately say, "Oh, Banana Bava has no chance here." Of course, they always have a chance. Like, it's always possible. But Jaeger is just looking like they're hot today. They're definitely warmed up. They're ready. And we saw during the first map, Xeno and Gangnam Style, they had to maybe warm up a little bit again after that cooldown period that they had between the first game they had and now. But Xeno seems to be back. Starting to hit the shots again, and Xeno's Ashe is just a sight to behold, Ollie. It is.
No, that is
I wouldn't
true.
say it's unnatural. It's definitely, that's not the case, but it is one of those players that when you look at their aim, when you look at the results they're getting, that you just start to wonder: is there actually a point to me playing this game? Will I ever be this good? And the answer is most likely no.
Is there a laboratory where these people are just made to be this good? Yeah, exactly. That's
Maybe, yeah.
that's right.
The 800,
now
right?
on the defense, Jaeger have to make sure that they don't get encircled, and that's exactly what Banana Bava are trying to do. They're taking the sky line around straight away, now going down towards that point rather than trying to go full around to try and contest that high ground. Tsukuyo Mix found out the hard way that may be a bit hard to do. Unknown has to pull back even after a good hack and a good chunk of damage onto Helios, but it is Xeno who just has the overview of the entire situation. Thomas gets Gangnam, but immediately Thomas goes down to Xeno. Like I said, he has a full overview of what's happening. Will want to keep that with that kind of aim. And Tsukuyo Max now on the McCree, probably to try and, give him a bit of a run for their money.
Yeah, so far it's a good defense to Cryonics back on that McCree that we've seen them on before, and they are a very good McCree, don't get me wrong, but McCree versus Ashe, you have to get closer to get the same value, and Ashe can still one-shot you as long as she's damage boosted. So, generally speaking, that matchup should go towards Xeno, but who knows, maybe with those flashbangs, the counter dive potential there could be a very valuable pick still.
Yeah, Pulse Bomb being used in the eternal battle of the flankers there. Xeno onto Tsukuyo has now swapped their position a slight bit, and an Unknown coming in from behind was unable to fully use the potential of that EMP because it is up, and they could just slam the high ground if they have the rest of the team together. But it's Nova being demaged and Chen Li just being depersoned at this point. So it's very hard for Banana Bava to crack this shell open.
Yeah, it really is. They're trying to get they're trying to get the peel for themselves going, because I think really what's happening right now is it's not even that their own DPS are not finding the value, is that Gangnam Style and Xeno are finding too much value. The way that they have to protect against just a tank like Helios, not even just the DPS, is it's so jarring. Like, you can't make your own moves because you're constantly looking behind you. Like, this again, the Gangnam Style is completely distracting and decimating Tsukuyomi's here.
Now what you do see is, if you want to play the Lucio, right, and if you're used to playing with the Lucio on the side of Banana Bava, oh, Xeno's Bob is just clearing it out there for a little while, and now a good fight between Xeno. Did you see that? Easy clap, tries it with the boob. Xeno gets himself out with the coach gun, but doesn't have a second coach gun on that setup. I know a lot of people will be missing Xbox Lucio there on the side of Banana Bava, but Easy Clap redeemed them with a very nice 1v1 versus Xeno right there.
Yeah, very nicely done. And of course, now still 30 seconds left. Yes, you got a good play there, but you didn't get any percentage. This is your last chance. You don't even have anything to work with in terms of ultimates. Maybe a Dragon Strike, but that will literally be about it. And Ayako is just ready with the Transcendence regardless. So, not a whole lot of options, but sometimes the clutch is there.
There's the Transcendence, and that means that the rest of Jaeger is now moving in. They're moving in quite fast. It's 10 seconds on the clock. Nice pot there. Tsuko is just stuck by a little bomb, and that is all that she wrote. So right now, it is just trying to pick up the stragglers. Unknown able to actually get Ayako down. It's Nova and Unknown trying to jump in. The same thing goes, of course, for Thomas, but to no avail. This should be over in 3, 2, 1, and it's gone.
It's gone. 2-0 for Jaeger. This is looking to be a very, very fast series so far. Only one map to go, Ollie. And you know what they say, sometimes short and sweet is all you need. But what's really interesting to me with Banana Bava is that there's so much more behind these players than just, oh, they play a role. Because we've seen them just play everything right now. Easy clap, normally a tank player goes over to the support. Thomas on DPS, now back on tank. And then we have Unknown going on to DPS. Like, they seem to be so lost right now. And I would say that that's just how they slip up. You know, they just put the obstacles in their own way. And there's probably a lot of good reasons for why they're swapping up these roles, swapping up these players to different positions. But
yeah,
you don't really want to be in that situations. There are very few players that can make that work. We've seen a few in the past, but it's not that common. It's not that common that in one team, 3 or 4 players swap roles a few times in a series. That is just too much. And that is one of the reasons why Banana Bava is likely on the bottom.
Yes, that plus also they of course are playing with a ringer. I was informed that Xbox Lucio, the best Lucio in the tournament according to some people, who usually plays for Banana Bava, is sorely missed in the way that they execute their plays. That plus of course all those swaps can really do a number on you. But let's talk a bit about what we've seen here on Volskaya. We saw an attack that was very, very well executed, all in all. Took a while longer than I had imagined it to do, and that is on the back of the tank line for Banana Bava, because I have to give them a compliment. It's Nova especially is doing anything and everything that they can on that diva in order to make, you know, anything that may be perceived as a role, as a ruffle stop, as you will, as hard as possible. So that is, you know, we salute you from this side on. On the other hand, what we do see is they do have a weaker link on the team of Banana Bava, and that's Tsukuyo Mix. Tsukuyo
somehow
does not seem to find their role, does not seem to find their comfort zone, does not seem to find their place in that team. And I'm not sure if that's their picks or just the fact that they seem to be playing their own game. I'm not sure if I misread the situation here, but what are your insights on that one?
I mean, they thought they were on the highway to the danger zone, but they took a wrong exit, man. Like they just didn't show up. Like it's just sometimes that's the case, and it's not necessarily surprising. You know, the run that Banana Bava so far has had. I mean, it's hard to keep that enthusiasm and that drive up, right? Like it feels like it's obviously not the same, but you know, you look back at a team like the Shanghai Dragons that just got that 0-42 and just kept on losing and losing and losing and losing. Like it's really, really mentally pressuring, and especially if you already had a series today, which I think they also lost, and then you have to do another one, and you're like, we're kind of expected to lose again. Like, how do you keep yourself motivated to keep going? And sure, right now they have that moment where they say, okay, we got Nova in, and we got a new player, and we're going to ring her, so you know, it's a bit of a different situation. Let's just roll with it. Let's see what we can get. Let's see where we can find value. But at this point in time, I would not personally be that excited playing this series more. And maybe that's a mental thing for Tsukuyomi as well. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it's for the rest of the team. Like, maybe there's someone else. Maybe they're actually having a lot of fun. It's also possible. I'm just completely off here. But I can't imagine this being easy for you, mentally speaking.
No, especially, you know, when there is of course glory and money on the line, then there's a certain pressure to perform, and if you structurally get outperformed, I can imagine that's not working well for you. Now, Jaeger had that issue, probably had an even harder mental game to overcome, because you always go with those, or always you go 4 3-2 series, lose all of them after being ahead in most of them. I can fully understand that will be very, very hard to overcome. Now they have overcome it. They seem a bit more loose than they were in that first series, a little less tense, if you so will. But I'm not entirely sure whether or not that comes off winning the first series of the day, or whether it's just Banana Bava, and I'm sorry to say that, not giving them enough of a backlash.
Yeah, and of course, you're also talking about Cryptic not being there right now. It also might diminish their power level a little bit. Although I will say, Gangnam Style's been doing great.
Gangnam Style's
No
been doing
rip at Gangnam
fantastic.
Style, whatever. Just the Cryptic was that good. That's the difference. But they know, at least I would say, they probably expect this not to be a very hard series. Like you said, they could sort of let go and wouldn't say do whatever, but this doesn't seem the series they're prepped for. Like everything they're coming out of the gate is very standard, very normal. Whereas in the series against the Watermelon Waddlers, they actually pulled out some different strats. They pulled out the Pharah on Busan. They pulled out the Pharah on Volskaya as well, and that's not really happening here. Over here, you just have Banana Bava. They're just playing their standard on Jaeger's side. Banana Bava are the ones that are trying to adapt, but are just failing to successfully adapt. They're trying, but it's just not yielding any fruits right.
I'm not saying Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm not saying that they have been given up, but if we look at the next map, which will most likely be Gibraltar again, right? They are in for actually it's not Gibraltar, it's Dorado.
It's Dorado.
Okay. Yeah, I should read my notes, ladies and gentlemen. So actually it's a choice there. So Dorado as a map. We have seen Banana Bava play that. We have seen that actually when we checked out a couple of odds, and it was 2 weeks ago as well. Yeah, exactly. So it's doable for them. There's a lot of high ground play, especially on the defensive side. There's a lot of opportunities to set your set battles with the DPS that you choose. So it's not completely over yet, but Banana Bava have to also realize that and realize that potential as a result of that. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to fix this.
Yeah, and there is opportunity to play some different heroes. Sombra Reaper, while it can still work, is not maybe the most optimal thing here because of the high ground. High ground is a very big part of how Dorado works. And of course, Reaper can teleport, Sombra can translocate. Like, they still have a mobility tool, but usually speaking, you don't want to use those to get into those positions. You want to use them to get out, or be safe, or escape, or confuse your enemy. And when we look at a map like Dorado, dive is still going to be prevalent. It's very good to play that with D.Va, jump from the high ground, etc. But you could play something more like a Genji, like an Ashe, like a Widowmaker. Those things, those hit scan that can get on the high ground easily. They can drop down. They can fight from range. They can use the dive mobility to their advantage because the space is being made for them. So that's more what I'm expecting to come out. Maybe even a Pharah. I would really like Banana Bava to try something cool and just hold in the red building with a Mei and a Junkrat or something. Just go all wacky on it. But I don't think that's actually going to come out. It's more likely that we're just going to see a dive matchup, and there might be some DPS and support differences, but that Winston D.Va seems to be fairly locked in.
I'm still going to put it on my wish list, Banana Bava. Torbjorn Symmetra. 0.2 hold. Nothing to see here. Move along.
I'm just I don't know. Like, what am I even doing with you anymore? Come on, man. Come on. You have to take it seriously at some point, Ollie. At some point. One day I'll get you.
I'm taking this fully seriously, but if nothing else works, throw a curveball. That's just that's
true.
Baseball 101, right?
It's true. It's true. Why not? Why not just play Symmetra Torbjorn? It's great great composition, 100%. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Take the Torbjorn away. Put a Bastion in. Bastion Symmetra. Teleport to high
away,
ground,
etc. Yeah, I mean, you could do that. You could. I think some teams might definitely have trouble with that. I just don't think that it's the answer. But I would like to see it. I mean, it would be entertaining. It would be fun. And if you don't think you're going to win anyways, you might as well give the audience a show, right?
I mean, exactly. No, all of my quote unquote suggestions, right, come purely from the fact that Banana Bava have clearly and I'm sorry to say it this bluntly, not found their stride just yet. But rather than playing what your opponent is playing, and rather than playing the game that you're playing, if you don't like what they're saying, change the conversation. That's Madman. That's
100%.
101. Right. So we are still waiting for the team to be set up. That could just take a little bit because they seem to have a little bit of a technical issue. So we will give you a bit of music for a moment, and we will be back in a minute. See you then.
Welcome back. We're back. It's gonna be still continuing between Jaeger and Banana Bava. Of course, get ready to go into Dorado. We're getting started this time around, and it will still be a 2-0 lead for Jaeger. This could be the last map of the series and of the day, but doesn't mean that we can't have a little bit of fun before we get there. Banana Bava starts on the attack here. The defense of Jaeger, setting up so far, looks to be just the tried and true what they've been running for the entire. The Ash of Xeno, the Gangnam Style Tracer, Osira on the Winston Helios on the Diva, Kevkun and Ayako on that Mercy and the Zenyatta. And actually sort of the unsung heroes, not gonna lie. Kevkun and Ayako have been silently, just playing away and keeping their team alive and just doing so much to enable Xeno with a damage boost, to enable their tanks with Discord orbs. It's all been very good to see, and maybe we'll get to see some more coherent plays that we can actually talk about for them, because it would be nice to spotlight them a bit as well.
That's right, and the gates are opening. Banana Bava right now are just looking at what they can find here. It's Nova on the Roadhog Thomas. It's going with that Monkey, going with that Winston, easy clap, and Chanli on the Mercy, respectively. The Ana and Tsukuyo Mix and Unknown take the McCree and Sombra combo they were so known and loved for. I know they tried to play that Bastion for a little bit of a second, probably just to troll me. But that being said, we will see how they will get on as the attack progresses. Tsukuyo under some heavy fire is able to fire into Xeno for a while, but the long range difference just makes it very, very tough on the McCree here.
We will now see that Tsukuyomi indeed doesn't find that value again. We saw it before on Volskaya. It's just not the same. We will see now Bob come out again for Xeno early on that defense. And Cart has basically not really moved that far. This is like the standard distance you get when you walk out of spawn almost. It's been a very, very, very close and tough hold.
It has been very aggressive here on Jaeger's side. Good duel between Gangnam and Unknown is not able to close it out as Gangnam goes on to take Thomas for a little bit of a ride. Tsukuyo Mix trying to go there with a nice left click after stun grenade flashbang. Didn't really finish that bit of combo, had to pull back, and the payload moving, but very slow.
I mean, they took out Xeno and Kevkun, and it was a very good opening. That means all the damage boost that Ash is just gone. And with only Ayako, but now they have a Transcendence, so they'll have enough healing for at least part of this fight. But Xeno again flanked. Nice high noon from Tsukuyomi. What a good opener.
Yeah, the High Noon was brilliant. Had to, of course, force a bubble out there, which means that the bubble is no longer available to hold some of the more well, I won't say heavy hitting, but the more dangerous ultimates out there for at least a second. There's a Bob coming out from Zeno yet again. There's a Diva Bomb on the other side that at least gets the Bob, so that works. Zeno gets Tsukuyo, but not in time to stop that push from ending.
But actually able to get out here. I think Unknown was like, oh, I'll clean up that Ash. It's not a problem. But nope. Just gets to walk away from that. 3 minutes 40 to start in the streets phase. And after that fairly aggressive and strong hold from Jaeger, there's actually going to be some potential for momentum here at Banana Baffa. They have the support ultimates. They have another Deadeye. Amazing amount of damage Tsukuyomi has been able to do with that. The McCree. But they're still running into quite a bit of resource on the other side. And this high ground is not easily taken, Thomas.
It is definitely not, but Tsukuyo Mix is there and is able to just go alongside those windows, getting themselves up to high ground. But immediately Zeno makes them regret that. Gangnam Style onto Easy Clap as well, up from that high ground. Now puts some pressure up onto Chen Li, who has to pull back to the rest of the team. And yeah, this high ground defense will prove them very, very useful.
Yeah, so far though, what we've seen Tsukuyomics do on that McCree is a lot of right-clicking. And if you're gonna play like that on that range with the right-clicks, you might as well play your Reaper, I feel like. I think you have better, a lot of what you can do as a Reaper is gonna be better than as a McCree in that situation. But we'll see. That High Noon could still be coming in clutch later on.
Okay, the Bob out from Zeno once again, the long sidelines helping as well to at least get Thomas a little bit lower and maybe not as dangerous to the rest of the backline. That worked like a charm, going down before they even hit the ground fully. So beautifully set up. Unknown needs to pull back here. Doesn't really have the opportunity to fire that EMP into anything because as soon as the rest of the team come around the corner, they're on the heavy fire.
Yeah, right now we're of course looking into a situation where Jaeger are just in a high ground position. They have that dominant position on the map, but Unknown can shut that all down with a good EMP and a die combo with the rest of their team.
That's right, it's Nova has the bomb now, so has some opportunity and some tools to make some plays. Unknown and Tsukuyo Mix both going down, so no more risk of an EMP. That was an interesting dynamite. I don't think they fully intended that, but we will see how things move on as Gangnam Style and Ayako clear out.
There will be, of course, more attempts here for Banana Bava, but they keep on charging the resources from Jaeger. Still 4 ultimates in their bank. They have 4 of their own, but generally speaking, that Nano Winston, that's the only thing they can really do. Maybe a Nano Bob, that could be fun, but other than that, the Nano boost to Chen Li, it's mostly the normal value they get with the Ana that give them the value. But no!
Oh, that bomb was hard! Gangnam with a double takes both Tsuko and Easy Clap out of commission. There's a raging monkey. They were trying to make something happen, trying to get that momentum rolling, but that bomb just shattered those wishes, hopes and dreams for so few seconds.
And now you're going to run into an EMP and a self-destruct if you're Jaeger, but you don't really mind. You're on the high ground. You have some old tools of your own. Are they going to even be able to get up to you? And the answer for Chen Li is 100% no.
That's right, there's a Diva Bomb coming in. Another EMP is up for Unknown. The payload's still moving, so they are moving towards the second point, but it's just 5 seconds on the clock. This is clutching it out by any stretch of the imagination. The EMP, while being fired in, does not affect anyone on the team of Jaeger, and Jaeger should be able to close it out as Zeno and Gangnam Style find their targets fast, find their targets hard. Thomas unable to hold this in. Nice shot onto Unknown, who just jumps over the top. The overtime, we're going down, and that is a hole just shy of the second cap point.
Very nicely helped there. Of course, it's a very clear win condition from Jaeger. It looks like they're gonna lock up this series with a 3-0, but there's plenty of potential to hold this. And on defense is where you can throw out the funnest strats on this map. This is where you can come out with the Bastions, with the Symmetras, with the Junkrats, Torbjorns. It's all possible on defense Dorado, especially point A. That Archway can be such a pain to go past if you're attacking it. And Jaeger, they're likely gonna have to be ready for something. I don't think Banana Bava is just gonna go with the exact same thing they've been doing before. And in a few seconds, we'll find out what they're gonna try and come out of spawn with. It might be something interesting. Looks at least like easy clap starting on that Brigitte. It's already a swap up. Of course, they want to do that to deny this backline dive that keeps coming in on Chen Li. Thomas, the only one who hasn't selected a hero yet. I'm guessing it's going to be Winston. But,
Likely. Unless they want to go, they want to throw as a curveball and play something like, a very slow but halty Orisa, but that's not happening when you have Xeno and Gangnam Style to deal with, of course.
Easy clap is the main thing they're bringing in here to try and deter or deny what Jaeger wants to do. Xeno, Gangnam Style, Helios, Osiria, and Kevkun Ayako. We know the heroes they play. It's been the same 6 for a while now. But that, Brigitte is mainly there for the Winston and the Tracer, I feel. Those are the ones that are really diving on the Chen Li, and Chen Li has to be able to get safe.
Xeno already gets some damage onto them there for a couple of shots from the backline. Now a firefight between Tsukuyo and Xeno is looking like Tsukuyo is pulling the short end of the stick. That might also just be because Xeno is heavily bombing up by Kevkun, and of course it's Nova onto Osiria. That could be a good opener, but immediately Thomas loses their life there as well. So right now it's equalized, and Jaeger have the opportunity to keep on pushing as Tsukuyo fights Xeno and actually gets Helios out of mech. So right now that is looking fine. The only thing that is now near that payload and near the enemy team is Tracer. Gangnam Style gets hacked though, maybe in a spot of trouble. If they can't get away there for long enough, they do survive the Endeavor actually quite well. There's a res coming up onto Helios, and that means that Jaeger can once again push it up if they want to. Xeno looking for a place onto high ground and looking for a possibility to get a little bit of flank going.
Yeah, so far it's looking like Jaeger is going to be able to go past this archway without much trouble. The Transcendence from Ayako will be able to allow them to do that. Close to the buff is Xeno. They already got a few picks to open this up, and the counter buff comes out from Tsukuyomics. I'll be able to counter that buff with their own if they're willing. Doesn't seem like they really feel like they need it right now.
Not really, no. There was It was just a Discord orb, a couple of headshots from Xeno, and that should be fine. Now the Bob, just to secure that last little bit of point, could actually work out. There's a Diva Bomb up in the air, does not find enough targets, probably just flew a tad too high. And once again, the fight, Xeno versus Tsukuyo on Ashe versus Ashe, but Xeno being heavily set up here to and pelted with a couple of shots, of course, by Thomas, which means that Jaeger have to pull back for a bit.
Jaeger cannot quite get that checkpoint over there. 1 minute 40. It's actually getting a bit close right now. They kind of need to get it in this one push, otherwise they'll have a more of a rushed one attempt. But they have some resources coming up. There is plenty available for Banana Bava, not quite on the EMP yet, but they'll have a minefield to deter a lot of space. It'll be a nano boost. Tsukuyomics back on that Bob almost. It's not an easy attack here.
It isn't. It looks like Banana Bava are just holding this beautifully for a while. They need to invest a lot of material. There's the minefield coming out. The Bob is still on the field, of course, right there. But with 60 seconds left on the clock and a point A hold looking not too bad, at least for a second, until Janimate goes in with the double kill. Helios with the follow-up right there, and now Banana Bava should not be able to hold this out. There's the cap, and we are moving in 3 minutes and 12 seconds on the clock, and the high ground game will be a lot harder for Banana Bava to hold versus the combination that Jaeger is bringing in here.
Yeah, it's looking like Tsukuyomics with the Bob and the EMP are known. It's Nova. They have the self-destruct easy clap of their rally. Like, there's plenty of tools to hold on for at least 1 or 2 fights, but the problem is that there's going to be more than 1 or 2 fights. So eventually this could be a very still good attack here coming out. They will lose Osiria early though. That has been the trend this series so far with games.
That's right. Syria going down. Kev Kuhnen once again needs to set that res up. The Transcendence also already used by Ayako, trying to conquer that high ground. That may have been a tiny bit premature on their end. Otherwise, a brilliant Zenyatta play by them. But for now, maybe a bit early in the engagement. 2 minutes on the clock right now, and it is still EMP time for Unknown if they so choose. Eva bomb up in the air.
There you go.
Doesn't find anything, but there's the EMP. Unknown trying it. Xeno immediately responding with a couple of good shots. There's the Bob going towards that point, and that means that both of the tanks should be at least zoned out. Helios needs to get rest on the sideline, and we see Xeno trying to fire out on all cylinders. Beautifully set up. They're still trying to get control of that high ground. Wow, what a shot! Tsukoyo gets booped away by Osiria before he goes down, and then it is just Xeno just clay pigeon shooting. It's just 4 pull, and that's it. Beautifully played.
That's the map and the series. Jaeger cleans it up in a very, very convincing showing. Banana Bava, they had some new players. They had a ringer. It was always going to be a question mark whether that was going to help them or not. And it turns out that it didn't do them much good. Maybe also not much bad. I mean, they still looked like they had some potential there. That hold on point A looking very good for a long time. But fortunately, Jaeger, just a better team today. They've got 2 new wins under their belt. That's already, well, 1 more than they had in the last split. So they're already on 3-6 now. Watermelon Wanderers actually going down to 2-7. Or, if I say it correctly, yeah, 2-7. That means they're already catching up to them. And we're going to see if we can find out the other standings. I don't think we have them ready yet. Not all the games have been played yet, or their standings have not all been... Ooh, no, this is all from... Yeah, we're missing a few updates in this one. I can see that already, because Abang has gotten 9 wins now instead of 7. So that's unfortunate, but we will see more of this coming at some point. These standings, I mean, we'll see the standings come up. You can look them up whenever you want. They're also on Liquipedia and some other pages. Don't worry about that too much. But we've had some good series today, Ollie. You know, this one in particular, it was still a good series. It was fun. It may not have been the closest one that we've seen today, but it did show that Jaeger is just consistently performing. It's not just against the Watermelon Waddlers. They also take it seriously against Banana Bava. They don't just get rolled over. They'll just roll over and have fun.
Well, still, while Jaeger have broken their curse, while Jaeger have taken 2 wins, which is a very good step on their way to, well, coming back up there. To be fair, they have been fighting the less promising teams, at least according to power rankings all over the place. So I wonder how Jaeger are going to be playing when they have to fight a quote-unquote, real contender for their spot. So we're talking about the number 3, number 4 spot currently, because then the power level should be equal. And then it comes down to strategy. It comes down to making mistakes or capitalizing on your opponent's mistake. And that is when Overwatch gets the beautiful game we all love, right? Speaking of beautiful games we all love, of course, this stream for today is over, but the series has much, much more to offer in the near future. So we will show you the schedule just a little bit here for the next coming bit. This is for Thursday, indeed. So we have Far East Society versus Watermelon Waddlers. Will the Waddlers be able to get themselves out of a slump by taking one of the strongest teams on? The Battle Angels versus Jaeger, that is one of the games you should be looking out for, because that should be an absolute doozy if Jaeger performs further the way that they have today. Or will Battle Angel defend a spot somewhere in the middle section of this setup? And at the end of the day, Connect Gaming versus Jaeger, that should be their absolute baptism of fire. While Far East Society take on the Battle Angels for the second to last game. So join us again on Thursday, not with the man of class and myself, of course, because there are some other very, very talented people who will bring you these games. But for now, thank you so much for watching. Stay cool, stay on Liquipedia, and keep playing Overwatch because, best game in the world. Thank you so much for watching.
Good night.
double signals of an unknown entity within 1,000 feet of the ship. The size of it is far beyond the mind's reach. It can't be another ship. Sir, it's like something I've never seen before, and it's closing in at a preposterous speed. Wait, this can't be. It's disappeared. Check it.
Check it.
on the scene. Back out fresh 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 on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Okay, back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
destination.
Need no laser. 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 Need no laser beam. Need no laser. 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 Need no laser beam.